is important is really depending on whether the question you are asking matters for everyone. Okay, so if you want to have a high impact from your research, and you want to conduct a meaningful research, then the first things you want to know is that whether the question you are formulating matters for everybody. Okay, so we know very little about the world, and there are many questions on the table that you want to ask, right? But do you feel that the question is important for everybody or just important for yourself? Then that is quite important to consider. So, and why causation are important? Because we have no fact about the future, right? And we know that human has all sorts of the behavior, and every behavior is going to bring you the result. You do A, and it's going to cause B, right? And do you know the consequences is beneficial for your quality of life or not? And that is the most important things we want to know, right? And there are so many free behavior. If you study sociology, then you want to know that what is the best for the society. And the reason that the society is running well is because you are sitting in the society. And if the society is running well, then you have a better quality of life, right? And what kind of the organization is the best for the society? What kind of the political structure is best for the society? And what intervention, what is the government intervention that beneficial for your society? And what is the personal behavior that is good for your own survival in a society? And that is the question that we are not really know, right? And sometimes that is very complicated. So that's why I'm saying that the causation, the causal relationship between two variables, is very often, it's a very important question for your research. Okay, and you also want to know that ignorance is very dangerous for you. If you know nothing about your future, then you also sitting in the environment that is sometimes threaten your quality of life, right? So you want to know the causation, okay? So the purpose of the research work is you want to get knowledge to reveal the causation that help us to prevent the threat, right? And promote the well-being of our human life. So today, I would taking this chance to give you some of the example of how a research proposal is done and how a research is accomplished to answer the important question of life. Okay, and you also want to know that the correlation does not mean causation, right? The causal relationship and correlation is not always equal, okay? Okay, here is a remark from a Nobel laureate. This person is called, this person is Arthur Kornberg. He is a professor at the Rockefeller University College of Medicine, and he is a chemist, but he won Nobel Prize in medicine. Okay, and in 1967 he said this: half of what we know is wrong, and the purpose of the science is to determine which half. Okay, so if you hear this remark, then you know that what we have learned from the school, we tell the student what is the knowledge. 50% of that is probably wrong. So even the student got the score of 100, you got A, doesn't mean that the student has the absolute grasp of the knowledge that is helping for their own survival. The answer is we are not confident about that, right? So we want to put students into the school and learning knowledge. But the question is, you want to ask yourself, the knowledge we deliver, whether this is absolutely correct. And the answer is, there are many knowledge is not correct. So that is the reason that we always need to go back and check our knowledge, whether the knowledge is robust and is absolutely correct. And that matters for the survival of your human life, right? Okay, and we are also entering the period that the validity and reproducibility of the knowledge is not that robust. Okay, so this is the what we are facing. Okay, you can see this is the relationship. If you look at the validity of the knowledge, okay, so you have here validity of the knowledge over the past 10 years. And if you look at the knowledge gain in school, we found that the 50% over the last 10 years, what we have learned from the school, there are only 50% of the knowledge hold truth, okay? Another 50% of the knowledge has been proven wrong in the past 10 years, okay? And in a university, the knowledge gain in a university is even shorter. In 6 years, the things you learn from the university, 50% becoming irrelevant, right? Okay, how about in high-tech industry? It's even shorter. In 1 year, 50% of the knowledge become irrelevant. So we are sitting in the era that we are producing a lot of knowledge, but you found that a lot of knowledge are proven invalid. And that is because some of the knowledge, some of the scientific evidence we produce are not reproducible. Okay, so before we get into the research design, we need to aware that when you run a research and you have a very good research design, then you always want to repeat the study and to see whether the result is always reproducible. Okay, and this is very important for everybody, because the reason we do research is to answer the question, and we want to know the answer is correct, right? And this research design is always been reproduced by, it's always been tested all over the world, because everyone wants to know whether the answer we have are really correct to answer the question. Several years ago, I was invited to give a speech in the Central Obesity Conference in Europe. So I have, after my lecture, and I have the opportunity to have the conversation with some of the German scientists. They are young, they are relatively junior, And we talk about the research reproducibility. And this German scientist told me that in Germany, that because the professor promoted because of their research, right? So they need to publish. So sometimes, especially for the young scholar in Germany, they cannot repeat their study. And that is the reality for many young scientists. If you cannot repeat your result, then the data you publish several years later are proven wrong by other scholars, then the reputation of your work becoming in question, right? So that is something that we need to pay attention, that when we do research, we are not only promoting your own position, but also your reputation is very important, okay? And that is the some of the drawback that is happening in the Europe and also in the US, and also in my country. We are promoting the scientists from assistant professor becoming associate professor based mostly on their publication, and no one has been able to test whether the nice work produced by the young scientists are reproducible and valid. Okay, so so there's a new trend that I have received the mail from Ireland. They are very concerned about whether the knowledge from a research design in the scientists in the world that are reproducible. So they start to make the link between the scholar between the world, and they can repeat the same study from different sites of the laboratory and to see whether the result came out are similar, right? But that is very difficult because sometimes we ignore the environmental factor in your laboratory. So sometimes the result, the data cannot be replicated by other labs. So before we do the study, we need to have a counterpart in different countries. So we call the multi-nation study. So you do your study in my lab, and I also request you whether you can do the same in Indonesia. So we can compare whether the results are consistent. We are asking the same question of the study. So I'm also taking this opportunity to invite the scientists in Indonesia that we can have the collaboration, and we can duplicate the environment. So we have the same setting of the equipment between your lab and my lab, and then we can study the same question using the same experimental design and see whether the result to answer the question are reproducible. Okay, so before we get into a research design, then the first things we want to know whether the question we are asking has the novelty. Okay, and also what do you mean by novelty of the research question? Okay, we know that the teacher in college or the teacher at school, we try to answer the question for student, right? And sometimes the student asks you the question. Very often that we have no answer, okay? So we are answering many questions that has no answer, right? So we need to tell the student that we have no answer to your question. we need to be very honest to the student. We don't want to pretend that we can answer all the questions. Okay, that is not very good behavior for a teacher. Okay, so sometimes in my university, the student asks the question to me. I encourage the student to ask the question to me. And very often I tell the student that I don't know the answer. And that is the reason we are sitting at the university and we are studying the question together. Okay. It's very often that the question we have answered by previous study is not always in the truth. Okay. And sometimes that is because of the research design has the problem. Okay. So sometimes we also challenge the current knowledge. Okay. If you think the previous research design cannot truly answer the question, okay, then we challenge their study. And then we need to have a good reason to challenge that we are asking some of the question that the research design in the previous published work, they are not considered. And we are taking these factors that did not consider, then we repeat to answer the question. Okay, so we repeat the study and we make the better research design to answer the question. And then we tell those scholars that the answer you offer from your research question is not absolutely true. Okay, so I'm giving you better answer. So this kind of the study also brings the novelty of the research question. And sometimes this kind of research are more valuable for and more matters for the quality of our life. Okay. So let's get into the main topic today. What kind of research design that deems low priority? Okay. The first one is cross-sectional study. Okay. In the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan, we evaluate many proposals that given out by scholars. Okay, so all scholars in Taiwan, they want to answer the question that is valuable for the society, right? And they are specific. And they're very often, because of the convenience of the research design, the people answer the question by cross-sectional study. Unfortunately, the single time point cross-sectional study does not give you causality, right? So you understand, if you run all variables, you investigating 1,000 subject, and you ask the question, you answer, for example, 100 questions, right? And so you get 100 score from 100 different questions. And then you start to run the correlation for among the subject. Let's say you have received the return of the questionnaire from 800 subjects, right? And I'm running the correlation among 100 variables. And very often that you get significant Pearson correlation score from about, for let's say, 10 variables, right? and you are very happy about this result. Okay, I get a lot of significant correlation coefficient among, let's say, 10 variables. Then does that mean this is a successful study that answer the question? The answer is partially, okay? You are only providing preliminary knowledge that some of the variable, they are clustered together, okay? For example, you found a correlation between obesity and the socioeconomic status, okay? So I investigating 100 subjects and only 800 people returned the questionnaire. And I found that there is a high correlation between the income of the participants and the obesity status, right? So I just give you example. If you do the same investigation in Britain, the correlation between socioeconomic status and the obesity status is a positive correlation, okay? So that gives you the idea that if you are a wealthy person, those wealthy persons tend to have a lower BMI, right? Okay, then you ask the question, why the wealthy people, they tend to have a lower BMI. Wealthy people, they have no problem to get food, right? And but get better quality of life. And why they are not having high BMI, and instead of high BMI but low BMI, right? And those of the poor people, they are tend to have the higher ratio of the obesity. So that is what happened in Britain and also in Taiwan too. You see the poor people, they are more likely to suffer the obesity, right? But the problem is, if you do the same investigation in the countryside of India and Africa, then the correlation becoming negative correlation, right? If you go to India, you found that the rich people tend to be more obese compared to with the poor people. The poor people, they don't have the food on their table, so they remain low BMI, right? So you are answering the question whether there is a correlation between the obesity and the socioeconomic status. That you found that the answer in Britain and the answer in India is completely opposite. So this gives you the idea that the knowledge based on correlation is not robust, okay? And you do not want to use this knowledge to explain the causal relationship, okay? So you see the income and obesity. Is the income influence obesity? Then you have the uncertainty whether the income really affect the obesity status, right? Because the income level in Britain and in India give you the opposing result, right? So you never want to use the cross-sectional study to answer the question, because this does not give you the causal relationship. Okay. And another research design that is also received the criticism is what we call observational study. So I will give you the example later. What is the observational study? So observational study is you investigating a group of people. Okay, so a group of people, they have all different kind of feature. For example, those people, they have male and female, and they have obese people, and they have less obese people. And they have the people that tend to eat more carbohydrate, vegetarian, and sometimes those people tend to eat meat, right? So you have all sorts of the people has all different preference in their life, right? So later on, you investigate those people every 5 years, and then you ask the people. All these people, they have different longevity 50 years later, right? Then you ask the question, okay, is there a relationship between vegetarian-oriented people and non-vegetarian oriented people? So what do you expect the answer? Then you have two answers. One is vegetarian-oriented people tend to live longer, right? And the non-vegetarian people, they tend to live shorter, okay? Longevity is less, right? So you have this kind of hypothesis, right? So you have the correlation as well, right? And that's assuming that the result you have received is the vegetarian people, they have longer longevity. And can you use this as the conclusion that you want to eat vegetarian, you want to be a vegetarian to get better longevity? The answer is, this is very dangerous, because you cannot answer the question that whether those vegetarian people, they also have higher income, right? If you go to the wealthy nation, you start to find that those vegetarian people, they tend to have a better knowledge in health, and they tend to have higher income, right? And for those people, they eating meat, they tend to have a lower income, and they receive lower education. And that's why they eating meat all the time, right? So you have this kind of the cluster factors that prevent you to answer the question neatly, right? So you cannot really answer the question whether you are eating vegetable bring you a better health, because you are based on the non-randomized intervention study, okay? So the observational study is the non-randomized intervention study, or sometimes we call the non-RCT. RCT represent randomized control trial, okay? So if you really want to answer the question whether eating vegetable are better for your longevity, you need to have two groups of the people, and then you need to randomize. Why you want to randomize? Because the people who are eating vegetable, they tend to have higher education, right? So you need to randomize all people, regardless whether you are vegetarian or non-vegetarian. I don't care, but I want to randomize all of you. If you receive this assignment, you need to eat vegetable, then you are participant. I pay you, and you are eating vegetable, right? And for the people who are randomized becoming the non-vegetarian, even you are vegetarian oriented people, you need to eat non-vegetable, right? So if you are randomized this, then you can neutralize the factor that the vegetarian tend to have a higher education and they have a more protection for their survival, right? They have a better insurance, they have a better health care, and they are wealthy to pay those health care. So if you want to answer the question neatly, without bothering by the factor they are clustered with the vegetable and non-vegetable, then you need to have the randomized design. Okay, so observational study. Oh, and also, by the way, if you are in the area of sports science, sometimes you are asking a question. Okay, so I study a group of athletes. Then I study their muscle damage marker for 1 year, right? And for the entire years, you have all athletes, they are running into all different kind of the training season. So when they are at the high season, their muscle damage markers tend to be higher. And they are in low season, they tend to be lower, right? And as you know that in athlete, they have all different features. You have an elite athlete, you have very motivated athlete, and you have relatively non-motivated athlete. Do you expect that they tend to have the same muscle damage marker? The answer is no, right? So you cannot really use the observational study to answer the question whether you have the muscle damage marker. You have a higher muscle damage marker, you tend to have a better performance. You cannot answer the question because sometimes if you have a higher muscle damage marker in certain training season, they are the athlete, they have a higher self-motivation, right? And they tend to have a higher performance, right? So you eventually observe whether the highly motivated athlete has the better performance, right? And the answer is most likely true, right? But you are observing the variable, the muscle damage variable. Then you answer the question, okay, the athlete, they have the higher muscle damage, they tend to have a better performance. So you found that sometimes the answer of the question does not give you the truth. Okay. And also the case report, sometimes I'm not saying that cross-sectional study, observational study, and the case report, they are not important. They are important, but you cannot use those observations to give you the causal relationship. Okay, so if you are the young scholar, you are submitting grant to your government. If you are proposing cross-sectional study, I would also recommend you to propose the intervention study to answer the question whether the correlation between two variables are having causality. Okay, and that will give you better research design to get the grant. Okay, so I'm starting to give you the example, okay, and then you will be better understand what kind of research design is having the novelty, and also what kind of research design has the limitation. Okay, so the first question is, what exercise intensity has the best efficacy to increase human longevity? Okay. Then I would like to ask everybody here, does anyone know the answer? You can open your microphone and tell your answer. What exercise intensity has the best efficacy to increase the longevity? Does anyone know the answer? High intensity,
Low impact intensity.
low intensity, or moderate intensity?
I
Does
think
anyone know?
moderate intensity maybe, and then they will be continue. So
Okay, can you say it again? You mean high intensity or low intensity?
Mr. Nguyen, can you repeat again?
yeah, maybe it's like not high intensity. I think it's average intensity, and then they will be do that continue maybe like that.
Oh, moderate intensity.
Oh, moderate intensity. Okay, so moderate, not low intensity, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It is
you
just my
say,
opinions.
yeah, that's good.
I don't think so that great.
Yes, this is very good. And you have your basis to tell your hypothesis, right? Okay, so you hypothesize the three different intensity: high intensity, moderate intensity, and low intensity. So you are hypothesize the moderate intensity over a period of time give you the better longevity, right? And this is this the good hypothesis? It really based on whether you can provide the evidence to support your hypothesis. Okay, so most of the people give the hypothesis that you want to go for the moderate intensity of exercise. It's because you understand the high intensity exercise give you more damage, right?
Yes.
So you are assuming that the damage is no good for your survival, right? But then low intensity give you very low damage, right? But you are promoting exercise, so you cannot say that low intensity exercise, low damage, give you higher intensity. So you are giving this basis and give you the hypothesis. But when you give the hypothesis, you are the scientist. You want to know that this is only a hypothesis, and I am not a god, right? So I don't really know the truth, right? So eventually you are gathering, let's say, 10,000 of the people, and you randomize those 10,000 of the people into three groups: high intensity, moderate intensity, and low intensity. Okay. And 50 years later, you look at their longevity, right? When everybody well, let's say 100 years later, right? Very few people can live more than 100 years, right? So you get the average of the longevity 100 years later from this randomized study. And then you get the answer. Okay, then let me ask you a realistic question. Can this study be done in Indonesia? Is the question important? The question is very important because you don't have the answer, right? You only have the hypothesis, but do you have the fact? You don't have the fact, right? And then you ask the question, does any country in the world has the evidence? The answer is no, right? You ask the question, Is there any country, any good scholar? They randomize more than 10,000 of the people into 3 groups: low intensity, moderate intensity, and high intensity. And those subjects that stick with those lifestyle for more than 100 years, right? It's not possible, right?
Yeah.
So is the question important? Yes, it's very important. And you want to know the answer, right? And do you have the answer in the world? No, right? Nobody can answer the question. And therefore, the question has very good novelty, right? So novelty, you have the novelty here. And how about the importance? Is the question important? Yes, this question is very important. And do we have the answer? No, we don't have the answer, right? So this is the question. This is the study design tend to be funded, right, by the government. But realistically, do you think this study can be conducted in Indonesia? It really depends on whether you have a very smart government and they are really willing to invest the research design for more than 100 years. I would say that if you propose this question to the Indonesia government, they would like to fund it. But the problem is, do you think this study will be passed by IRB? Okay, so if this study design is involved with, you want to get 10,000 of the people and you randomize them and they are stick with the exercise that you have randomized in, right? So you are going to do low intensity exercise for entire life. And 1/3 of the people, they are going to do high intensity exercise for entire life, right? And do you think the IRB will approve this study? I think it's very difficult, right? So that also gives you a very important impression that this question is important, but in current human knowledge, we don't really know the answer. Okay. Okay, so if we don't have the answer, then we go with the secondary. The secondary is cross-sectional study. And like what we, or observational study, right? So you know, cross-sectional study and observational study, they are correlational. And there's a great limitation because relationship, correlation between two variables does not mean causality, right? So many people, they want to run correlation between two variables and you see the significant correlation. And then the people tend to say that, okay, maybe A cause B. And some people say maybe B cause A because there's a high correlation. And do you really know the answer? A cause B or B cause A? By the correlational data, you cannot really say that, right? And this is the data that published in the past. To run a correlational study is very easy, right? You just give the questionnaire and then you ask what kind of exercise you are participating. So in this example, there are 5 categories. On the left, the vigorous exercise and sports, right? And you have moderate, vigorous leisure time activity. And you have, and then you have moderate intensity, you have walking, and you have physical activity for transportation. So you get bus and you get, instead of using car, right? And how many studied out there? There are 8, 6, 4, 10, and 5. So it's already more than 30 studies out there that are investigating the relationship between physical activity and the relative risk of mortality. So you see a bunch of number here. The number represent the RR. The RR is relative risk compared with the person doing nothing, right? Okay, so if the RR is 1, that means you're doing this behavior compared with you doing nothing. You have the same mortality several years later. So that is called relative risk. So if the number is less than 1, then representing you doing this behavior, you have the probability of death of 91% compared with the person doing nothing. Okay, so the lower number represent the lower relative risk of death, right? So if you look at this, all different activity, you get the number that is lower than 1, right? And you also get the relationship. If you do weekly activity from 60 minutes to 300 minutes, which one give you lower number? Let's say in vigorous activity. Can you see that? There's a student say that you need to do it for a long time, right? And here give you part of the answer, right? 60 minutes per week, 150 minutes a week, 300 minutes a week, you're doing vigorous exercise. Which one give you lowest probability of death? What? Yes, 300 minutes, right? So that means if you, so actually the hypothesis made by the by the student here is you do longer period of time, then you have a better survival, right? So you are true about that, right? So this will give you the support. You have the vigorous exercise and sports for the longest time, give you the lower probability of mortality compared with you only do 60 minutes, right? Okay, and if you look at this correlational data, the intensity of the activity, the lowest is at the bottom right here, and the highest intensity is on the top, right? And you have the 300 minutes. That's assuming everybody can do all these 5 activities for more than 300 minutes. Which intensity give you the lowest probability of death? What is the answer? You see that the vigorous compare with moderate and vigorous. The vigorous one has lower probability of death, right? And the low intensity has relatively higher number, right?
Mhm.
So we can say that from this correlational data is not supporting the hypothesis, right? So we are assuming, we make the hypothesis, the moderate activity is going to give you the highest longevity, not the vigorous one and not the low activity one, right? But if you look at the number here, it does not support the hypothesis you made. So if you are the scientist, you need to have the attitude to deny your own hypothesis. Okay, you need to, if you are the scientist, you need to be neutral. And you need to give the knowledge to your student by evidence, right? And you need to be honest to your student. I hypothesize that moderate intensity give you the highest probability of the survival, but I'm wrong. Okay, so you need to recognize I am wrong about my hypothesis. And we need to further answer the question why. Why the vigorous exercise has the lowest probability of mortality, and the low activity has the highest mortality rate. Right? But how do you answer the question here? Then you have all kinds of answer, right? The first, you want to answer the question. Muscle damage might not be bad for you, right? So you give the higher muscle damage, it may trigger the repair mechanism. And you have a better repair mechanism and make you better survival, right? That's one. Another hypothesis generated from this data, then you can answer the question by the next study, right? But we have no knowledge about this, okay? And what else? What other possibility do you have? Another possibility is the people, they tend to have higher socioeconomic status. They have a more chance to participate sports compared with the poor people, right? The poor people, they don't have money, so they prioritize their life only for the work, right? And the poor people tend to have the shorter longevity and higher risk of mortality, right? So we are not confident to say that if you're doing high intensity exercise and sports, that would cause you live longer. Simply because correlational study from the observational study that give you this kind of the noise, that you cannot claim this fact, right? Because you cannot deny that the rich people has more time to going to the gym, right? And the poor people, they have the less chance going to the gym because they don't have the money to pay the fee going to the gym, right? So you still have no answer for this question. Whether high intensity cause longer human longevity. You still know the answer for this question. So is the question important? Yeah, the answer is very important. Do you have the answer? No, we don't have the answer because we cannot claim the factor that whether the higher longevity among the people participating vigorous sports is because of their wealth or because of the muscle damage that causes the cell renew in your body. Okay. Next question. Next Okay, this is the paper published in a high impact journal. It's called British Medical Journal. Okay, and the reason that this paper published in this journal is because this is an intervention study. But is this randomized study? The answer is no. Okay, so let me tell you what is the research design. Okay, this study also asks the question. Okay, ask what question? The people age 50, then you have the all 2,200 people age above 50. And they are participating low physical activity, medium physical activity, and high physical activity. Then you ask the question, which one has the longer longevity? The people participating low activity, medium activity, and high activity. Which one has longer longevity?
Of course, physical activity.
Can you say again?
Yeah, of course, for me, it's high physical activity that.
Yes. So you have answered the question based on the evidence, right? Because the evidence is the cumulative total mortality, right? So in this intervention study, when they age 50, they start to register this study. And 35 years later, those people start to die during the period, right? And you find that the people has the higher mortality, other people tend to have low physical activity. And the people who tend to have lowest total mortality are the people who choose high physical activity, right? Then can you answer the question? The high physical activity causes longer longevity by this study design. Okay, let me repeat the question. Can you answer the question that participating high intensity exercise compared with participating low intensity exercise would cause longer longevity in human age above 50? We are talking about the causal relationship, right? Can you say that? Only partly, right? So this is the problem here is this is non-randomized study, right? So for those people who participate high physical activity when they are age 50, there are two possibilities, right? One is they are the people participating low activity and now they choose high activity, right? This is one possibility. And another possibility is that the reason they choose high activity, relatively higher physical activity, is because they are able to do it. They are healthier, so they can do more, right? And for those who participate low physical activity, they also have many possibilities. The first possibility, they are not in health condition. They are unhealthy. So they are not capable to do high physical activity, right? So the only way they can choose is they choose low physical activity. But if they are choosing low physical activity because they are unhealthy, what do you expect on their future mortality?
Because it's high, it will be high.
That's good. So you are very smart, right? So that is the reason that if you are not randomized your study, then you have the answer that is not quite clean, right? You answer the question, but you have the bias, you have the possible risk that the people participating in low physical activity, some of them is because they are unhealthy and they maybe die several years later, right? So you have this kind of cluster. Okay, but the reason that this study published in the BMJ is because they also answer the question here. Okay, they try to preclude the possibility that unhealthy people tend to choose low physical activity, and therefore their mortality is lower. And that has nothing to do with the physical activity itself, right? So how they clean these factors? Okay, so right here, you look at the red line and green line here. If you look at the red line here, you have decreased from high to low to or medium physical activity, right? And you also have those who has increased from low, medium to high physical activity, right? Because if you are unhealthy, you are less likely to increase your physical activity from low, medium to high, because you are unhealthy, you cannot do it, right? So if you look at here, if you look at the line at age 60, which one has relatively higher total mortality at age 60? You see it's the green line, right? The green line are the people who participate low or medium activity. So they have the highest total mortality, right? But when they participate to high physical activity, 20 years later, when they are age 80, you see there is a crossover with the red line, right? The red line are those decrease from the high to low, medium physical activity. So this data help to preclude the possibility that the reason that participating in low activity is because they are unhealthy, and therefore they have lower survival rate later. This possibility has been partially precluded because of this data. But still, they cannot answer the question. You see this red line here? If you decrease from the high physical activity to low or medium physical activity, the mortality is lower, becoming higher, right? Compared with the green line. And that is probably also because of their health condition becoming worse. And they choose, they have no choice. They switch their physical activity from high to low or medium, right? You still have this kind of possibility there. So that is the reason you want to do randomize the trial, right? So observational study can always has this kind of the bias that are existed, right? So that is the reason if you propose non-randomized observational study to the government, you always got vetoed, even though you have the high number, right? But does it mean this kind of study has no value? Well, not. This study has good value. It's just the matter that you cannot answer the question that is very important. And there's some noise, there's always some risk there, some bias there that you cannot answer the question. Okay. Just a second, let me find okay, Titin, please remind me if my time is over. Okay, my time is good.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so how many minutes do I have?
Still have 10 minutes.
I still have 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Then the question here. Does high protein improve human longevity? Okay. Do you have the answer? You welcome to hypothesize.
No.
Yes, Titin, you know, you answer your question. You hypothesize low protein improve human longevity, right? Okay. But the problem is the high protein are promoted in many countries and is promoted in many industries that are promoting, for example, the whey protein and the soy protein, right? So that is the peoples will try to find many answers that promoting the high protein. Okay, so let's go back to the question. Does high protein improve human longevity? Okay, and do we have the answer here? How do you answer the question? What is the study design you should have? You need to get 10,000 of the human subject, and then you randomize them into the high protein and low protein group, right?
Yeah.
And they need to have the high adherence to your intervention, right? And how long you should observe those people to get the longevity outcome. Okay, let's say you start the intervention when they are age 30. So how long you should observe those subjects to get the average longevity? How many years?
I think depend on the kind of the protein.
No, my question is how long you should observe to get the longevity data. You need to have the longevity data to be collected. 10 years?
50?
50
100?
years? So that means assuming the subject you study, they all die by age 80, right? Because you still have some survival, right? By age 80. So you cannot answer the question if you just study for 50 years. You probably need to study for 100 years. Because some people may well survive for 120 years. In Indonesia, right? What is the longest longevity in human society. I know in Indonesia, in Java, there are some people can survive for 120 years, right? So that means if you want to do the study, you need to observe for 90 years. And is that possible? Yes, if your government are determined to do that. I give you a funding for UNIS that you need to answer the question whether high protein and low protein can increase the longevity. And I can wait for 90 years later to get the answer. Then you have a very good government. Okay? And they are very scientific. Okay. But is that possible to do? Yes, it is possible, but it's very difficult to do, right? Okay, let's get into the secondary data. The secondary data is here. Okay, this is observational study. Okay, and the answer is right here. Okay, if you are observing the people aged from 50 to age 65, so those are the people in the middle age, right? And you are comparing with the low protein. So you have the moderate protein group and you have the high protein group. And this is the relative risk of survival, a relative risk of mortality. So if this is higher than 1, that means the mortality risk increase. Okay, if this is 1, means you do this behavior and compare with doing nothing, no difference. Okay, but if you do this, then this is above 1, that means you do this behavior has higher risk of all-cause mortality. Okay, so what is the answer? The Tietjens hypothesis is correct. If you have the high protein, and if you are aged between age 50 to 65, you are consuming high protein, you have the relative risk 74% higher than the low protein. And if you have the moderate protein consumption, you have 34% higher in the all-cause mortality compared with the low protein. Okay, and this is for those aged between 50 to 65. Let me ask you the question here. By age 50, is the human body weight increasing or decreasing? In Taiwan, when you are age 50, your body weight is still increasing until age 65. Okay. Okay, let's look at here. If you look at the all-cause mortality, you have the 2 main causes. One is CVD. CVD means cardiovascular disease, right? And another possibility is the cancer mortality, right? So you have 2 possible ways to die. One is heart attack, stroke, and another possibility is cancer, right? Okay, then let me ask you the question. If the person died because of the heart attack, can this person die because of the cancer later? What is the answer? The answer is no, right? If you die because of the cardiovascular disease, then the record in your government is going to be this person died because of the heart attack. They are not going to write that this person died because of the cancer, right? Vice versa, right? So when you see the data about the number only for cardiovascular mortality, you want to be cautious, right? So let's say, give you the question. If you see someone eat vitamin C, and this person has lower cardiovascular mortality, does it mean eating vitamin C is better for your heart? You cannot say that, because you need to see whether the person eating vitamin C, they are dying because of the cancer or other disease or pulmonary disease or heart infection, right? So if this person eating vitamin C, they are dying for COVID-19, for example, or cancers, then this person is not likely to die because of the heart attack, right? So the number you see will be low in CVD mortality, right? So you will never use the CVD mortality and the cancer mortality to say that, okay, this intervention, this kind of lifestyle is better for your survival, right? Okay, here you can see that. You see, if you have the high protein, then you see what is the heart attack? The people tend to die heart attack. You see no difference. It's 1, right? And even lower when you have the moderate protein, right? So can you say that if you eat moderate protein, it's better for your heart? The answer is no, because if you look down here, those people who already died because of the cancer. Okay, look at the moderate protein group. They have the mortality is 206% higher relative risk for cancer mortality, right? And even higher for the high protein. So if you are eating high protein, those people are likely to die because of the cancer, right? So from statistics, the people die because of the cancer. Do you think they are possible to die later? No, because they already died. They are not possible to die because of the other reason, right? Including heart attack. So when you look at the data for the CVD mortality, for the cancer mortality, you always need to be very careful, right? So you want to use the all-cause mortality as the most important indicator to instruct yourself that what kind of the lifestyle intervention I should have. Okay, and here is another important fact that if you look at the age above 65, then the answer we ask becoming completely opposite. Okay, for those people aged above 65, what is their mortality rate? The high protein is lower than average. The moderate protein is also lower, right? Because those people, they tend to have the weight loss, right? So those weight loss people, the people start to get sarcopenia, right? And when they have higher protein, their all-cause mortality is lower, right? So this gives you another factor that you always want to consider age as a very important factor to answer the question. So if your study design is only recruiting the young subject, then you get the answer. You never want to use the answer to say, okay, this principle also can be generalized to older people. right? In this example, you can clearly see the same question posed to the young people aged before 65, you get different answer, right? For different age group. So this is a great limitation. So you always consider the study design to confine age. I hope I'm going to leave some question for you. Okay, so I'm going to run in better. Okay, so the over interpretation is very often to happen. So if you have the study design and you answer the question, then you try to answer the question about the mechanism, right? So you also study the mechanism marker, okay? And when you get the answer that you doing A is better for your survival, and in your study you also measure the mechanism marker. For example, glucose, cholesterol, free radical, cancer mortality, cardiovascular mortality, right? Then you said, I eat high protein, my survival rate is higher. So protein has a better effect for your longevity. But at the same time, you look at all these markers, but you see different results. You see the people who are eating high protein, they have a lower longevity than eating high protein is bad for you. But if you look at the protein level, glucose level, those people, they tend to have a low glucose, right? So you have two outcome markers. One is glucose and one is mortality, right? Then how do you recommend? You want to recommend people eating high protein or low protein? You want to base on mortality or based on glucose to answer the question? Eating low protein give you higher glucose, but you survive for longer period. Then what is your recommendation? Mortality, okay. Mortality always comes with the number one because you want to live longer. I don't care about my glucose, but I care about how long I can experience the human life on Earth, right? I survive, and therefore I can experience all good things on Earth, right?
Yes.
So keep in mind the mechanism marker always the secondary, okay? So let me bring the conclusion that probably allows several questions for you. Okay, for the beginning of for beginning researcher to apply grant, you always come with the intervention study, okay? And also intervention study has two kinds. One is randomized and another kind is observational, right? So you always want to go with the randomized control trial. And if you can do it, you want to do crossover trial. This is the best. Because when you do randomized trial, you have two groups of the people. And very likely the two groups of the people, they are different, right? So if you want to make that the two groups of the people has less difference, you always need to increase the number of the participants, which is very difficult for you, right? So the best way is to compare yourself with two different kinds of intervention. So crossover trial is very important. That allow you to have the low number of the design, right? But the problem when you do the crossover design, you need to have counterbalance. So what is the counterbalance means? You don't want to have your subject doing one intervention all together at day one and another intervention all together at day two. because you cannot really tell the day 1 and day 2 are the same environment or not. Because if the day 2 has very hot environment, then you cannot preclude this fact, right? So you always want to have the counterbalance design. What it means, you have 50% of the people receive the intervention on day 1, and another 50% of the people also receive the same different intervention at the same day, at the same time. So this is what we call the counterbalance crossover design. This is the best to answer your question. Okay, and all study design have the value to point out the possible direction. So you don't want to regard that cross-sectional study has no value. It has some value. It just cannot definitely give you the answer of the question. It do have the some value. So when you do cross-sectional study, you also want to propose the intervention study together, and therefore the study will be likely to be funded. Right? And all study design has their own limitation. And today, because of the time is almost past, so I'm not give you all that limitation. And also you want to consider age and body size are the major confounders. I already explained. And the government should fund good research investigating important questions for survival quality. And if you are really government, I hope, Titan, you becoming the Minister of Education, and you can fund the study that can last for more than 80 years to answer the important question. Then the Indonesia government is going to have a very good contribution in science. Okay, let me close my talk with thanks to everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kuo, for excellent presentation. And now we're going to have a one question because this is one question from Wilmar Dapotan. He asking about the aims, research, the aim of study.
On the end of the study, okay.
Yeah, but he got difficulty to get the material. So maybe this is material is about the article or about the facility. As you know,
Okay.
yeah. So
Good.
So
The
how?
end. Okay.
How to solve?
May I ask what is the area you study? What do you have any curiosity in your life? Any curiosity in your life? What do you interest in your own?
Okay.
What do you interest? What you are puzzling for your mind?
Wilmar Dapotan, you are in here. What is your interest? Apa yang paling disukai, Wilmar? Oh.
Ya, Bu.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Wilma. Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any question in your mind that you have no answer?
Topik yang paling disukai apa kira-kira?
Dalam penelitiannya, Bu?
Ya.
Penelitian itu yang topik yang disukai itu sejarah sepak bola.
He laughing about football.
Okay. Football. And do you have any question about football? When you are preparing the football, you have let's say you have a soccer player, right?
Yes.
And you want to have your soccer player has the best condition when they play the game, right? Then if I ask you the question, 3 hours before the soccer match, 3 hours before the soccer match, what kind of preparation you should have for your soccer player to bring the best condition for their competition? Do you know the answer?
Persiapan sebelum pertandingan, 3 jam persiapan sebelum pertandingan. Apa yang akan kamu persiapkan sebelum sepak bola, pertandingan sepak bola?
Saya akan mempersiapkan latihan saya dalam bentuk agar saya bisa bermain dengan dapat mencapai target yang sudah diterapkan dalam menantikan permainan yang akan diselenggarakan.
So his answer is about he tried to warming up, exercise to have exercise to optimum the match, doing match.
Okay, that's very good hypothesis, very good question you are proposing. And what is your hypothesis? Doing warm up without doing warm up.
Yes.
So what is your hypothesis?
Hipotesisnya apa?
Apanya, Ibu?
Perkiraan jawabanmu apa? Yang kamu kira-kira, yang kamu perkirakan nanti jawabannya apa? Melakukan pemanasan atau tanpa pemanasan?
Pastinya sebelum
pertandingan.
Itu saya pastinya melakukan pemanasan agar otot bisa mengenal dan tidak kaku jika permainan sudah dimulai, agar pertahanan tubuh selalu kuat dan optimal untuk melakukan kegiatan yang akan dilaksanakan.
Okay, his answer about that he tried to have a maximum warming up because to get to release the muscle more ready.
Okay, that's very good hypothesis. Okay, so you hypothesize that if you have a high intensity warm up, then you tend to have a better soccer performance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is your hypothesis, right? And therefore you can propose a study that you have 2 warm up intensity. One is high intensity warm up and another is low intensity warm up, right? And then how do you measure the soccer performance? Then you need to measure the soccer performance, right? How do you measure the soccer performance?
Accuracy maybe? How you cara untuk mengukur apa namanya yang performa dari sepak bola bagaimana, Wilmar biasanya? Dengan ketepatan bola atau bagaimana?
Apanya, Bu?
Mengukurnya dengan apa?
Mengukur ya?
So it's about the accuracy, about the ball accuracy going to the goal, yeah, right?
The goal. Okay, that's very good. Is it easy to measure?
For much, yeah, it's easy to measure. Like
okay. So let's say you design a protocol that you give the soccer player, I give you 1 minute, and then I give you the ball, and you hit the ball in 1 minute. How many ball can get into the goal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then you get a quantitative measure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can measure you can measure the performance now. And another thing is, you know, the soccer player, they are running, stop at high speed, right?
Yes.
And therefore you want to measure this capability as well. So you also need to design how many intermittent run you can do, right?
Maybe depending about the position of the player.
Yes. For example, the shuttle run that you have done, that is also a good measure, right?
Yes.
So you have a 2 way to measure the performance.
Shuttle run and also the goals.
Yes, also the goal. And you can also see you hit the goal under normal condition or under fatigue condition, right? So you have all these kind of the measure that you can design. Is that easy to do?
Bisa dilakukan, Wilmer?
Puji Tuhan
Ya.
bisa Bu.
Yeah. He said
Quite
yes.
easy, right?
Okay, thank you.
Quite easy, right?
So,
So you can answer the question by a good study design. Then let's come back to a question. You ask the question, if I have a high intensity warm up and I have a low intensity warm up, right? And you can actually do a counterbalance crossover design, right? So let's say you have 20 soccer player. So you have 10 soccer player using high intensity warm up, and another 10 using the low intensity warm up, right? And then you
James.
test the hypothesis that how many shuttle run they can do. That's one. And one is how many goal in 1 minute they can do. And another is when they are fatigued after the shuttle run, how many goal they can accomplish, right? That is under fatigue condition, right? So
Yes.
you get 3 variables, right? And you answer your question.
Wow, that's good.
It's very
Yeah.
easy, right? And is your question important? I would say your question is very important, right? It's very important. And is the question being answered before? You need to go see the literature to see whether the question has a novelty.
I think this is the new novelty for you. So you can run the research.
Yeah, you need to see the literature first.
Yes.
So let's say if this question has been answered before, then you need to come up with another question. For example, you need to do the warm up 10 minutes before the game or 1 hour before the game. Which one is better? Do you know the answer? The timing of the warm up.
Okay.
Do you know the
Wow.
answer? You want to do the warm up 1 hour before exercise or 1 hour before the game or 10 minutes before the game?
10 minutes before the game.
Okay, this is your hypothesis, right?
Yes.
Which is good hypothesis. But do you know the answer?
Not yet.
Not yet, right? So you can design this. You can also, if the previous question has been answered, then you come up with the second question, the timing of the warm up, right? So you can design 3 different conditions: 10 minutes before warm up, 30 minutes before warm up, 1 hour before warm up. You have a lot of questions. If you are interested in soccer performance, the first thing is you need to establish your outcome measure first. And then you can start to answer the question by your research design. Okay, but you keep in mind that you also want to know, you establish 3 markers, right? The soccer performance by hitting the goal in 1 minute, right? That's one. And you have the shuttle run, right?
Okay.
And you have the hitting the goal after fatigue condition. And so for every measure, you want to do twice. And the reason you want to do twice is because you want to know whether the outcome is reliable, right? So you need to see, okay, this is reliable measure. And you also want to know that whether this is valid. So you need to high reliability, and you need to have the validity, right? So these are the questions that will be challenged if you come up with the new method for your research. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Professor Kuo. Thank you, Wilmer. And okay, so let's give applause to Professor Kuo and for give excellent presentation and have a brief. Wilmer have now have a how to say with new new information and just conduct the study. Okay, and now we're going to the next. Thank you, Prof. Kuo. And
Okay, sama-sama.
oh, you can say Indonesian. So maybe we take picture together.
Sure, yes, please.
Nah, please, would you please to take down the presentation?
Close the presentation. Okay, let me okay. Stop sharing.
Mhm.
Okay, good.
Okay, so Rahmat, would you please to taking picture with us and okay. 1, 2, 3. Rahmat, are you there? Yeah. Okay, that's good. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. So he have 7 slide. Okay, and then okay. You finished, Rahmat? Rahmat is also the sports science student who helped us for this
Good.
meeting.
Oh, by the way, you are welcome to apply the PhD program at the University of Taipei. Yes, if you have a good English, then you are welcome to apply for the PhD program at the University of Taipei. Titin, you might be able to help, right?
Yeah.
Good, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kuo, and thank you very much. Here I also have a greeting from Indah Sitepu and Mrs. Siti Baito. Thank you.
Thank you,
very much,
Siti.
and
My best friend.
See you
Siti,
again.
where are you?
I'm in Wonosobo, sir.
Oh, good. I miss Wonosobo.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you for
Please
showing up.
welcome back again.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kuo and
Hello, Prof. Kuo.
Akashi. Hey,
okay.
where's Ali?
Ali is
Thank
still
you, Loza.
busy for
Hey.
playing phone.
Okay, good.
Okay, so
good.
we're going to the next session with Professor Mawarni. If Professor Kuo you
Yeah, I
want
can
in
leave,
here,
right?
it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love it. If you have any else, you can go.
Bu Titin, maybe we can get in the contact of Prof. Kuo, maybe.
Yeah,
Because I'm
after this,
influenced about.
yes, after this, I will give you later.
Yeah.
And now I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, Professor Mawarni, for late. Maybe we have for 30 minutes late. And now I would like to introduce the next professor is from UITM, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Oh, do you see my screen?
Not yet, Titin.
Oh, not yet. What happened with my screen? Oh,
All right.
okay, okay. So he's from University UTM, Selangor, Eksa, Malaysia. He's also head of Academic Center for Science, Mathematics, and Physical Health Education Studies. And his education background, PhD in Leisure Studies in University Malaya. And she got so many recognition. Also, he have excellent track record for accomplishing project and publishing more than 50 articles in prestigious journal, and he got Scopus H index is 2, also have a document and excitation. And the research specialization is about leisure study. Associate Professor Warni Mohammed, PhD, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Sri or Titin. But the slide is not there. It's gone. All right. Thank you for the introduction, Madam Chairperson. Assalamualaikum. A very good morning. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for having me again. I mean, UNES has been a close friend. Yeah, we have been visiting each other over the years, and thanks for having me here. And I'm honored to be here with also distinguished speakers from Indonesia, and especially Prof. Chia from Taipei. Just now was very interesting, very good, interesting topic. So I'm going to talk about a social psychological approaches to leisure research, something probably a little bit different from the background of the students here. I understand the audience basically come from students, sports science students, physical and health education. But bear with me because a new perspective may give you a different the way of how you look into it, and you may want to venture into doing research from this area, which is not far from what you are doing at this moment. Yeah. So so we will start with the preview. The next slide, please. I'm going to do it quite precise, yeah, philosophy, the definition, which is very important, why study leisure, and we move on to the essence, which is the approaches to studying leisure, and some examples on how and in what way that we can measure leisure. All right, okay. Just a brief introduction on the philosophy of leisure. We may not realize how long he has been appeared or existing in the life of us. Yeah. For example, Plato's belief was that leisure and recreation are important tools for influencing individuals and society. And I just take two of these from Plato's and Aristotle's philosophy of leisure, where Aristotle offers a theory of a relationship between happiness, virtue, and leisure, aspects of human fulfillment, freedom from material wants, which is time for leisure, why time that we do for leisure, the intellectual freedom to understand why virtuous leisure is good, and leisure to develop intellect to the highest capacity. So to mention just a few. Okay, the classic conception of leisure, which sees leisure as a reflection of one's self and freedom from obligations and necessities of life. So let's move on to the contemporary leisure philosophy. The next slide. So these are some of the examples that I introduced to you, okay, because it is important for us to know the background of the area that we would like to do. To mention some of those famous scholars, researchers on the area of social psychology that you might have heard their names of, like Weber, Russell, Piper, Shipson, Mihai, and so on and so forth in the box there. Okay, so these basically, if you look at the definition, the modern relationship between happiness and leisure is becoming more extensive and broader, right? And their philosophy are based on, very much influenced by the era that they lived in. Okay, for example, Russell during the working era, and also the childhood that illustrated their beliefs as well as their interest as humanity. So, for example, we can see Csikszentmihalyi's state of being in which person is fully engaged in an activity that results in feelings of energy, focus, and success, where he came up with a flow theory. When a person involved in certain activities, you get so excited that you are immersed into it. You forget. Okay, the time can be shortened, or for certain people, it's not enough because you are so involved with it, right? So just to give an introduction of this, because I think it will give you the idea of where this leisure concept came about. Right, now let's move on to the definition of leisure. Right, you can see and you can read on the definition from various sources. Even, of course, this is the dictionary definition. Basically, it's about time, the condition of having one's time free from the demands of work or duty, freedom or spare time provided by the cessation of activities, free time, a period of unemployed time, opportunity again by free time, and free time that can be used for rest, recreation, and etc. So it's how leisure is very much associated with time. All right. So basically, it's time after all obligatory work duties have been fulfilled. Right. But what is most important is the definitions from the literature. Students, I only choose one. I only choose one here, where leisure. The host muted me.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm going wrong.
Okay, can you hear me, Titin?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, all right. And I hope I think everyone is like, just have your coffee and listen to this in a very relaxed way, all right? So if you have any questions later, I'll try to answer it. Okay. The key ingredient is an attitude which fosters a peaceful and productive coexistence with the elements in one's environment. So this is taken from Australian Council for Health, Physical Education and Recreation working paper, Adelaide. Yeah. So many definition from other researchers came from the names that I mentioned before in the previous slide. So leisure is decision, it's creation, it's a process, right? It's an act free of non-work, free, it's not obligated and non-constrained, among others. So, okay, let's move on. Now you ask yourself, okay, I asked you a question. Why study leisure with social science? You had listened to a presentation about science, sport science just now. But let's look into this aspect. Yeah, we are all your students, we are researchers, we are lecturers, and we are curious because researchers are curious. You want to know more about why people choose to engage in the activities and pursue the experience with which they fill their time, isn't it? Right? Why do people jump out of airplanes when others prefer quiet walks in the park? Ask yourself why you are doing different things from your friends, and how is that some people or your friend never have enough time for the activities they constantly pack into the available free time, while others find their leisure empty and boring. Or the what question, like what effects do these orientations have in other aspects of life? Yeah, so this and many more other questions that are fascinating for us too, that we would like to see on, that we want to research on. Because since not yet 15, since leisure is based on free time or choice, most individuals have more personal control over what they do during free time than any other time during daily lives. Yeah. So this is the reasons, because before that I will ask a question whether why do you want to do it? Is leisure a problem? So is there an issue that we want to do a research on with social science? Yes, yeah, because these things are changing. There are differences of opinions about, for example, how much leisure and free time people actually have today. Before and during pandemic, things are changing, things are different, whether is it increasing or decreasing. okay, whether it plays positive or negative roles in people's life as the opportunity has changed. So being a curious researchers, there are a lot of questions that you can ask for, right? So these are some of the reasons why we would like to do, or you want to do research, because in leisure there are some other areas that we can look into. For example, economic, psychological, social, quality of life, and political. So leisure is not just about fun thing, play or game. You can always associate it with any other elements or areas of study. Yeah. Now, the first one, the economic values, for instance, leisure give a huge business. Yeah, we spend a lot of money doing things that you like. I'm sure some of you like to go for movies, spend time at a theme park, for instance. So it's a leisure industry. It's everywhere. It's overwhelming, right? Including tourism, for instance. So things you can ask, like how much time or how much money is being spent on involving in activities related to leisure, sports tournament events, for instance. So some other questions or research that you can do on economics, like active leisure and implications for tourism, pandemic and leisure, the effects on tourism industry, for example, or leisure time in economic evaluation with theoretical and practical considerations, okay, and so on and so forth. Right. Now, the second one, psychological. The psychological perspective here is where when you involve with leisure, okay, the time that you spend for doing things that you like enables you, students, all of us, people, to relax. We feel refreshed, recreate. So you can return to your roles as a student, okay, go back to your workplace and the families feeling refreshed and re-energized. So having said that, what are the research titles or things that you would like to find out? So that goes with the elements of satisfaction, for instance, leisure satisfaction, leisure constraint, leisure needs, and leisure behavior, and also maybe leisure motivations. What motivate you to involve in certain activities? Okay, why and how much? Okay, and so on and so forth. All right. The social aspect is where leisure also plays an important role as in a form of social dimension, and it is socially important. Leisure binds people together, right? You do things together with your friends. It's not just being alone. Some people may do so, but most of us like to do it with other people, family members, friends, and others. Okay, so you can talk about family leisure involvement. All right. For example, during a pandemic, what are the activities that you do with your family members that you hardly done before because you usually do it with your friends? Okay, and I'm sure leisure and family in Malaysia or in Indonesia can also be related to the impact of culture, and it is associated with culture, right? Okay. In the the quality of life, leisure has always been associated with quality of life. The word has also been mentioned by the previous speaker, how exercise, fitness, physical activities improve our quality of life, and similarly what leisure does to us. It is an important contributor, to quality of life of people's life, but most people do not rate it as highly important. We know we need to rest and sleep. As a student, you know that you need 7 or 8 hours or equivalent to that in order to get refreshed for the next day for your class, but we tend to ignore that. Yeah. So now, what are the questions or what are the titles or research that you would like to do in terms of quality of life? You can do something on roles or vacation, on life quality for individuals with intellectual disability, for example. All right. Now, the population that you want to look into may varies from children, adults, senior citizens, or even special population like intellectual disability that I mentioned just now, those who have physical disabilities and other disabilities, yeah, or challenged. Or you may talk about older women's leisure. You're interested in senior citizens, activity and quality of life, or recreation and leisure, improving quality of life. So a lot of aspects that you can look into whenever you want to talk about a quality of life. And aspect of political, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the political here is quite important, whereby leisure promotes social bonding and national identity. All right, so that is the reason why government spends so much money on aspects that is related to events, the cultural heritage and things like that, because it helps and it binds people together. Okay, so maybe you will think about sports and politics, leisure identities that is relevant with or under the political reasons for leisure studies. Okay, moving on. I hope it makes it clear on the reasons why we would like to do research on leisure. So moving on to the next slide, 15. Why we use theory in leisure. All right, in any research that we do, theory is very, very important. We address problems that affect health and well-being. Studying leisure has been the subject of interest by a lot of people, by scholars, researchers from a wide range of disciplines. Yeah. So in doing so, the researcher used leisure as means to test some aspects of your disciplines or one of your interests from, for example, psychological, sociological, and economic concepts. Those are the areas that I mentioned just now. Apart from that, it enhances outcomes. Okay, so you use theory, all right, to enhance your outcome. For example, you use self-expression theory, so apart from any other theories that you want to choose, because you want to do play research. You believe that, and your research says that play is an important force in children's developmental life, for example. Okay, so you use this to enhance your research. Or theory of leisure class, to view leisure from the social aspects, because it is related to social class. So you use another theory to determine, to view leisure from the sociological perspective. So in other words, you can also use that to understand people's experiences during leisure. Okay. Next slide. All right. Now let me bring you all to how and why leisure is important. I have always come across questions from students or from people. Why do we need to study leisure? How is it important? So we think that it's just about playing games or just playing, balls during the free time, or doing nothing in between your classes. It's important because leisure is the umbrella of other areas within your scope of study. You are from the physical and health education students, you are from the sports science students, so sports recreation is underneath the umbrella of leisure, the time that you want to understand what do they do during this through sports and recreation. So I'm not going to mention about tourism and heritage, because ours is more on sports and recreation, right? So this is the need to understand a bigger concept, and sports come from play. You understand what play is, games. So these are the origin of sports and recreation. Okay, play. Children starts to involve with physical activities through play, because play helps them to meet friends, help them to develop, help their social skills and other aspects of life that is needed. So it's important. Having said that, traditionally, leisure very much associated with activities done after harvesting season, right? Those days, we know people play, people do leisure, and they do activities during leisure time after certain season, like paddy harvesting seasons. Yeah, for example, that is actually a reflection of the heritage and culture of different groups. in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in the Philippines. I believe that's what we started off from there. All right. And this is when the traditional games came about, right? Where people doing the sporting events, participating during leisure, and it unites people, it provides fun and freedom. Okay, so when we talk about traditional games, what are the examples that you can come about? I'm sure some of you can list down what are the examples of the traditional games. You may also learn it during your course, for example, so that you will not die. Yeah. So we still know, and we can use traditional games as part of your warming up session. You know, that is where modification comes about. You modify the games to suit the needs of your students. It's actually fun so that you can attract young children to be more excited and interested in participating in leisure, in sports and recreation. All right, in terms of sports, of course, you want to do research on sports. There are a lot of things that you can do in sports, whether you want to focus on team sports, dual sports, individual sports, yeah, and a lot more. Okay, all right, so moving on to the next slide. Why is leisure time important? Because it gives positive effects. Yeah? The positive effects of leisure and playtime include better problem solving, improved work ethic, and improved creativity, just to mention one of many, many reasons why leisure time is important, by understanding that why we want to do a research on leisure, okay, from the social sciences or the psychological perspective. Now, for instance, if you know about LTPA or leisure time physical activities, it plays important roles in the development of children, even adults. We know that. Yeah, we know activities is important in many, many ways. And many research findings also stand out as one leisure time physical activity as one of the most beneficial and relevant to prevention of diseases. Okay, it's good for public for our health. It prevents from cardiovascular, improved mental health, even it was mentioned by a prof just now, and even increase the rate of mortality. Okay, from this. All right, it's not just about physical performance and health. That is, it's also the second one. Quality leisure time has also been shown to help with wider psychological and cognitive well-being, physical health and quality of life, as I mentioned, and socially engaging or mentally challenging activities like adventure sports require lots of different areas of the brain to connect. So that could be a possible experimental research when we talk about brain activities. So people talk about mental health now, right? The lack of interaction, too much time spent on TV and telephones, and not engaging with other people. What happened now with the new norm has come up with a lot of things in terms of influencing people's nature or people's leisure. It has influenced a lot of people. So it is one area that also we can do research on. So I think that why it is important that you can look into all these aspects and choose and find out in what way that you can help, you can improve, or you can come up with a new information or research gap of leisure areas. Now, moving on to the next slide. Let's look at the essence of our topic today. Next slide, please, Titin. Now, having said all this, the introduction, the definition, the philosophy, I do hope that all of you, especially students, you understand and get the idea of what is it about, and how would we going to approach to the research, right? So this is the classification of defining and measuring leisure, because it is a challenge. Basically, it's a challenge of defining and observing and measuring leisure, because that is the reason why I give a different, a few types of definition, yeah, from the traditional, the old, and the contemporary, because in order for you to define, you must know how to measure it. Yeah. Before we can look at the factors that affects people's leisure and how leisure in turn affects people, we must have some sense of what it is and what it looks like and how to observe or measure it, as I mentioned just now. So some people or scholars may look or view leisure as participation in recreational or cultural activities. You may look at it as free time, it could be a different setting, and also experience, right? So like many other researchers, like many other psychological construct, leisure can be defined in many ways, this I mentioned just now here, and to make it easier or more difficult to observe or to measure. Okay, it depends on what aspect that you would like to measure. Right, so the next slide. Thank you. Now, so I will introduce you the two types of leisure phenomenon, or we call it the typology of approaches for defining and measuring people's leisure. So when leisure is defined as what people do, what do we measure? That's a question. What do you measure if you want to know what do people do? What do students in UNAS do? The lecturers in UNAS do? So what do we measure? The activities, right? So we measure the activities. So we study the participation, the amount of time they spend in their activities. So we measure the number of specific activities that they do. For example, let's say, in general, watching TV, walking, cooking, listening to music, playing sports, and so on and so forth. So it can be defined, or it can be defined according to the setting or the environment that support the activities. For example, where do they do the activities? All right, let's say Ali do it in that likes to do camping in the forest park, for instance. So where the setting is in the field, in the shopping mall, and other places. So this is when we define that according to the activity, this is what we call the objective phenomenon, the second one. So how many activities people are participating in, the types of leisure setting, how frequent, and how much time is the behaviorally aspects phenomenon. This is the objective. However, not only that, but as a researcher or as a student who are interested to do this research, you would like to also want to know the experience. Okay, how enjoyable it is. Is it challenging, relaxing, or satisfying they are? Then your approach treats the subjective phenomenon, which on the top, that is you define as what people think and feel. So your observations are made or use measures that reflect people's mental experience while engaging something that you can't see. The satisfaction derived from the involvements. So these are moods, emotions, satisfactions, attitudes, and beliefs. Okay, what you can do about it, how you do it, like a self-report, you can do through interviews or questionnaires. Okay. Now, another type, for the next slide, please, is, we called it external and internal definitional point of view or vantage point. We look at measure from the external and external views, whereby from the external view is being the observer. Leisure is determined by the researcher as the observer, or internal, meaning the participant. Leisure is based on the perception of the behavior, setting, or experience by the individuals being studied who are the participant. The understanding, the concept, or the definition is given from the internal point of view, which means they are the participants. So, in the social psychological study of leisure, ladies and gentlemen, who decides what leisure is depends on the view of the research in a particular study. So you can choose. Okay, moving on to the next one. I think I'm doing quite okay here on time. Okay, to summarize this aspect, the phenomenon, call it the approaches to defining and measuring leisure, because you must know what is it that you want to measure, from which perspective, from which point of view. So The external and internal vantage point are called the observer, you can see that, and participant approaches, okay, respectively. For example, if an external point of view is adopted, what constitutes leisure is determined by the research as observer and vice versa. All right. So an internal leisure is determined by the participant. A researcher leaves it up to the individuals being studied. All right. So having said that, how do we measure these things? Okay, then we move on to the next slides. Okay, I think I hope that is quite clear on how you want to see what aspects, perspective that you want to look into, and what is it that you want to reach to your outcome of your leisure research or issues. Now, how are we going to measure that? So that goes with the research methods used in the social psychological study of leisure. So I'm not going to touch a whole lot of numbers here, but we'll just touch on 4 aspects, 4 methods maybe, right? So that it will be more relevant and direct to what we are doing today. We don't have much time. For your information, like leisure course is only offered as one of the courses in my university, in my program. But leisure can be a program offered in other universities in the US and UK, for instance, or Australia. Right now, the first example of research method used in this study of leisure is through field experiments. I'm sure you understand what is the meaning of field experiments. So where we takes on various settings in a field, forest, city, playground, or other recreational areas. Okay, one example, let's say you want to do depreciative behavior, which is damage to park monuments and cultural features committed by youth groups as measured by time-lapse photography at 4 locations. See how you can do that? Simple, detail. This is just what you want to find out, the behavior of youth, right? So this is behavioral observer approach. Okay, another example, intervention to improve people's leisure through experimental and controlled group. This is by Beckman and Manor, 1986, where they randomly assigned 44 senior residents to 3 different treatment groups. So the groups, the senior residents received leisure education program, a recreation activity exposure program, a combination of these programs and no program for one control group, right? So what's the result? The result shows that there is the greatest increase of positive attitudes towards leisure and recreation from the group receiving combination of programs. So this is an example on how you can do, by having treatment groups. Having said that, also the results showed that the experimental group came to experience higher level, and that reduced their level of boredom. Okay, so if you want to ask the question about what are the examples of leisure education program, so there are so many examples, so many programs that are used under the category of leisure education with different purposes and objectives. For example, we do sessions and briefing after that with purposes, goals, and objective, reasons for social skills, education program, leisure education program for therapeutic, and counseling for different group of people, right? For students like you all, for lecturers, for youth, children, senior citizens, disadvantaged groups, special population, disabled, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is one way of how you can actually experiment leisure from field experiments. All right, experiment leisure from field, Okay, the next one would be the second research method used. The next slide, please, 15. Thank you. Using inventories and surveys. This is quite common, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with this, because survey is the most frequent research method used in leisure research. And what is inventory? Inventory, list of activities, and respondents are asked to indicate if they have participated in these activities, and usually how often during a specified time, a week, a month, a year, for example, right? So surveys designed for leisure research are also used to gather socio-demography profiles and other types of leisure and non-leisure information. The types of leisure, maybe you want to identify, or you want to find out about leisure satisfaction, motives, needs, and so on and so forth. And non-leisure information, for example, to measure things that prevent or constrain people's leisure participation, as well as other aspects of leisure behavior and experience. Okay, so other than that. So a customized leisure behavior inventory was developed by Rakob 1980 to study the influence of a variety of attitudinal and socio-demographic factors on leisure participation. So you can use, you can adapt and adopt from what has been created and developed by the previous researchers. However, there are certain things that you need to customize, certain things that certain items or lists that you need to design to suit your research purpose, and lifestyle of the people that you have. For example, if you do in Indonesia or Malaysia and Asian countries, aspects or list activities like snowboarding may not be likely in the list of activities. You know what I mean? Yeah, so we've got to be very careful in choosing other list of activities. Okay, next one. These are some of the examples of inventory items that you can use, leisure behavior inventory items. I just show some examples only. All right, for example, the first one, what do? We indicate the number of times you participate or engage in each of the following activities during a typical week. Now, ask your respondents to write your answer in the line provided. So how many times you listen to radio, records, reading books for pleasure, reading magazines and newspaper. Okay, let's say 2 or 3 or 4. Okay, or fitness exercise. So you just ask your respondents to put the number of the activities. Okay, the next one would be other example is a list of activities that you ask your respondents to do. Circle the number of those activities in which you have participated at least once during last year, for instance. These are the examples: taking a vacation trip, visiting a national, regional park, visiting a fair or festival, art galleries, sporting events, attending sporting events, dining out, movies, attending club meetings, so on and so forth. So these are the list. It can go on and on and on. However, to make it easier for you to measure all these aspects, you may need to group them or categorize their activities. Okay, you may categorize them in outdoor, for example, or social. Okay, mass media, let's say activities in mass media may include watching TV, reading newspapers, magazines, going to movies. Another category is cultural events, like attending concerts, singing, visit art museums, dancing, and so on. Or sports activities, a lot of sports activities. You can divide it into categories like fitness activities. What are fitness activities? Jogging, swimming, team sports, and individual sports. That is another category. Dual sports, or being a spectators only for the sports activities. So that will be another big category. Or outdoor activities may include things that is done outdoor. You know what they are: hiking, boating, nature study, camping, and so on. Social activities, okay, include visiting friends, dating can be one of the social activities, parties, indoor games, and so on, and also hobbies. So all sorts of hobbies that you can put here under the category, whether it's painting, drawing, sketching, pottery, sculpture, and so on and so forth under the category. So that is how you do the long listing. But when you want to measure it, you categorize the items of the list. Okay. Other than that, the next slide, please. So you can also use this rate. For example, for each of the physical activities listed below, rate how frequently you participated during the last year. If you never participated in the activity, circle 0. If you participated infrequently, circle number 1. If you participated occasionally or frequently, circle the number 2 or 3 respectively. So I'm sure this is like a Likert scale where you rate or rank the preferences, for example, or the frequency of the activities that you do. Okay. Similarly, you can also group this according to what I mentioned just now. And how do you calculate the you calculate this, of course, from the average score of each category of the activities, and overall leisure participation score can also be obtained from each participant by averaging the rating. All right, so the list can go on and on and on. Right. The next one. Okay, this is actually, some of you may have heard of this, but it has been done a long time ago on time budget and diaries as one ways of measuring leisure or one ways of data gathering. All right, this time diary approach or time budget approach allows the researcher to estimate the amount of time that the participant spends in various daily activities, including leisure. Okay, this approach has primarily involved the use of external definitional vantage point, the behavior objective phenomenon, the internal or external views, and you can look whether it is from the participant or the researcher's point of view. So as a behavior objective phenomenon, how you can do this, right? You require participants to record the main activities in which they engage during the day and when they engage these activities. It may seem simple, but it is not easy to get all of your participants, to write accordingly for a certain period of time. Right. One example, the example is given to in the next slide. Example of a time diary page. I should have actually shown an example of my own research previously, when this is a simplest form where time diary requires participant to recall the main activities and they jot down for a certain period of time. Maybe you take 1 week or 2 weeks, right? So just for your information, I did this when the first MCO or the Malaysian Movement Control was implemented in February 2020 last year. And the first day of that, I actually conducted a simple survey based on this. I just want to know what students did during the movement order. They are not allowed to go out. So what do they do during the 2 periods of time? So I gave them similar to this, but some of the aspects that I would like them to put in are the main thing that they are doing, focusing on the main aspects that they are doing. The time began, you can add that also. And what else do they do apart from the main activities that covers most of their time, all right? And where do they do it? Okay, which areas of the house probably, and with whom? Yeah. So we can see that it might not be a nice experience for all of us, but how the time spent with the family has increased, and how youth has started to be more, having more bonding with their family members. They help each other and whatnot, which is some of the findings. All right, so moving on to the next slide. So far, so good? All right, so and the last one is observation. Observation is quite common, which is the most obvious method to use in studying leisure. If you want to know about an individual's leisure, we watch it, what's happening, right? Where it's happening. So where is it happening? Where is the location and the environment? We watch it happen. So we focus on individuals' involvement in specific leisure activities. We do a direct observation. So from the direct observation, what do you do? So you can have in-depth interview, participant observation, case studies, or some combinations of these methods through field research. So your information that you collected through direct observation can be quantitative or qualitative. How do you do that? The quantitative part is like, for example, you convert it into numerical form in terms of the number of activities that they do, the frequency, like just now the question asked by Wilma, so I mentioned your name. How many times you want to test the frequency of your balls, goals, okay, to test maybe the effectiveness of your warming up session, for example. Okay, so the qualitative view is it can be done in a form of written notes. As a researcher, you go out and you bring in your journals and pencils, and you do empirical observation and interpretations of the research. Is up to you. So you play a more active role as a researcher. You not just observe and do nothing, but it's an intense, very detailed observation. Okay, some observation can be done in a form of experimental or also non-experimental. For instance, for experimental, you can assign groups to 2 or more groups where you have the treatment or non-treatment group, and this can be done in a longer period of time, or you call it a longitudinal study. Okay, I think it has been mentioned in the previous by the previous speaker, Prof, just now. The non-experimental, probably you want to see the relationship between IQ or attending arts, and that can be done from a case study, questionnaires, interviews, and observations. Okay. All right, moving on to the next slide. Well, I came to the conclusion of my topic today. Social psychological knowledge about people's leisure is not static. Students, ladies and gentlemen, it is continuously challenged, modified, and expanded. So you can critically evaluate it. All right. And social psychological research also helps leisure service professionals understand, not just for us, but providers, those who produce or who provide services for people, understand the personal and social situational factors that not only affect the quality of leisure experiences, but the links between the objective environments and the way they are perceived by the individual participant. Okay, so finally, just to lift up your mind, you can see the 2 differences of how time has evolved during, before and now. Maybe it is you when you were 12 or 10 years ago, 5 years ago, you used to do something that you like every day. All right. And you can just sit around doing that. However, now I have important things I like to put, but life is way too busy to write even a single line of sajak or poetry. Where did all those hours go? It really is perplexing. Okay, I'd love to write a poem, but life has changed. Things are changing, because that's leisure. All right, with that, I thank you. Thank you very much. All right, 50 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mawari Mohammed, for excellent presentation. And now we're going to question and answer. Okay, please, all of you, you can raise your hand or maybe.
May I have a question, but I don't have, I cannot put the hijab because I don't have hijab right now.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Mrs. Ariati.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm so interested with the guest speaker today, because I know my background is study, leisure, and recreation in America for my master, and I work in FIK, sport education in Jakarta. So my question is, what best for the program on the root of knowledge, because I would like to see between Malaysia, maybe almost close to the environment. And right now, I feel like a lot of changing because of the environment movement, like leisure is become as a main need to people to back to the feeling of the life. So life will be changed because of the recreation, but my terminologies in Jakarta, in Indonesia, actually people more using a recreation than leisure time, because sounds like leisure time and recreation is sounds like different terminology. Could you help? And then I would like to look on maybe for the research sometime what you said about the type of the research student will be interested in this field, which area they will be maybe improve. So will be social, will be become a good for students to understand the concept. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ariati. A very good question. It's actually you'll be covering a whole lot of things there. But first thing first, you asked me the difference between leisure and recreation. Yes, some may not be able, not to say not be able to distinguish between the two, but to make it simple,
Right.
leisure is time, recreation is activities. So you do activities during the time. So leisure is the biggest perspective, is the umbrella, right? You have the time, what do you do during your free time? Okay, and you have to understand the concept just now. So which meaning that you look into and what theory do you use to define that leisure, so that when you do the research, it is synchronized, you know? What are the objectives that you want to find out? What are the issues that has become the concern now in relation to leisure? All right, it's kind of easy. You just want to find the differences or the comparison between Malaysian students, UiTM and UNES in terms of leisure activities. Okay, but you probably would like to do more than that, right? And what are the issues now? So the work, for example, things that's happening now, pandemic, for example, how is it that COVID-19 pandemic has affected people's leisure or lifestyle? Okay, and what aspect that you want to look into? If you look into the psychological perspective, maybe you look into the leisure motivation. Okay, you got to focus, to have focus. You cannot do everything. You want to look into the needs. And if you look into the needs, which category or what are the group of people that you would like to do research on, right? For instance, okay, things that we always think about us as we are able people. We do things because we can do it. We can go here and there. Whereas we tend to forget another group of people or another population, which is special population. Those are disadvantaged group. Those who have to use wheelchairs, for example. We thought that they do not have needs. Okay, so you would like to recommend something, and that come with the model or module suggestions and what is best for this particular group, whether you want to do it in a quantitative way or qualitative way. Okay, so that's one thing. All right, focus is important. And if you want to see between the two countries, for instance, a comparative study, or you want to do something on games, for example, sporting events, spectators, or traditional games. I did traditional games last time, which comparing or getting the information, the data from students from Indonesia, the Philippines, Singapore and Malaysia. So it is interesting, and we will see the differences and similarities of a particular or some traditional games that we have that you would like to do on, and many more that you can touch on. But the most important thing is the focus on what you want to do and the definition of how you want it to be put into your interpretation or definition of your research area. Ariati, I hope I'm answering your question.
Okay. I think already Mrs. Ariati. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mawani Mohammed, for your excellent presentation. And this is have a from our dean that certificate for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And just recognition. Thank you very much for your time to
Thank you. My regards to Prof. Chandio.
to have this lecture in here. And I hope you still in here for next time.
I'd love to listen to the
And
rest.
we got have a good collaboration, research or maybe publication together. Okay. Thank you and see you next time. And please give applause for Associate Professor Mawani Mohammed. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we're going to the next speaker. Thank you, Prof. Mawani. And we can take picture together. Mr. Rahmat, you can taking picture. Rahmat, are you there? Okay, could you screen for us? Okay, that's good. So now I would like to introduce the next speaker. He's our Vice Dean Academic in Universitas Negeri Semarang in Sports Science Faculty. Okay. And his background is from Faculty of Medicine at Universitas Diponegoro, from doctor, master, also for doctoral program. And he have so many awards, also certificate from 2012 until 2017. He got 4 awards from Indonesia Minister of Education. And also he's a member of Medical Doctor Indonesia and Public Health from Depression. And he have excellent track record of accomplishing project and publishing more than 36 articles. And his document in Scopus have 9 documents and have 17 citation, and each index is 2. And he's also reviewer in High Impact Journal, in 11 High Impact Journal. And the specialization is about sport medicine, public health, also epidemiology. Associate Professor Mahalul Azam, are you here?
Assalamualaikum.
Alhamdulillah. So now the screen is yours.
Oke, Bu. Nah, audiensnya dari Indonesia semua atau dari
Indonesia ada, dari luar negeri ada. Here have a 17 university, 17 universitas.
So I must deliver it in English.
English and Indonesia together, no problem.
Yeah, actually I prepare the presentation in bahasa Indonesia, but if the audience consists of several countries, I try to deliver in English. Okay, thank you Bu Titin for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Let me share my screen. Is it my screen visible?
Iya, Dokter.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I would like to share about the systematic review and meta-analysis. Yeah, I'm sorry, I prepare it in Bahasa Indonesia. We know that literature review consists of non-systematic review and as well as the systematic review. We call non-systematic review as conventional conventional review or narrative review. The systematic review consists of non-analytic and analytic one. The analytic we call meta-analysis. Maybe we often confuse the term of meta-analysis. We use meta-analysis as a design, but actually the meta-analysis is the analyzing process that used in the systematic review. This is the narrative review. The narrative review, there is no method section in the report, in the article, so the reader cannot know how the author how the author conduct the selection of the literature, selection of the references as a references source. This is the narrative review. And there is also uncontrolled, and it cannot be reproducible. It means that we know that every research method, every study method that provided in the article, it's represent the reproducibility of the article that we can, or every reader can do the same thing, do the same manner. But in the narrative review, since there is no method section, so this cannot be conducted by other researcher. And then the stressing of the substantial of unscientific substantial is very depend on the writer, on the researcher. It's very subjective, and the consideration of the quality of the studies is not one of the consideration. So the conclusion is very subjective, and it's depend on how the writer conduct the critical appraisal of the literature that he or she concerned of. What is the difference of systematic review and original research? The systematic review and original research, both of them have the research question, or we call in the systematic review, we call the review question. So both of them is provided the research or the review question. How about the population of the study? The population of study of the original research is consists of subject or object of the research. It can be human or maybe mouse, maybe other animal, animal model, and etc. This is the original article, original research population. But in systematic review, the subject or the object of the studies consists of the article, consists of the report of the studies of other studies. This is the step of the systematic review. We call this as a systematic review because the step is very systematic, and every step must be conducted in the proper manner. So the first step is conduct or provide the systematic review protocol, and then define the research question or review question, and then determine the inclusion criterion of the literature that we must search in the next session. And then the next session is search literature, and then selection the literature, and then conduct the assessment of risk of bias analysis. And then the next step is conduct the analysis itself and the interpretation, and also as well as update review. Update review can be updated as there is so many study that be reported. So update is adding the new studies, adding the new article, adding the new report, or as well as there is a method that also review from the review article. It's called review of review. Jadi mereview artikel-artikel yang review of review. This is include in the update review. And there is some important thing that we must concern before we conduct the systematic review. The first one is review must be conducted by a team, at least more than one researcher. It's conduct to be a double check mechanism. So it's deliver the research or to deliver the review to make a very objective. And then the team must be consisted of some different background. It can be clinical background or research methods background and the practitioner. And the other thing, we must use the software that be used to analyze the meta-analysis. I give the sample RefMan, Manager, but there is so many other application that can be used to analyze the meta-analysis in systematic review. We can access here to get the free RefMan application here, and it is free to download and to be used. It's under the Cochrane systematic review training. And then we also can access the handbook of systematic review provided also by Cochrane in here. You can access then. This is the manual handbook of systematic review. And then we also must concern about the PRISMA statement. Yeah, in the previous discussion, Prof. Kuo shared the study design, and then as well as Prof. Mawarni delivered the study that related to the psychological aspect. And in the study design for clinical trial, we must obey, or we must concern about the consort statement, consort diagram, and then for the observational studies like case control, like cross-sectional and cohort studies, we must concern about the stroke. And in the systematic review, we must conform all of our steps that conform the PRISMA statement. We can access here the PRISMA statement, so we can make a checklist for them. And then this is the PRISMA as well for the review studies that use the non-human or the animal model, camarates. But I think since we in the sport science, yeah, we often use subject for the athlete and people. So we use a PRISMA statement, and otherwise, if we use the animal model, we use the camarates. yeah, this is the step for design the systematic review protocol. I think this is the same like the study original study protocol. We must conduct the background. We must conduct the objective. We must provide the method, include the inclusion criterion, eligibility, and the strategy, and as well as the collecting and analyzing the data. All we must to do, we must also provide our review protocol in the Prospero. In clinical trial, we provide our protocol in clinicaltrial.gov and other provider, but in the systematic review, we provide our protocol in Prospero. This is the link of Prospero. So we must fill out our protocol in this website, because in the next report, if we submit in the journal, the journal always asks the provided link to share our protocol, especially systematic review protocol. And in the protocol, we ask for several questions for the confirmation. This is the step 1 and step 5 to ensure that our systematic review is proper with the Prospero, and Prospero can be provided the protocol after the confirmation and after the verification. This is the question for the inclusion criteria, for the review protocol. We conduct the searching similar topic, or maybe other team have conduct the review, and the similar thing must be provided in this step. Yeah, answer this question. Yeah, this is the example of the protocol that must be provided in the Prospero. This is our team review, or team systematic review, that maybe the example is not related to the sports sciences, but yeah, we conduct the systematic review regarding the SARS-CoV-2 recurrence in COVID-19 patient. But maybe I think it's no problems, because we can give the other example. Yeah, this is the step for the submitting protocol in Prospero. So we start from the review title. Yeah, we give our systematic review, like I said before, that the title is Recurrent SARS-CoV-2 RNA Positivity after COVID-19. We must provide our design in this title, so everyone can know, everyone will know the design of the study in the title. It is very important to the review researcher, because we will screen a million of maybe a thousand of article, 1,000 of title. So if the title inclusion is not conform with our design, we can drop the immediately. So the title must consist the design of the study, and then the date that we estimate start the review and to finish the review. Yeah, regarding the team review and affiliation, funding, etc. And this is I think the mandatory information that provided in the protocol in Prospero. Yeah, I think this is the other example of systematic review. This title, exercise training modalities in patient with type 2 diabetes mellitus, a systematic review and network meta-analysis. In this study, the researchers, the authors, conduct the systematic review to evaluate some modalities, some training modalities, some training method that consists of supervised aerobic training, supervised resistance training, unsupervised aerobic training, and then flexibility training, and no exercise, as well as combined in the effect of the quality of life, controlling diabetic mellitus, etc. This is the outcome of the this review that reported. And then this is the next step. After we conduct the protocol, we do the preliminary research, piloting of the surgery selection process, and then formal screening of search results against eligibility criteria, and then data extraction, risk of bias quality assessment, and then data analysis. Like I said before, that in the review and original research, both of them consist of the review question. I give my example here as our study, as our review. We want to know the incident rate of recurrent SARS-CoV-2 positivity. And then what is the related factors that's related to the recurrent, to the reinfection of COVID-19 patient. In every review, we must provide it this review question, like this. Maybe in this, this study also provided the protocol in the Prospero as well, and this is the full text of this report. I think it's take a moment. This is the full report of the exercise training modalities in patient with type 2 diabetes mellitus, and always in the report provided as well the Prospero protocol. We want to find the research question of this review. Or maybe we can also find in the full text of the study, but we try to find it in Prospero. Maybe my connection is not so good, so the process is not as fast as we expected. Actually, the review question of this study also want to know which one the better modalities of training that influence the control of diabetes mellitus parameter, that is consists of level of blood glucose, level of HA1AC, and then the lipid profile, etc. This is the parameter that measure as outcome, and this is measure as intervention. So the same thing with the original research is there is also evaluate the efficacy of the modalities in here. But the difference is the subject of this study of the systematic review. The subject is the article, the report of study that other researcher, other person conducted. And then if original research, the subject is consists of primary data from the human subject that involved in the study. Okay. Yes, and then all we must consider also in the systematic review, we must consider the PICO abbreviation of population. In our study, the population is COVID-19 patient, and then the intervention is used in the clinical trial studies, but in our study, this is not clinical trial, this is observational study. So the I here is independent variable. Yeah, independent variable. Independent variable in our study consists of the characteristic of the patient and then and the other risk factor of the patient. And the C abbreviation of comparison or comparator. Comparator is like the intervention always compare with the control. Yeah, with control. The intervention is the evidence or the existence of the characteristic. So the comparator is not existent of the characteristic and the risk factor of the patient. And then we consider the outcome. Yeah, the outcome here is the recurrent of COVID-19, ya, kekambuhan kekambuhan pada pasien COVID-19. And then we continue to the strategy. So strategy must be termed as in the medical science subject heading MESH or MESH or other term. Yeah, and we must use the search engine database in the research like Medline or PubMed, and then the Cochrane Register Clinical Trial, yeah, WHO International Clinical Trial Register, etc. In our study, we provided this question in the PubMed. Maybe in our country, since the PubMed is provided the literature in free, not mandatory for the financial. So we often use the PubMed to conduct the search strategy, but in systematic review, we must provided the search engine more than one. Yeah, maybe there is many other that provided also freely also. Or if your institution have the free access by the subscription, I think it will be better. This is the PubMed, and maybe we copy our search keyword here, and then we will we found 1.7 thousand result here, and in the eligibility criterion we must provided that maybe I said before consists of observational studies. So the other observational studies of the design must exclude from the our systematic review. Like number one, this is a narrative review. We can exclude this title after that. And we continue to this is the scheme of the search strategy. In here we have three term of cycling, helmet, and the randomized clinical trial. So the cycling have so many synonym. So we must consider the same term as a synonym, and we must enter in the search keyword, as well as the helmet, as well as the RCT. We must provide it in the search engine. And we continue to the inclusion of criterion that we observe in our review. In our review, we just observe the observational studies that consist of cross-sectional studies and cohort studies. So the other design of the study will be excluded from the criterion. As well as the case report, case series also exclude from the analysis, because our goal, our objective is to define the incidence rate of the recurrent positivity of COVID-19. And then this is the condition or domain being studied, this COVID-19. This is the PICO diagram. The participant is a COVID-19 patient, and then the presence of clinical characteristic. Comparator or control is the absence of clinical characteristic. And the main outcome of our study is the positive SARS-CoV-2 recurrency. So recurrence of the positive SARS-CoV-2 is our outcome. So this is like I said before, that this is the same like the original article. We will measure how many incident of the rate incident of the recurrent positivity. So the measure of effect, we use the incident rate. That is the proportion of positive SARS-CoV-2 recurrence in total COVID-19 patients that were be retested after discharge from the hospital. And then after the studies that meet the inclusion criterion, we continue to make an extraction of data. The data extraction is consists of the title of the study and the abstract, and then we screen the eligibility, the PICO. Is that there is a population of COVID-19 patient, and then the independent variable consists of the characteristic and then outcome, reinfection of recurrent positivity, etc. We use this data in this article be extracted to our sheet. This is the method that maybe similarly with I said before. The protocol registration, the strategy, data management. Data management is static data and continue to analyzing the data. This is our worksheet in our systematic review. We record all the title in the PubMed and in the other search engine here, and then we make exclusion if there is no criterion that meet in the criterion inclusion. Maybe this is the example study of the Forster is not the report of reinfection, so we exclude this study from our review. This is Yeah, we make a worksheet here to define or to select the studies that conform our eligibility and our inclusion criterion. Yeah, as well as we must count the number of recurrent positivity and the number of total population of the study, and so we can count the incident rate as a proportion of the number of recurrent positivity and divided by number of population. Okay, and then yeah, this is data extraction, and we also must consider and must conduct the risk of bias or quality assessment of the study. In clinical trial studies, we conduct the risk of bias by the grading provided by Cochrane, but in observational study, in here we use risk of bias assessment that provided by National Institute of Health. This consists of, yeah, this is, sorry, yeah, here there is some parameter, yeah, 14 parameter that we must consider the quality of the article that we use to the source of our review. Actually, this checklist is similarly with the checklist that used in observational studies, or we use often use of Stroop. But we make a scoring every single study, and then we analyze. We conclude that study number one is medium risk of bias. Study number two, low risk of bias, yeah, etc. And we finally included in the study is 14 studies for our systematic review. This is the risk of bias assessment. And in animal studies, we also use the circle risk of bias. Yeah, but yeah, I think this can be our insight. But in human studies, like I said before, this cross-sectional studies and then cohort studies, etc., we can use the risk of bias assessment by the National Institute of Health. And then this is the Prisma diagram of the study. Yeah, we can use this diagram if we found the record and then eliminate the duplicates. And this is our reports in this review. We found 297 records identified by the search engine, but this is conducted in July 2020, and we know that right now we have a record 1,700 something. This is the, I said before that we must update the review. Must be conducted to update the insight with this certain topic, but maybe if this is the, after that we eliminate the duplicates article, and finally we found 392, and then 371 excluded because it's not conform the criterion of inclusion and the eligibility, and finally 14 studies included in the meta-analysis. Yeah, this is the data analysis. We conduct the data analysis using Refman. Yeah, actually the data analysis is like the same like the original study, but we call it as a pool statistic. We pull the number of the rate, yeah, incident rate of different studies, and we conclude the number of them into the pool statistic. Yeah, we here use the pool relative risk. So the evidence of the systematic review and meta-analysis is higher than the single studies. Yeah, single studies evidence just conducted in one center. So if the meta-analysis is the conclusion of the number that consists of several centers, like in our systematic review, we use 14 studies around the world, and we conclude the number of incident rate is higher compared to the single study that provided in the reports. And this is the Refman. We use the Refman analysis here. Yeah, we input our data here regarding the incident of SARS-CoV-2. Yeah, we input the number in the studies, and then the result of the analysis is this is the pool statistic, and we concern with the diamond. The bigger diamond represent the significancy. Yeah, or we can also use the p-value, but we can also concern in this diamond. This is the pool statistic of the incident, but this is the single study of An provided the mean the incident rate is 15.7. Yeah, study Chen 7.8, and etc. But in conclusion, we provided the information that incident rate of recurrent in positivity SARS-CoV-2 is 14.8%. This is analyzed using the Refman, and this is the result. And yeah, this is the result of our analysis. And yeah, if in the original result, the table provided the characteristic of subject, like age, like sex, like maybe the other characteristic of the single subject study. But in the review study, we provided the table as other characteristic of the studies, like this is the 14 studies that we use in our study and published, date, city, country, is it a peer review or not? Yeah, so we can use the peer review article, or as well as the gray literature, like thesis, dissertation, or preprint. We also consider to include this study in our reports, and we can do the analysis of the subgroup analysis, whether which one consistent with the result. Is that a peer review article or non-peer review article, as well as the result of quality assessment or risk of bias analysis. This is the number of recurrent positivity, the number of the population, and then the specimen acquired from fecal and nasopharyngeal, yeah, etc. This is the related characteristic of the study. And then we must also provided our supplementary file here. Like I said before, we must conform the PRISMA statement and PRISMA checklist. So we must provided the PRISMA checklist the consideration of title, registration, author information, in the introduction section method, etc. This is we can conduct as a beginner. The checklist is very helpful to us to make sure, to ensure that every step we conduct in the proper manner. But maybe in advanced researcher, the checklist maybe limit our creation, yeah, our advanced step. But in the beginner, the checklist is very helpful for us. Yeah, after that we make analyze for subgroup, and then as well as other parameters. This is we try to look the mean difference of the age, and then for the time, how many time for the last negative to occur the recurrent positivity, etc. This is the other parameter. And in the systematic review, we also provide the conclusion, and the conclusion is always is in line with our objective, that we want to know the number of recurrent positivity of the SARS-CoV-2. So in the systematic review, provide the evidence of this recurrent 14.8% among COVID-19 patient. Yeah, this review also estimate the This is the test of onset and the detectable positive after 35.5 days, and then the estimate the last negative to detectable is around 9.8 days. This is the characteristic of younger age, no history of diabetes, etc. This tend to get the recurrent positivity. I think this conclusion is similarly with the conclusion of original study, original research. And then after that, we go to publish our work. In some journal recognize the systematic review and meta-analysis as original research, but in the other categories, this study as a review article. Yeah, I think that's all. Maybe we better to make some discussion. Thank you, Bu Titin.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Mahalul Azam. Very interesting topic for us. For sports science, this is interesting topic, and also we have option. We not only use primary data, and we can use secondary data from publication, right? So any question, please, you can raise your hand, or you can directly asking to Professor Azam. Hello? Oh, maybe this is new for the student. Yeah, and Professor Azam, so the software, is it free or free? We can use directly, or we pay for the software about Prisma, or that you use already?
Yeah, it is free. Yeah, it is free, and I will share the PowerPoint so you can access the provided Refman here, and it is free to use.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. So free to use.
Yeah,
Maybe.
actually, we often use SPSS, etc. But SPSS is not free. It's not free, but maybe in SPSS and in Stata, they also provided this pool statistic, but we conduct this pool statistic in RefMan in the free application, free software.
Okay. So you analysis in RefMan, right?
Yes, yes, yeah, absolutely, yes.
You can also Excel. Use also Excel or just RefMan?
Maybe for get the number of pool statistic, we also can use the Excel, but I did not conduct this step. I use Excel for make a list of the title that I get from the search engine. I give the example from PubMed, maybe from PubMed, and then I insert the title in the Excel, and then we input the related information, the related data in the study in the Excel, and after that we transfer to the RefMan to get the pool statistic. Actually, pool statistic is a very simple step. Actually, in our study, in the other study, maybe a little bit complicated. In our study, we just calculate the pool statistic of incident rate. So, incident rate and relative risk to the association of the risk factor and the incident of recurrence. And the pool statistic just like make an average of the number, but we consider the sample size. The bigger sample size, the higher sample size have the weighter in the calculation. This is we consider the weight of the study is depend on the population. I think like that.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Azam. And now I would like to share the certificate from our dean.
I think there is some question in the chat box.
Oh yeah. So okay, Kadek. Yes, this is any question from Kadek Yowanda. Bagaimana cara memfilter dari 1000 studi dapat menemukan 14 studi? Apakah terdapat trik dan aplikasi yang digunakan untuk memfilter literatur yang ditemukan dan harus dibaca satu-satu?
Ya, terima kasih. Ini pertanyaannya bahasa Indonesia, saya jawab bahasa Indonesia aja. Jadi betul, tadi ada ribuan artikel. Tahap pertama kita memang memfilter judulnya. Seperti yang saya katakan tadi, bagi peneliti apa namanya review, bagi peneliti sistematik review, judul dengan menunjukkan desain itu sangat penting. Oleh karenanya di checklist penelitian termasuk yang consort atau stroke consort untuk clinical trial, stroke untuk studi observasional, itu pasti menyebutkan di titel itu, di judul itu ada desainnya. Sehingga dari 1000 itu kan kita paling melihat pertama judul. Kalau judul sudah desainnya sudah nggak sesuai, sudah langsung dibuang gitu ya. Jadi semakin cepat. Nanti dari
kata kuncinya.
Iya, di judul biasanya kan ada ya, seperti judul saya tadi misalnya ada systematic review. Wah, berarti ini bukan penelitian asli ya, sehingga disingkirkan, dikeluarkan. Begitu, terus kemudian baru setelah itu melangkah ke baca abstrak. Abstraknya masuk enggak? Dari abstrak itu nanti kita melihat PICO tadi, populasinya. Populasi misalnya kalau penelitian saya tadi populasinya pasien COVID. Masuk, ya oke. Terus yang berikutnya yang utama outcome-nya. Outcome-nya reinfeksi. Ada enggak ini tentang reinfeksi? Kalau enggak ada tentang reinfeksi atau kekambuhan atau recurrent, nanti dibuang lagi dan seterusnya. Jadi memang begitu. Tapi kalau saya untungnya tadi, kalau sekarang saya cari memang sudah ada 1000-an, tapi kalau dulu masih 397. Tapi memang yang ditemukan, yang akan kita jumpai pasti akan betul akan ribuan. Tapi caranya begitu, dari screening dulu judulnya, kemudian yang masuk saya masukkan ke Excel begitu, terus kemudian tadi apa outcome-nya itu apa sesuai atau tidak, terus kemudian baru kalau sesuai semua kita melihat angka-angkanya aja sebenarnya, angka-angkanya lah nanti kalau mendetail mungkin nanti kita masukkan di dalam pembahasan atau diskusinya. Begitu mungkin Bu Titin. Untuk Bu Kadek ya, Bu Kadek Iwanda.
Mas apa Pak ini? Kadek.
Oh iya, Mas apa ya?
Oke, terima kasih ini Kadek Iwanda. Ya, sangat menarik sekali ya. Mungkin nanti bisa kolaborasi nih dengan Pak Azam tentang physical activity dan Pak.
Siap. Ya.
Selama pandemi mungkin, gitu.
Ya, selama pandemi itu memang kata kunci berikutnya kan tadi apa? Tema-tema yang baru yang belum banyak orang melakukan review biasanya sangat tertarik lah untuk kita publikasi. Seperti yang saya kasus rekaran itu kan juga mungkin masih jarang waktu itu. Sehingga citasinya juga lumayan.
Ya, langsung meningkat banyak. 17. That's good. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih Pak Azam. Sangat menarik sekali topiknya. Kita bisa berikan applause ke Pak Azam. Dan sekedar ini ucapan terima kasih sudah memberikan waktunya untuk belajar dengan kita. Dari mana? Duh. Maaf ini tadi kok hilang. Sebentar tadi. Saya tunjukkan. Oke. So, matur nuwun sangat Pak Azam.
Terima kasih, Titin. Ya,
sudah berkenan untuk memberikan waktu dan ilmunya pada mahasiswa IKOR khususnya dan pada umum. Ini kebetulan ada 17 universitas dan 2 dari internasional, dari India dan Pakistan. Also dari Malaysia, Prof. Matur nuwun. Dan
terima kasih, Bu Titin. Ya,
kita menunggu kembali ilmunya lagi nanti yang akan datang. Kita tunggu kehadiran Pak Azam. Matur suwun sangat.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan the next agenda with Professor Sonny Nopemri. He is from Universitas Negeri Jogja. After Professor Sonny Nopemri, we will take a break for 15 minutes. And Professor Sonny Nopemri, I think already in here, and I would like to introduce him.
Hello.
Oh, that's good.
Good evening.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Afternoon. Hello.
I'm not see you. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay. Professor Sonny Nopemri from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. He's professor and also is a very talented professor. And his education background, PhD in Health and Sports Science in Kyushu University, Japan. And he got recognition, second best lecturer in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, 2010. Also have 41 research and funding by government and also university. And he has excellent track record of accomplishing project and publishing more than 24 articles in prestigious journal. And the document in Scopus have 2 documents, 6 citation, also H-Index 1. And his specialization is about physical education and children. Is it correct or not? So, Professor Sonny Nopemri, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Good evening for your introduction me to this meeting. And I would like to speak in maybe mixed language between Indonesian and English, because some of my presentations also making in English. Maybe I would like to little bit revise that I don't have a IE4 certificate. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, because last time I saw that you have an iPhone. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Baik, saya mungkin campuran nantilah bahasa Indonesianya,
Tidak apa-apa.
bahasanya
Bahasa
ya.
Indonesia, bahasa Inggris nggak
Karena
masalah.
ini sebagian besar saya cek memang teman-teman dari
Indonesia.
Indonesia ya.
Ya, hanya ada a few dari dari internasional.
Saya di apa namanya ya? Di
Bantu?
share screen ya. Share screen.
Bisa.
Saya
share screen sendiri.
Okay. Ini sudah terlihat nih.
Oke.
Sudah terlihat ya. Sudah mati. Jalan. Ya baik. Saya ucapkan terima kasih ke Bu Titin ini, meskipun ya agak-agak data saya kaget juga. Sudah mengikuti program WCP-nya UNES, dan selamat UNES bisa mendapatkan program ini. Baik sekali. Dan saya diaturi untuk berbicara tentang qualitative and quantitative approaches, ya. Desain penelitian yang kualitatif dan kuantitatif. Nanti saya juga share beberapa pengalaman bagaimana melakukan penelitian dan kuantitatif. Karena memang saya pengalaman di penelitian itu, tesis saya waktu itu di Bandung, saya membuat kualitatif research course, dan ketika di Jepang, di Kyushu University, saya murni kuantitatif. Pengalaman saya di dua metode ini. Nah, ini sebetulnya ada beberapa istilah ya di dalam approaches, kemudian ada yang disebut method, ada yang disebut dengan design. Ini istilah-istilah yang sering kita dengar ya di dalam penelitian. Semua dasarnya dari philosophical worldwide, ya. Jadi world views, ya, jadi perspektif dunia tentang secara filosofis dari dasar penelitian ini, yang kemudian nanti melahirkan teori-teori yang mulai dari positivis, kemudian konstruktivistik, ya, kemudian transformatif dan praktik. Nah, dari sini menghasilkan 3 approaches ya di dalam penelitian itu, ada yang disebutkan kualitatif, kuantitatif, dan mix. Dan keren kan mix method, ya. Jadi mencampurkan antara kualitatif dan kuantitatif. Nah, kalau bicara kualitatif kuantitatif itu sebetulnya lebih ke datanya. Data, gitu. Systematic review yang tadi dijelaskan Azam itu masuknya ke kualitatif ya, kalau dalam konsep ini begitu. Meskipun dia menggunakan sampling yang kuantitatif gitu. Tapi dalam analisis data yang dihasilkan itu kan berupa data yang bersifat kualitatif. Nah, dari konsep ini juga triangle konsep research design, kita melihat bahwa kualitatif kuantitatif ini bisa suatu hal yang bisa digabungkan menjadi satu. Ini soal saya bisa dengar jelas nggak Bu Titin ya?
Suaranya agak apa?
Kecil, ya?
Iya. Suaranya
Nah,
kurang jelas, Pak. Mungkin coba kalau nggak pakai headset, nggak pakai suara, bisa nggak? Kalau nggak pakai headset, bisa nggak?
Itu masa kalau nggak pakai headset itu saya suaranya kecil.
Oh ya, ini tadi agak lumayan
Halo,
tadi.
halo, tes, tes, tes.
Oke.
Ya, oke ya.
Mm.
Ya, dari Angel ini saya melihat ada beberapa perbedaan. Mungkin suara saya yang kurang.
Oh, agak menggema ya suaranya ya. Coba. Oke, coba. Coba kalau tidak pakai headset gimana, Pak?
Tes, tes, tes. Oke. Suaranya bisa?
Oh, malah bagus ini ya.
Oh, bagus ini. Ya.
Kok ini ada suara apa lagi?
Iya, jelek ya.
Oh, ada suara apa? Oke, nggak apa-apa pakai headset aja, Pak. Coba. Tadi ada suara apa ya? Oke. Coba, Pak.
Pakai headset atau tidak, Bu? Kira-kira.
Headset aja, headset.
Oh, pakai headset. Karena kalau pakai headset lebih ini, saya.
Ya, headset aja nggak apa-apa.
Suaranya
Mohon maaf, Prof. Ya. Oke, that's good.
Lebih ini ya, Bu. Halo.
Oke.
Tes.
Iya.
Bisa?
Oke.
Bisa lebih terdengar, Bu?
Iya, terdengar.
Oke. Ya. Baik. Jadi ada dua perbedaan antara kuantitatif dan kualitatif dulu nih. Mungkin sini karena banyak teman-teman yang dari S1 ya, Bu ya, sarjana ya.
S1,
akan melakukan penelitian skripsi yang itu saya kira pemahaman dasar ini perlu dipahami. Bagaimana kuantitatif dan kualitatif. Di Titin saya mengajar metode penelitian kualitatif dan kuantitatif. Itu mahasiswa itu kalau saya suruh buat tugas akhir ya, buat proposal itu sering kebalik-balik. Jadi dia tidak, padahal sudah 1 semester kita belajar. Ya ini kalau 1 jam ini yang mudah-mudahan ada sedikit bekasnya ya Bu ya, dari yang saya sampaikan. Jadi seringkali mahasiswa terbalik antara kuantitatif dan kualitatif, atau tidak memahami tentang kualitatif, atau tidak memahami kuantitatif itu apa. Sebetulnya mudah sekali memahami konsep dua penelitian ini. Sebagai contoh dari aspek maksudnya, ini ya, kuantitatif lebih ke deskripsi objektif dan fenomenanya terbatas. Kemudian ada juga fenomena yang dikontrol dan referensi, treatment, misalkan pengakuan. Kemudian untuk yang kualitatif itu lebih mengembangkan pengertian tentang individu dan kejadian dengan memperhitungkan teks yang relevan atau konteks yang relevan. Jadi ini kuantitatif itu lebih banyak pada menjelaskan, mengontrol, meramalkan suatu fenomena melalui pengumpulan data terfokus dari data numerik. Numerik itu adalah data-data yang bersifat lengkap. Sedangkan kualitatif itu lebih ke fenomena sosial, yang itu gambarannya holistik, dan memperbanyak pemahaman yang mendalam, in-depth. Interview bukan hanya interview, tapi juga observasi itu harus in-depth. Kemudian kalau melakukan satu dokumentasi juga harus in-depth. Banyak dilakukan oleh kualitatif ini ya, tujuannya untuk lebih memperdalam satu permasalahan, fokus permasalahan yang dihadapi oleh peneliti. Dilihat dari pendekatannya, kuantitatif itu lebih ke deduktif dan objektif, kita nilai. Tapi kalau kualitatif itu lebih ke induktif, kemudian pasti ada unsur subjektifnya dari peneliti. Karena memang peneliti di sini nantinya menjadi salah satu instrumen kunci intervensi di dalam proses penilaian kualitatif. Nah, dari penjelasan itu penemuan fakta sosial tidak berasal dari persepsi subjektif dan terpisah dari konteks. Kemudian kualitatif ini lebih kepada upaya generalisasi tidak dikenal karena tidak ada generalisasi, tapi lebih pada kasus. Kemudian dari metodenya ini lebih terstruktur ya, kalau kuantitatif, kemudian formal dan tidak luas. Seperti tadi kan peluasan ya kalau kualitatif. Historical ethnography, kemudian studi kasus itu contoh-contoh metode yang dari segi pengukuran juga ya sama dengan deduktif dan induktif, kemudian bersifat objektif kalau kuantitatif, kualitatif lebih positif. Dan kuantitatif itu orientasinya tujuan, kemudian kualitatif lebih ke proses. Datanya bisa random atau yang mewakili ya disebut dengan sampel. Itu kuantitatif. Sedangkan kualitatif ini datanya lebih ke naratif, deskriptif ya, dalam kata-kata, kemudian dokumen pribadi, catatan lapangan, artefak, dokumen resmi, video dan sebagainya. Kemudian analisis data ini lebih ke deduktif ya, secara statistik ya. Kuantitatif itu pasti. Jadi ada yang sering menuliskan begini, penelitian pendekatan statistik kuantitatif gitu. Nah, itu tidak sama gitu. Kuantitatif pasti menggunakan statistik. Karena analisis dasarnya di situ, baik statistik dasar maupun statistik kuantitatif. Data kasar terdiri dari bilangan dan analisis dilakukan pada akhirnya. Sedangkan yang kualitatif ini lebih ke induktif, model-model teori konsep sebuah pertandingan tertentu. Nah, biasanya memang kualitatif ini lebih ke datanya itu berasal dari wawancara atau akan dibantu dengan dokumentasi.
Suaranya tidak terdengar.
Oh, sekarang terdengar.
Oh ya, sekarang terdengar.
Ya, kita kan memang agak kurang stabil ini. Ya, baik Bu Titin. Bisa terdengar ya suara saya?
Ya, ini jelas.
Ya.
Nah, kalau gini jelas.
Ya. Nah, saya akan berbicara dari qualitative approach dulu ya, atau pendekatan kualitatif. Ini kalau dari pengertian ini saya ada satu buku nanti bisa dibagikan begitu, mungkin kalau ada 3 buku sudah yang berhubungan dengan e-book ya. Nanti bisa kalau memang ada yang memerlukan itu tentang research design, research method dan sebagainya. Dan hubungannya dengan sport science, ya, movement science dan physical activity gitu. Itu ya, ada beberapa ikut. Kalau mungkin untuk mahasiswa S2, S3. Ya. Kalau mahasiswa S1 ini biasanya buku-buku yang paling banyak digunakan itu miliknya Suharsini Aripunto, Sugiono.
Yeah.
Sugiono di kami di UN itu jadi pemegang rekor muri. Bukunya banyak sekali. Bukunya banyak, ya. Bukan Indonesia ya, bukan Indonesia gitu. Jadi bukunya Prof. Sugiono, ya, Suharsini Aripunto dulu, ya, itu buku-buku yang disitasi oleh teman-teman. Nah, mahasiswa S2, S3 kalau di saya itu bukan saya larang, tetapi coba cross check ke sumber primer gitu. Cari buku yang kalau Pak Sugiono gunakan Creswell, cari Creswell gitu ya. Apa itu qualitative research design untuk Creswell ini atau menurut Jerry F. Thomas misalkan research method dan physical activity dan sebagainya. Nah, kualitatif atau pendekatan kualitatif ini lebih ke eksplorasi dan pemahaman tentang pemaknaan individu maupun kelompok sebagai sebuah sosial atau apa namanya yang terdapat permasalahan sosial manusia di situ ya. Jadi bisa individual, bisa kelompok, komunitas, bisa kemudian apalagi ya, komunitas-komunitas yang ada misalkan banyak sekali ya sekarang di masa pandemi ini komunitas-komunitas itu dari dulu sudah ada ya, sekarang menggema komunitas Brompton dan sebagainya. Kalau dibeli itu kualitatif, kenapa kok beli mahal-mahal misalkan itu kan bisa diteliti secara indeks ya. Mungkin karena mereka sudah uangnya itu sudah kelebihan gitu ya, jadi beli sepedanya yang mahal. Kalau yang kurang itu ya seperti Raffi Ahmad itu kan belikan Nagita Slavina katanya Bromptonnya 100.000 ya gitu, 100 juta gitu ya. Tapi nggak dipakai sama Nagita karena nggak bisa naik sepeda ya. Jadi kan itu uangnya sudah curah-curah. Kalau bahasa ini itu sudah kelebihan uang. Jadi uangnya dibuang-buang. Nah, di dalam penelitian kualitatif itu kadang ya ini proses ya. Terutama bagaimana kita membuat pertanyaan prosedurnya dan datanya itu dikumpulkan dalam setting dari responden yang kita jadikan sebagai subjek. Dan bahkan di penelitian kualitatif itu kita menyebutnya the unit of analysis. Unit of analysis. Sehingga bukan hanya person ya, bukan hanya orang gitu ya, yang menjadi analisis atau unit analisis atau yang menjadi sumber data itu. Kadang buku yang jadi sumber data, kita menjadi sumber data. Kemudian data analisisnya induktif ya, dan itu interpretasinya ya tentang data itu. Jadi nanti data yang diinduksi itu ya kemudian dibuat sebuah tema-tema tertentu ya. Kalau systematic review tadi dibuat kata-kata kunci dan sebagainya bisa menggambarkan pernyataan tertentu. Kemudian nanti dimaknai secara lebih mendalam. Nah, kemudian untuk reportnya atau laporannya itu memang lebih fleksibel ya. Strukturnya itu lebih fleksibel. Boleh misalkan berdasarkan temuan-temuan yang diperoleh. Tapi beda kalau kuantitatif nanti temuannya harus ada hasil analisisnya, statistik, kemudian. Tapi kalau kualitatif itu untuk report atau laporannya itu lebih fleksibel. Di bagian hasilnya. Kemudian juga bahwa apa yang kita lakukan di dalam penelitian kualitatif itu ya, selain dilakukan secara induktif, kita juga harus fokus ya pada pemaknaan secara individual ya, tentang data yang kita peroleh, terutama begitu banyaknya ya, data yang kita peroleh dari lapangan yang begitu kompleks gitu. Karena fenomena sosial itu atau fenomena seseorang ya individu terjadi tertentu itu datanya sangat banyak sekali karena berbagai perspektif ya, berbagai perspektif yang bisa muncul ya ketika kita melakukan pengumpulan data kualitatif. Ini secara konsep begitu. Nah ini karakteristik penelitiannya secara kualitatif ada latarnya alamiah. Jadi si peneliti itu bisa langsung masuk ke dalam latar atau setting dari para partisipan ya, atau unit analisisnya atau situasi sosial tertentu. Dia tidak bisa mengubah penelitian kualitatif. Jadi dia peneliti ini harus tahu keadaan seperti apa. Bahkan harus dibuat sealamiah mungkin, tidak terjadi Anda sedang melakukan penelitian dan sebagainya. Itu juga. Kemudian ada grounded teori. Nah ini teori dasar ini jadi salah satu desainnya nanti. Kemudian analisis gagasannya induktif tadi juga. Nah ini peneliti atau manusia ini sebagai instrumennya. Ini uniknya dari penelitian kualitatif ini. Oke, ada pedoman wawancara, ada pedoman observasi, ada pedoman dokumentasi atau pedoman-pedoman lain. Tapi tetap ya, ini peneliti ini yang akan nantinya bisa menjadikan pedoman-pedoman itu lebih fleksibel. Pertanyaan satu itu bisa jawabannya sangat banyak dan temuannya bisa sangat banyak. Itu yang paling bagus ya untuk penelitian kualitatif. Kemudian dia datanya pasti deskriptif ya, bersifatnya deskriptif ya, dan lebih mengutamakan proses daripada hasil. Dan yang fokus permasalahan ini yang paling penting ya juga dalam penelitian kualitatif. Jadi dia harus punya satu fokus. Karena kalau tidak fokus maka penelitian kualitatif kita itu akan terlalu luas. Sehingga ada fokus fenomena sosial apa, misalkan menjadikan kalau di tempat tertentu, di wilayah tertentu, maka itu akan menjadi sebuah kasus atau sebuah fenomena khusus. Nah, menurut Creswell ya itu ada 5 tradition in qualitative research design. Ada 5. Nah, ini biasanya kalau saya ini yang sering kita jadikan sebagai dasar untuk melakukan penelitian. Jadi qualitative research itu ada 5. Yang pertama ada naratif, kemudian ada fenomenologi, ya, ada grounded theory, kemudian etnografi dan case study. Nah, dari 5 tradisi ini yang menurut Creswell ya mungkin berkembang juga ada beberapa ya. Yang saya baca dari beberapa buku yang baru itu berkembang menjadi beberapa desain yang lain. Tapi ini dasar buat kita 5 tradisi ini. Nah ini saya jelaskan bahwa untuk studi naratif, historis, geografis ini mudah sekali ya sebetulnya. Ya. Tapi dalam memperoleh datanya memang butuh usaha. Karena ini berupaya untuk menarasikan dan juga melakukan sebuah diskusi rangkaian peristiwa yang fokus pada narasi, cerita, dan sebagainya yang dialami oleh manusia. Contohnya dalam studi ini adalah tentang biografi, ya, narasi tentang pengalaman seseorang. Dan di kita banyak ya, misalkan olahragawan yang sukses berhasil itu bisa diteliti secara kualitatif dengan pendekatan biografi. Kemudian autoetnografi atau autobiografi, pengalaman yang ditulis sendiri, sejarah kehidupan yaitu rekaman sejarah tentang kehidupan seseorang juga bisa. Kemudian ada sejarah tutur, ya, sejarah kehidupan yang diperoleh dari hasil ingatan peneliti. Itu studi ini bisa seperti ini, dan ini biasanya dilakukan di bidang-bidang yang memang lebih ke humaniora, seni mungkin ya, sejarah dan sebagainya. Di olahraga ada sejarah olahraga, Anda bisa melakukan penelitian tentang biografi atau historis ini. Atau misalkan melakukan penelitian tentang bagaimana dulu terjadinya PON pertama di Indonesia, PON kedua, PON ketiga, gitu ya. Itu kan ada historis ya, bagaimana sampai ke PON yang sekarang kedua. Itu suatu rangkaian peristiwa. Ya. bisa diteliti. Tapi cukup satu fokus misalkan ke pon yang terjadi sekarang itu bisa diteliti. Kemudian yang kedua, fenomenologi ini berupaya bagaimana peneliti memahami tentang arti peristiwa dan kaitan-kaitannya terhadap orang-orang yang berbeda dalam situasi tertentu. Kemudian fenomenologi ini peneliti berusaha mengetahui tentang arti sesuatu bagi orang-orang yang sedang diteliti, tapi lebih fokus pada aspek subjektif ya, dari perilaku orang, karena kualitatif itu sangat subjektif. Peneliti berusaha masuk ke dalam dunia konseptual, jadi ini berupaya memahami tentang konsep. Kemudian ini lebih banyak wawancara dalam tentang yang diteliti, ya, bagaimana pengertian dan sebagainya yang dikembangkan di sekitar peristiwa dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Nah, peneliti bisa memilih dua, antaranya adalah fenomenologi hermeneutik, ini penafsiran teks, biasanya dari teks-teks kehidupan dalam bentuk, ini biasanya dilakukan oleh peneliti dari bahasa dan sebagainya. Kemudian ada fenomenologi transendental, meneliti suatu fenomena dengan menyampaikan kata tentang fenomena. Jadi, peneliti di fenomenologi ini lebih berupaya pada bagaimana dia fokus ya pada bentuk. Nah, kemudian untuk grounded theory ini penelitian yang diarahkan pada penemuan atau minimal menguatkan suatu teori. Jadi bisa menemukan teori atau menguatkan teori. Dan sudah ada ajaran tentang teori motivasi. Nah, ternyata dari hasil grounded theory yang lebih mendalam, motivasi itu bukan prinsip, ada lagi faktor yang lain. Nah, itu tentang sehingga menguatkan teori motivasi. Prosedurnya itu penelitian kualitatif yang sistematis, di mana peneliti menerangkan tentang konsep, proses, ya, tindakan, interaksi suatu topik pada level konseptual yang luas. Kemudian penelitian dasar dilaksanakan dengan menggunakan data, cek dan dicek, jadi sangat kompleks sekali ya groundednya. Dan ini lebih cocok untuk mahasiswa S3 untuk disertasinya. Kalau untuk S1 saya kira ini terlalu berat ya, karena dia harus melakukan berbagai teknik pengumpulan data. Peneliti juga bertujuan membangun teori yang dapat dipercaya dan menjelaskan wilayah di bawah. Tujuan umum dari penelitian ini adalah secara induktif memperoleh data ya, untuk pengembangan teoritis ini. Nah, kalau studi kasus itu kita kalau ini beda dengan fenomena. Ya. Kalau studi kasus itu kita fokus pada satu fenomena yang dipilih dan ini dipahami, gitu ya. Jadi beda dengan fenomenologi tadi yang banyak. Ya. Nah, kalau studi kasus itu dari sekian banyak fenomena itu saya milih satu. Ya. Yang lain fenomena yang lain silakan gitu ya, tidak kita teliti. Saya ingin memilih kasus tertentu seperti ini. Kan kalau kita tahu di kepolisian misalkan ada kasus pembunuhan atau fenomena pembunuhan. Nah, kasus pembunuhan fenomena pembunuhan itu banyak kasusnya. Ada yang dibunuh, misalkan ada yang dibunuh karena apa? Itu kan lebih spesifik lagi motifnya dan sebagainya. Nah, itu contohnya. Jadi, fenomenologinya adalah pembunuhan. Nah, kasus pembunuhan di sini itu lebih ke seperti apa? Mungkin bisa terjadi dia memiliki sesuatu yang berbeda dengan pembunuhan yang dilakukan di tempat lain. Nah, itu contohnya. Jadi kasus itu memang sangat spesifik. Satu fenomena tersebut dapat berupa seorang pemimpin sekolah, ini kalau konteksnya sekolah, pendidikan, menjadikan sekelompok siswa atau suatu program, suatu proses kebijakan bahkan itu satu konsep bisa BKM. Jadi kasusnya di mana gitu, di UNES atau di UNY bisa diteliti secara indikasi. Penelitian ini menuntut perencanaan yang matang untuk menentukan tempat dan memulai pengumpulan data. Rencana ini bersifat emergen atau berubah. Jadi bahkan tergantung perkembangan yang terjadi di lapangan. Desain yang berubah tersebut bersifat sekuler ya, sehingga karena penentuan sampel yang bersifat progresif. Jadi bertujuan karena kasus itu kan ada di suatu keadaan tertentu. Nah, sehingga kita memilih subjeknya atau unit analisisnya itu berbeda atau memilih tempat tersebut. Nah, kemudian yang terakhir ini tentang penelitian dengan desain etnografi. Ini lingkungannya bahkan sangat alamiah, natural. Di tempat di mana yang diteliti itu ya, masyarakat, lembaga, kelompok manusia itu bukan penelitian yang dilakukan di laboratorium. Jadi etnografi itu memang ciri khasnya adalah benar-benar settingnya alamiah, tidak diubah, tidak dilakukan sebuah perubahan. Bahkan orang yang meneliti itu sendiri berupaya dia tidak diketahui kalau dia sedang meneliti gitu. Itu yang lebih bagus lagi. Sehingga di dalam penelitian etnografi itu peneliti datang ke tempat di mana masyarakat atau kelompok itu tinggal dan bahkan mengalami bersama. Ini tempatnya itu bisa di rumah, di sawah, rumah sakit, pasar, mal dan sebagainya. Ini salah satu setting alamnya yang terjadi. Jadi ketika Anda misalkan ingin tahu tentang perilaku orang di pasar, itu Anda harus ke pasar A, mengamati, ya, melihat bagaimana pembeli, penjual dan sebagainya. Ya, bahkan orang yang supply ya, dan sebagainya itu bisa diamati. Ya, itu settingnya alami. Si peneliti juga bisa berinteraksi dengan orang-orang yang ada atau siswa-siswa yang ada di sana. Dan tentunya peneliti harus mengunjunginya untuk bisa melihat yang diteliti. Jadi mau tidak mau kalau etnografi peneliti harus datang ke tempat atau ke lingkungan itu. Ini sangat menarik sekali karena memang kita lingkungan sosial tertentu ini kan terbangun gitu. Sama hubungannya dengan olahraga misalkan bagaimana pembentukan aksi di dalam masyarakat ya, ujaran itu bisa diteliti dengan
Suaranya kecil ya, Prof.
kecil ya. Halo.
Enak ya sekarang.
Ya. Kadang mengecil waktu besar ini.
Bisa mengecil
ya,
sendiri.
Ya.
Ya pangapunten.
Iya. Karena kadang sinyalnya ini agak ya, terputus-putus. Nah, itu kualitatif ya. Jadi kualitatif itu ada 5 tradisi desain ya, yang bisa kita gunakan untuk penelitian. Itu bisa dibaca lebih lanjut di bukunya Cashflow kalau melakukan penelitian secara kualitatif. Bukan kalau kita search di Google juga bisa kita melihat cari contoh-contoh yang kualitatif dengan desain ini di dalam konteks olahraga, konteks pendidikan, itu bisa. Nah, untuk yang kedua ini kuantitatif ya. Nah, kalau kuantitatif tadi sudah saya jelaskan memang ciri khasnya sudah jelas sekali terlihat bahwa kuantitatif itu mesti akan melibatkan number data, numbering. Kan di sini mengetes, ya, menguji, ya. Jadi tujuannya itu menguji teori, ya, kebenaran teori, ya. Hubungannya dengan variabel-variabel yang ada di dalam penelitian. Sehingga dasar teori dari apa namanya penelitian kuantitatif ini sangat penting juga, ya, karena memang variabel-variabel itu muncul itu dari teori-teori yang analisis datanya jelas pakai statistik prosedural. Dan ini biasanya penulisan laporannya itu sangat terstruktur, mulai dari pendahuluan, kemudian literature review, ya, teori, method, result, dan seterusnya. Nah, di dalam penelitian kuantitatif ini kita menggunakan atau menguji, ya, teori secara deduktif. Apakah benar teori A itu, maka akan diuji nanti. Dan kemudian kita biasanya di dalam penelitian kuantitatif itu ada hipotesis, ya, jawaban sementara. Tapi banyak juga, ya, penelitian, bukan banyak, ada jenis penelitian kuantitatif yang tidak memberikan. Ini kita pahami bahwa kuantitatif itu pasti akan menggunakan number atau angka, ya. Karena kalau bicara kuantitatif pasti bicara data berupa angka. Nah, ada 3 desain yang biasanya kita kenal di dalam kuantitatif, ya. Ada eksperimental, kemudian ada non eksperimental, dan satu lagi longitudinal. Meskipun longitudinal itu masuk dalam non eksperimental. Jadi pada intinya hanya ada 2 kuantitatif itu research desainnya, eksperimental maupun dan non eksperimental. Nah, kalau eksperimental itu memang ada treatment, ya, specific treatment. Jadi melakukan sebuah perlakuan terhadap apa yang ingin dicapai, ya, terhadap variabel yang ingin kita pengaruhi, ya, atau kita kembangkan, kita kurangi, dan sebagainya. Treatment ini. Jadi intinya kalau eksperimental itu pasti ada treatment. Kemudian peneliti juga menguji bagaimana atau menyiapkan perlakuan yang khusus itu, ya, dalam suatu grup atau beberapa, gitu, ya. Bahkan bisa lebih dari beberapa grup atau kelompok eksperimen 1, eksperimen 2, 3, dan sebagainya, itu bisa. Nah, itu dilakukan karena Anda melakukan atau kita menggunakan treatment yang berbeda-beda. Itu bisa. Orang yang minum batu, minum obat apa terhadap performance gitu, ya. Itu bisa, ya, dilihat. Jadi eksperimennya itu ada 3 bentuk itu dalam 3 kelompok. Nah, eksperimen itu biasanya, ya, random, ya, untuk mendapatkan subjeknya. Tapi ada kuasi eksperimen itu tidak pakai random itu. Ya. Tapi kalau yang benar-benar true experiments itu pasti akan dilakukan random pengambilan sampelnya. Included within quasi experiment, single subject design, itu termasuk quasi eksperimen itu adalah yang menggunakan satu subjek, ya, sekelompok, gitu, ya, kalau bahasa ini. Oke. Nah, eksperimental itu ada 3, ya, tipenya atau bentuknya. Yang pertama yang pre-experimental research design, ya. Kemudian ada true experimental research design dan quasi experimental research design. Nah, untuk yang pre-experimental research design ini, ya ada ini memang ingin bagaimana supaya kita itu mengetahui tentang bagaimana suatu ya, perlakuan itu berdampak atau menyebabkan perbedaan terhadap satu grup atau beberapa kelompok. Dan penelitian ini dilakukan biasanya untuk berupaya memahami tentang apa namanya, ya ini membutuhkan ya untuk membutuhkan investigasi yang lebih lanjut ya, tentang bagaimana kelompok-kelompok itu bisa kita perdalam untuk kelakuannya. Nah, ini biasanya memang tipenya ya, itu seperti one shot case tadi bisa. Jadi sudah melakukan treatment, kemudian kita ingin melihat satu kali bagaimana gitu ya. Itu masih pre eksperimental. Jadi sudah ada pelakuan, tapi kita tidak melakukan pre dan tidak melakukan tes awal. Kemudian ada yang disebut dengan one group test process, ya. Satu kelompok dikasih pelakuan, kita tes awal, tes akhir, ya. Itu disebut dengan eksperimental. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah static group comparison, jadi membandingkan yang 1 dan 2 itu, tapi hanya di bagian post-test atau pre-test saja, gitu. Post-test ya biasanya, karena sudah dilakukan perlakuan. Nah, ini tergolong pre-eksperimental. Banyak ini mahasiswa atau teman-teman S1 itu biasanya melakukan one group pre-test test. Iya kan, Bu?
Iya, laras.
Ya. Nah, one group pre-test proses itu masih di dalam pre-eksperimen. Nah, kemudian yang kedua itu eksperimental yang nyata ya, true eksperimental. Ini memang benar-benar dilakukan ya, ada hipotesisnya yang kuat, kemudian yang terpenting lagi cirinya adalah bahwa eksperimen ini ada kontrol grup atau ada grup kontrol. Karena ingin melihat perbedaan atau perubahan ya. Bahkan kita ingin melihat yang namanya bukan hanya within, tetapi bukan hanya di dalam antar grup, tetapi bukan hanya di dalam grup ya, di dan post, ya, tetapi juga within. Dan itu memang perlu ada kontrol. Lebih banyak kontrol grup lebih baik. Ya. Karena memang ada banyak faktor. Kalau manusia itu memang kita kan kalau melakukan eksperimen misalkan di laboratorium itu kan sangat terkontrol. Bisa kita lagi. Itu misalkan kita kontrol dan sebagainya. Paling ya kita melihat dari kondisi psikisnya dan tapi kalau manusia itu kita akan melakukan eksperimen itu kan faktornya banyak sekali gitu. Sehingga memang seringkali memang kalau penelitian eksperimen yang benar-benar kita lakukan pada manusia itu harus lebih banyak kontrol grupnya atau kelompok kontrolnya. Kenapa? Karena ini untuk mengantisipasi ya data-data yang mungkin akan mengakibatkan bias, ya, terutama dari faktor-faktor yang muncul dari manusia itu. Dan kita tahu sendiri manusia itu ada selain fisik misalkan usia, psikologisnya, gitu ya, dan faktor yang lain yang bisa mempengaruhi dia. Olahraga itu kan sangat dipengaruhi oleh berbagai aspek, karena gerak manusia itu sangat dipengaruhi berbagai macam aspek. Dan itu faktornya itu pasti akan banyak yang akan mempengaruhi. Nah, kemudian peneliti juga bisa memanipulasi dan kematian ini adalah menciptakan sebuah treatment. Kemudian biasanya untuk kontrol grup ini dilakukan secara distribusi sampling. Nah, kemudian yang bentuk yang ketiga ada kuasi eksperimental. Ya, ini kuasi ini, arti kuasi itu similar, ya. Similar itu sama, ya, mirip gitu ya, mirip penelitian eksperimental. Sehingga ini biasanya dilakukan pada grup ya seperti kita ya, manusia. Makanya kita disebut kuasi eksperimental. Ya, karena memang mirip-mirip ya. Dan itu partisipannya tidak dilakukan secara random. Itu cirinya begitu. Tapi kalau kita lakukan secara random, maka kita bisa true eksperimental. Meskipun faktor-faktor dari manusia itu sangat banyak sekali. Nah, kemudian quasi research is used in field setting, where random assignment is either irrelevant or not required. Jadi biasanya ini quasi eksperimen itu juga disebut dengan field experimental ya biasanya. Ini saya juga menggunakan istilah field experimental. Nah, kemudian untuk yang non eksperimental ini kita sebut dengan cross seksional ya. Kenapa? Karena kita mengambil suatu data pada waktu tertentu ya dalam satu kelompok. Nah, ini biasanya bila tipenya ada dua, kalau nggak deskriptif ya, hubungan sebab akibat ya, hubungan sebab akibat itu biasanya korelasional atau komparatif gitu ya. Kalau hanya deskriptif ya, itu mendeskripsikan ya, variabel tertentu ya, beberapa variabel ya, satu atau dua variabel. Kemudian kalau sebab akibat ini ya, bisa menghubungkan antara satu variabel dengan variabel. Itu kita sebut dengan korelasional. Memprediksi ya, ini proporsional juga. Kita sering, jadi banyak teman-teman S1 yang sering menggunakan cross-sectional research. Nah, non-experimental research design itu ada beberapa. Di sini ada deskriptif, kemudian ada korelasi tadi ya, post facto ya, jadi bisa dilakukan di elemental research design ya, termasuk yang pengembangan penelitian-pengembangan yang sekarang keren. Kita kemudian epidemiological design, kemudian ada survei. Nah, survei juga termasuk studi-studi yang kita lakukan. Ya, ini teman-teman mahasiswa S1 sering kita melakukan penelitian yang sifat survei. Nah, yang satu lagi ini penelitian longitudinal. Nah, ini penelitian ini memang butuh waktu ya. Jadi waktunya ini kalau longitudinal itu lama ya, karena kita perlu ada satu pembuktian apakah ada satu perubahan atau pengembangan variabel yang begitu waktu tertentu lama gitu, yang waktu tertentu. Nah, biasanya disebut dengan trend. When they study the change based by the study group in general. Kemudian jadi melihat tren tertentu, misalkan partisipasi olahraga anak-anak dari tahun berapa itu diteliti sampai sekarang selama 10 tahun gitu. Nah, itu bisa disebut dengan longitudinal. Atau gimana?
Nggak apa. Seperti sejarah kayak apa namanya? Sejarah hukum di olahraga gitu sampai sekarang
ya,
gitu.
Betul ya, itu bisa. Lalu kalau itu datanya bersifat kualitatif, nantinya masuknya ke historis ya, historical. Tapi kalau longitudinal memang ini bisa bersifat kuantitatif tuh.
Oh,
Itu doang. Jadi
bisa
datanya
mix ya.
kuantitatif, iya. Jadi misalkan tentang pertumbuhan anak dari usia 2 bulan 1 tahun sampai 10 tahun itu diamati terus pertumbuhannya bagaimana. Itu kan perubahan kelompok. Nah, ini sering banyak perubahan. Kemudian panel. Ini fiturnya salah satunya adalah panel. It is in charge of analyzing individual and group changes to discover the factor that produce them. Jadi bagaimana penelitian ini menganalisis suatu individu kelompok tertentu, terutama perubahannya terhadap suatu variabel tertentu. Ini penelitian di situ ada tren, ada group evolution dan ini saya ingin berbagi Bu Titin mungkin tentang ini salah satu penelitian yang bersifat kuantitatif ya. Bersifat kuantitatif ya. Ini saya melakukan penelitian yang bersifat kuantitatif waktu itu ya, untuk melihat bagaimana pengaruh dan pengaruh. Tapi ini mungkin sebutannya bisa kuasi eksperimental. Jadi saya di satu jurnal ini juga, ini saya mencoba melakukan sebuah eksperimen kuasi eksperimental itu kepada grup ya, dengan mengintervensikan satu program pendidikan jasmani yang berbasis kooperatif, di selama 28 minggu, selama 28 minggu, jadi 1 semester lebih. Ini
Kualitatif apa kuantitatif?
Kuantitatif ini.
Kuantitatif ya.
Iya, kuantitatif. Jadi ini karakter dari partisipannya. Ini anak sekolah dasar ya, usianya 10 ya, sekitar 10 tahun. Kelas 4, 5, 6. Kemudian ini saya bagi 3 kelompok itu berdasarkan random. Nah, yang di random waktu itu bukan siswanya tetapi sekolahnya. Random sekolahnya di situasi yang sama. Nah, yang 5 ini kita sebut dengan intervention group, jadi atau grup eksperimennya. Ya. Kemudian yang 5 yang kontrol grup 1 ini sebagai eksperimen grup kelompok kontrol yang pertama. Saya menggunakan 2 kelompok kontrol. Ini waktu menulis di jurnal ini saya sempat ditanya juga, kenapa kamu menggunakan 2 kelompok kontrol?
Ya.
Saya jawab karena di sini ada ini. The two control group used to detect latent bias of unobserved variable. Ini menurut.
Oh, untuk biasnya ya.
Ya, supaya
nggak bias.
Supaya nggak bias itu kita gunakan 2 kelompok kontrol. Itu. Jadi kita itu kan kalau manusia itu memang banyak faktor sosial, psikologis. Hanya yang ingin kita teliti kan di sini faktornya psikologis ya, stress coping skill dan problem skill ya. Jadi 2 variabel ini yang kita lakukan di tesnya. Kemudian ini kita untuk yang intervensi grup itu kita ketiganya ya melakukan pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Nah, hanya yang intervensi ini kita kasih program kita yang akan kita lakukan. Jadi si 5 guru ini kita lakukan training ya, pelatihan dulu, kemudian bagaimana cara melakukan programnya, membuat perencanaan dan sebagainya ini. sampai ke membuat aktivitasnya, aktivitas pembelajarannya. Itu ada perlakuan di situ. Kemudian yang kelompok kontrol itu hanya diskusi saja, ya, seperti apa mereka melakukan pembelajarannya, apa saja yang dia lakukan, kemudian seperti apa model pembelajaran, metode pembelajaran. Itu kelompok kontrol 1 dan 2. Nah, di yang ini, ya, di yang program yang ini kita gurunya kita berikan semacam belajar. Nah, kemudian setelah 28 minggu maka kita lakukan poster. Dan ini hasilnya memang ya ada peningkatan di grup kontrol ini, di grup intervensi ini. Nah, kelemahan dari eksperimen saya itu bahwa skor dari pre-nya atau awalnya itu tidak sama. Artinya terlalu berbeda gitu ya, Bu. Di sini ini kelemahan atau keterbatasan dari penelitian. Ya, harusnya ini menyatu nih berdekatannya, yang pre-nya itu. Sehingga nanti ketika mana yang meningkat lebih signifikan itu bisa terlebih terlihat. Ini yang untuk problem solving. Jadi sebetulnya kalau teman-teman ya, terutama yang S2 ini, kalau ada yang S3 juga, membuat jurnal, membuat artikel jurnal eksperimen itu cukup 2 gambar begini ya, jelas itu, gitu ya. Saya waktu itu Bu Titi, ini ya nggak hanya 2 gambar itu saya kasih tabel-tabelnya segala macam ya. Itu oleh tim reviewer itu suruh dibuang, ya kan? Ini tidak perlu. Akhirnya hanya 2 gambar ini. Dan memang sebetulnya jurnal itu kan untuk publikasi ya. Nah, untuk publikasi itu orang itu kan harus membaca, siapapun yang membaca itu langsung ngerti gitu. Nah, kalau orang melihat gambar gini, oh ya, yang meningkat ini, yang tidak meningkat ini, ada yang menurun juga, dan sebagainya. Sudah terlihat gitu. Ya, jadi artinya bahwa publikasi itu saya juga ini banyak belajar ya.
Ini pakai one way ANOVA nih, Prof.
Ya, ini pakai one way ANOVA itu. Apa namanya, analisis datanya saya gunakan two way ya, one way dan two way ya.
One way dan
jadi two way-nya pakai repeated measure analysis. Repeated
untuk
measure
yang
analysis.
pre sama post ya.
Ya, pre dan post 2 times ya. 2 times-nya 2 kali ya, pre dan post, dan kelompoknya 3. Jadi kalau dalam apa namanya, 2 kali 3 ya, 2 kali 3 itu berarti ada 6. Ya, ada 2 kali 3, 6 itu ya. Karena kita ingin mencari ini ya, differences between control ya, between group ya. Kemudian one way ANOVA-nya untuk bagaimana kita melihat setiap kelompok itu juga punya perbedaan dari lahir parent sample details. Jadi ini juga hasil dari review, dan juga bahwa kalau kita mau menganalisis itu memang harus terstruktur Bu. Mulai dari two way dulu, kemudian one way, baru pair sample details.
Ya, baru pairs. Yang pairs terakhir ya, betul.
Jadi kita harus melihat dulu secara umum, ini ada perbedaan enggak? Oh ada, kalau ada kita ke analisis berikutnya, gitu ya.
The one way, akhirnya ke pairs-nya tadi.
Oh, berarti kalau ini ada perbedaan secara keseluruhan. Kemudian dan ini kita melihat interaksinya, interaksi antar kelompok. Ada interaksi signifikan, baru kita lanjut ke statistik berikutnya, tes berikutnya. Nah, setelah one way ini ada juga change-nya, perubahan dari pre dan post, maka baru kita lihat pair sample sequence. Nah, itu sebetulnya begitu. Saya asalnya inginnya langsung pair saja, pair sample sequence. Jadi pre dan post ya. Oh tidak, kamu harus melihat dulu secara keseluruhan. Nah, dan itu lebih terlihat maknanya. Maknanya itu bahwa kita bisa melihat kelompok kontrol mana yang lebih efektif dalam meningkatkan itu.
Oke. Kita juga dulu disuruh tuh WA Nova gitu.
Ya, itu yang
Terus malah
ini.
yang waktu masuk saya ditolak itu 2 tahun itu Ankova.
Oh,
Anakova.
Ya,
Ya. Dan belum mudeng. Ya wes. 2 tahun revisi.
2 tahun revisi ya. Saya juga ini ya 1 tahun Bu ya, kalau dilihat dari ini ya, hampir 1 tahun ya
Wah, bagus Prof.
Ya,
Nanti
jadi,
bisa dipelajari lagi.
Ya betul. Saya itu, nah ini ya, submitted for itu Februari 2018.
Ya.
Kemudian sebetulnya bukan Februari ya, ini baru dia accept ya, terima untuk direview.
Baru
tahun
submit
berikutnya.
Ya. Baru accepted-nya Juli.
Accepted-nya Juli. Dan publish-nya ini baru publish interest-nya September. 2000 ini publish aslinya itu apa namanya? Kalau
Doainnya 2019.
Februari ya. Februari 2019 kalau nggak salah. Jadi 1 tahun kira-kira ya. Untuk
tapi berbuah hasil ya Prof ya.
Ya, berbuah hasil.
Ini free atau bayar?
Ini berbayar ya. Jurnal ini berbayar. Itu saya hanya bayar 200 US kalau nggak salah.
Oh, masih murah ya hitungannya
Ya,
ya?
masih murah. Sekarang ini sudah mahal ini.
Sekarang mahal Prof?
Iya, 500 kalau nggak salah. 500 US.
Masih murah
kalau
ya?
mau nyobain ya.
Nanti kita coba Prof, kolaborasi Prof.
Ini kalau tidak salah dia di University of Alicante. University of Alicante.
Ini di mana Prof? Di Prancis atau
ya.
Prancis atau Portugal? Oh, Spanyol, Spanish. Oh, obrigado.
Ya.
Obrigado.
Ini juga
Obrigado.
apa namanya? Nah, ini dulu pas saya submit itu Q2. Sekarang turun Q3.
Oh,
mungkin
gitu.
citasinya kurang ya.
Ya, citasinya.
Ya.
Ini nggak apa-apa Prof. Ini hitungannya masih murah 500 US.
Ya, betul. Nah, kalau mau yang mahal yang ini. Nah, ini. Itu yang mahal ini. Nah,
berapa itu Prof?
International Journal of Infection. Ini kalau dirupiahkan hampir 15 juta. Nah, ini bisa. Ini hampir 15 juta. Q2. Q2 SDR-nya lebih dari 5. Ini namanya International Journal of Infection. Jadi banyak orang Indonesia di sini juga. Jadi dia mempertahankan. Itu review-nya juga. Ya. Saya itu risetnya 2020 itu baru online first-nya ini April
2021. Wow.
Tetapi publish-nya itu Juli 2021. Baru kemarin. Jadi hampir setahun lebih.
Update-nya setahun.
Iya. Jadi ini kualitatif Bu.
Kualitatif semuanya.
Gabungan ya.
Gabungan.
Mix ya. Tapi saya menggabungkan keduanya suatu hal yang berpisah. Satu yang berpisah. Jadi
keren banget
saya mencoba menggabungkan dua seperti ini. Riset desainnya kualitatif proses seperti ini. Ini kuantitatif proses.
Oh, that's good.
Iya.
Nah,
jadi ada 2.
Ini mahasiswa S2 ini bisa ini. Silahkan dilihat dulu nih yang S2.
Jadi kalau yang kualitatif proses itu saya gurunya. Yang kita tanya.
Ada
yang kita secara kualitatif gurunya. Sedangkan yang kuantitatif itu yang siswanya.
Nilainya, nilai depressionnya dari anaknya ya muridnya.
Ini kita melihat dari segi psikologis ya, depresi, anxiety dan stres. Nah, sedangkan yang sebetulnya variabelnya itu 2. Variabelnya itu 2. Yang pertama psikososial, keterampilan psikososial. Yang kedua negative emotional state. Jadi apa namanya tadi faktor psikologis tadi yang negatif. Dan yang kedua ini Yang ini secara kualitatif ya saya peroleh, yang ini kuantitatif gitu. Tapi di anak sekolah. Jadi dengan desain ini saya bertanya kepada guru tentang siswanya. Nah, sedangkan yang kuantitatif ini mereka mengisi skala. Ya, tentang skala.
Wah, menarik sekali nih, Prof. Ini kebetulan
Jadi,
saya balik-balik ke Indonesia kan belum belajar banyak tentang metode. Biasanya kalau di sini review yang untuk yang mahasiswa S2 itu biasanya kualitatif, kuantitatif. Jadi
ya, ya.
untungnya sama jenengan langsung, oh gini ternyata ini tuh.
Ya ini
Langsung
yang contoh dua ya.
Iya.
Ini tidak mix tapi karena memang ini saya menggunakan dua variabel yang berbeda dan dengan pendekatan yang berbeda. Tetapi saya jadikan satu artikelnya menjadi juga proses gitu, baik kuantitatif maupun kualitatif. Nah, kemudian ini di teachernya ini ada 9 orang dan kita tuliskan ya secara inisial ya T1 sampai T9. Sebenarnya kurang gender, artinya 50-50. Ya. Kalau mau meneliti silakan. Kalau misalkan meskipun ya kualitatif gender itu diupayakan seimbang. Misalkan guru perempuan sama guru laki-lakinya sama. Gitu. Kalau 2 orang ya satu-satu lah. Gitu. Kalau 3 orang ya bisa kalau satunya lebih banyak. Kalau bisa ya memang seimbang. Nah ini kita ada 3 area ya, yang kita teliti di Jogja itu yang disaster, urban, sama super. Itu ini yang partisipan dari si ini. Sedangkan kalau untuk yang siswanya ini ada
basic studentnya
ya 2745 di wilayah Merapi itu ya. Yang benar-benar dia disaster. Nah kita data collectionnya ini yang pertama kalau untuk guru interview, pakai interview. Ini pakai pedoman wawancara. Ini pedoman wawancara. Hanya 9 pertanyaan ini sudah itu ya.
Kisi-kisinya ini.
Cuma dari 9 ini jadi berkembang banyak sekali gitu. Bagaimana nomor 1 dan 2 ini kan pertanyaan yang jadi bagaimana misalkan siswa itu karakteristik psikososial dari siswa kelas 4 sampai 5. Dijelaskan itu bisa 1 jam. Nah, itu pertanyaan ini sangat penting. Nah ini interview prosedurnya seperti ini, sekitar 1 jam kalau nggak salah.
Analisisnya ini menggunakan apa, Prof? Kalau
ini analisisnya ini kalau yang kualitatif itu pakai 3 ini, data reduction, kemudian data display dan conclusion dari. Jadi pakai yang Miles and Hardeman. Kalau yang kuantitatifnya pakai ANOVA tadi, analysis of variance. Jadi karena membandingkan siswa ya, yang di daerah disaster itu udah. Nah ini findings-nya, temuan-temuannya tentang
okay, that's good.
Kalau yang kedua ini yang student negatifnya itu kuantitatif. Ini pakai ANOVA,
itu
perbedaannya.
Ini pakai apa, Dok, Prof? Analisnya menggunakan apa nih, Prof?
One way ANOVA.
One way ANOVA.
Ya, hasilnya.
Ya, ERSAN. Oh yes, have a three
Jadi
variable.
kalau kita melihat di sini ya, ternyata di daerah kota itu tingkat stres, depresi dan ansiasinya lebih tinggi
di
dari
kota ya?
siswa yang di
desa. Di desa
itu
lebih bahagia.
temuan kita, iya. Di desa ini lebih kecil, apalagi di daerah ya, antara desa dan kota. Ini memang semua berbeda, dan ini kalau dilihat dari variabelnya, misalkan stres ya, ini stres itu yang paling tinggi justru di daerah suburban, 11, sekian. Kemudian yang kedua itu di kota, yang ketiga baru daerah disaster. Karena perkiraan awal kita justru daerah disaster ini apa namanya dia punya tingkat stres tinggi, ya, ternyata dibanding kota itu malah lebih baik.
Malah bagus di desa. Jadi orang desa itu
Di
lebih
desa.
bahagia. Sama
Itu
kayak yang
ibaratnya.
hukumnya siapa itu Newton, gaya sama dengan tekanan tuh. Semakin banyak gaya semakin banyak tekanan tuh.
Oh iya betul, semakin banyak ini cuma gitu aja, jadi pakai LSD post-hoc ya, post-hoc LSD analysis, nah, kemudian discussion, bla bla dan sebagainya. Dan
Pakainya LSD ini ya.
Pakai LSD post-hoc ini. Ya, post-hoc kan bisa LSD, bisa nah ini contoh dua penelitian Bu, kira-kira itu pengalaman saya.
Mungkin nanti bisa di-share gitu, Prof. Oh iya. Any question? I think have a Mrs. Aryati Mowan asking something. Usually, okay. This topic is very interesting, right?
Yes, because I have a hard time working for in qualitative.
Yes.
And for the reason for the literacy review or the semantic review or LSR or LNR, narrative review actually, because I'm for my PhD in early childhood.
Oh yeah.
I think I know it's best with narrative will be nice because
Yes.
children cannot talk their own.
Yeah.
But I have a hard time to collecting the data by authentic observation. So what should I learn more to get engaging more to have the narrative or the semantic review, because the semantic review even you have like cannot be alone study because of the objectivities. Right now I'm working in semantic review, so I'm still confused because my PhD need a journal, but the people some of people said you have to start with the review first, then you can study more with your dissertation. So maybe you have a tip for me to learn more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Aryati. So, yeah, for your dissertation, it's better to submit literature review first for your the basic theory, yeah, and also for your empirical data from another research.
Okay.
Jadi, for another research in your it's needs for your dissertation to make the position of your research.
Okay.
So you need to maybe 100 article journal minimum to read, yeah, and find with the specific
topic
and specific key, yeah.
Okay.
Keywords.
Okay.
Something like explained by Mr. Azam before.
Okay.
And you read and you make some conclusions about related to your topic, to your variable. Yeah.
Okay.
What is your variable of your dissertation and of your research topic? So it's need to make it something like that, because the dissertation needs more exploration in theory and also empirical data in some article journal. It's my topic, my tips, something like that. Miss Ariati, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Ariati, is it clear?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much for your question. And I think the time is, oh, it's very interesting topic, but the time is so tough.
Okay.
And Professor, after this is the next session. Okay, I would like to share for certificate. Yeah, right. And there. So I would like to say thank you very much for your excellent presentation
Thank
and
you.
make us understanding about what is qualitative, also what is quantitative research.
Yeah.
Usually, for us in sports science, you use quantitative, and now we have better understanding about that. And this is have a greeting from our dean of sports science, Professor Tandio Rahayu. Honoris give you certificate appreciation for lecturing us about quantitative and qualitative research. Professor Sonny Nopemli, thank you very much, and we hope see you next time in the equation again.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah, arigatou gozaimasu. You're from Japan, right?
There is some researcher from Japan here. No.
Yes. So, would you please share for us about your publication, also your presentation?
Okay, I will send to you.
Okay.
Soon.
Thank you very much, Professor Sonny. So see you next time. And now we're going to the next agenda. This is also more interesting. Professor Sonny about the qualitative and quantitative. And now it's about the research in physical education. So now we're going to the next speaker. Here is Professor Dr. M.A. Winarno, MPD from University Negeri Malang. And his education background is Doctor of Physical Education at Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And he got a lot of recognition, but I just took a little bit, but so many. And he got awards. First, the best lecturer in Universitas Negeri Malang 2002. Oh, this is, I think I'm still study for bachelor, and he have so many publication, about 106 publication, also have 776 citation in Google Scholar, and he's the reviewer in the top 11 national journal in Indonesia. And his research specialization is about learning evaluation. Please welcome Professor Dr. M.A. Winarno, MPD. The screen is yours.
Terima kasih, Bu Titin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya gunakan bahasa Indonesia gitu. Sekarang masih ada 71 peserta.
Turunnya banyak.
Nggak apa-apa, itu bagian dari apa yang harus kita lakukan, gitu ya.
Kayak kuliah katanya.
Iya. Bu Setia, matur nuwun nggih, Bu Setia.
Terima kasih, Prof. Vin.
Ya. Baik, jadi tadi memang sudah saya tanyakan ada berapa S1, S2, S3. Ternyata proporsi yang paling banyak adalah yang di S1. Nanti kalau saya menggunakan bahasa Inggris malah nggak jelas, bahasa saya nggak jelas, apalagi yang terima kan gitu. Gitu.
Siap, Prof, siap.
Nah, itu saya alhamdulillah beberapa kawan hadir dari grup jurnal ya. Ada Mas Khalid, ada di Unipad tadi ada 2, ada yang dari Lombok itu. Ini yang tinggal kuatan ini yang 71 ini yang termasuk yang kuat bertahan gitu.
Amin, siap Prof. Siap.
Beberapa hal yang menurut saya ngambil best practice-nya yang untuk melengkapi dari Prof. Sony tadi. Jadi kalau publikasi memang ini yang paling tua kayaknya saya, Mbah Bustio. Bustio yang paling tua kayaknya saya itu.
Sama Bustio? Tua sih.
Sama-sama tuanya itu.
Tapi
artinya kalau publikasi internasional itu memang ketika saya itu tidak menjadi tagihan. Sehingga target publikasi itu dulu nasional terakreditasi sudah TOP BGT. Top banget gitu loh gitu ya. Gitu. Sehingga secara teknis kalau dilacak di internasional tentu tidak banyak, ada tapi tidak banyak gitu ya. Gitu. Sehingga hari-hari ini yang saya kepingin diskusi nanti kawan-kawan terutama S1, S2, kalau S3 levelnya beda itu kaitannya bagaimana menyelesaikan studi itu on the track, on schedule itu jadi penting. Jadi saat sekarang memang saat pandemi itu persoalan banyak muncul untuk penyelesaian studi, terutama buka prodi S2 UNES itu. Buka prodinya. Siapa tuh kaprodi ini?
Bu Setio Rahayu.
Iya. Jadi kaprodi S2 POR UNES dan UM itu yang menjadi beban. Sama Unipa itu juga sama itu. Jadi
Prof,
tadi memang menarik dan ini di Indonesia baru bergeser tahun kedua ini. Penelitian pustaka yang disampaikan oleh Associate Profesor Pak Widi 1 ya. Pak Dr. Azam gitu ya. Gitu. Jadi penelitian pustaka atau literatur review itu menjadi fokus untuk membantu mahasiswa menyelesaikan studi karena memenuhi standar kriteria ilmiah. Sebelum saya lanjutkan, saya sampai jam berapa ini?
3, boleh lah,
3,
15 boleh.
Ya, jam 15 ya. Jadi literatur review di olahraga itu sangat-sangat kompleks, apalagi yang diteliti manusia. Tapi kalau di IKOR yang gunakan untuk eksperimen, gunakan tikus putih itu masih oke lah, gitu ya. Itu masih oke. Tapi begitu orang yang dilibatkan saat ini itu berat karena protokol COVID-nya itu harus dijaga gitu. Sehingga perkembangan riset lapangan ini menjadi persoalan tersendiri untuk di bidang olahraga gitu. Termasuk ini kegiatan yang hari-hari ini di Papua itu juga protokol COVID memang harus dijaga dengan sepenuhnya itu. Nah, 2 model penelitian yang di atas itu masih memungkinkan untuk dilakukan sekarang. Jadi mahasiswa saya yang S2 dan S1 bimbingan saya juga saya dorong menggunakan pola literatur review. Ya. Makanya ini termasuk nanti yang pemateri terakhir itu saya dengarkan sampai habis gitu. Artinya untuk menambah wawasan saya yang terkait dengan bahkan tahun kemarin secara khusus memang di prodi saya S2 juga mengundang dari UNER 1 orang, yang dari UPI, yang dari UNESA untuk mendiskusikan kaitannya dengan literatur review. Jadi kalau di bidang keolahragaan nasional barang baru, tapi di kedokteran sudah lama ada gitu ya. Sehingga ini yang perlu menjadi fokus. Jadi kalau banyak anak-anak yang S1 saat ini itu pilihan-pilihan. Kalau Anda pengen lama di UNES, ya silahkan riset lapangan gitu ya. Tapi kalau Anda ingin on the track, targetnya 8 semester selesai, bahkan 7 semester bisa selesai, maka harus mengubah pola pikirnya sama kualitasnya, memenuhi standar SN Dikti, memenuhi standar KKNI, tapi Anda bisa lulus. Gitu ya. Nah, itu menggunakan pola yang pertama. Yang kedua, survei itu juga bisa dilakukan online, tapi kesulitan anak-anak adalah di instrumennya. Jadi respon pengisi juga sama. Jadi kalau yang mengirimkan mahasiswa banyak tidak direspon, harus dilakukan intervensi oleh dosen atau gurunya. Nah, PTK sedang sulit. Baru minggu ini ada pertemuan terbatas, artinya ketika itu dilakukan online, maka tidak banyak yang bisa kita lakukan. Nah, tadi sudah saya sebut, jadi kalau di eksperimen, olahraga itu sulit dilakukan karena intervensi fisik yang dilakukan itu bentuknya perlakuan, maka kita terkendala dengan protokol COVID, jaga jarak salah satunya, itu yang menjadi persoalan. Tetapi tadi saya sebut, jika prodinya IKOR, penelitian eksperimen yang menggunakan tikus itu masih memungkinkan, gitu. Sehingga secara teknis untuk riset lapangan itu yang terjadi kendala saat ini, termasuk penelitian pengembangan. Jadi uji coba produk yang menggunakan human atau orang intervensinya, misalnya model-model pembelajaran aktivitas fisik atau pendidikan jasmani, maka itu juga akan sulit. Tetapi kalau produk itu digunakan bisa personal, jadi misalnya produk pembelajaran tapi sifatnya personal, anak-anak bisa melakukan di rumah, itu masih mungkin. Masih mungkin. Sehingga hari ini saya kira anak-anak yang masih aktif di ruang ini pengen selesai di S1, S2, bisa memilih salah satunya dengan naratif review atau systematic review. Itu tinggal apa yang topik yang menarik yang dibahas. Nah, ini secara global. Jadi penelitian memang ada 4 paling tidak yang jadi orang meneliti itu, satu karena pengen mendeskripsikan fenomena. Jadi tadi Prof. Sony sudah mengemukakan banyak. Salah satu yang menarik tadi, novelty-nya tinggi, jadi unik adalah mixed method tadi. Sehingga kombinasi antara kuantitatif, kualitatif, analisisnya itu menjadi bagian yang mungkin ketika publikasi, saya bilang mungkin ya, karena saya kalau untuk internasional tidak bisa cerita dari pengalaman gitu ya, tetapi bisa membaca dari jenis artikelnya. Jadi deskriptif, ada yang sifatnya mendeskripsikan. Jadi misalnya sekarang muncul yang deskriptif ini, studi misalnya tentang pembelajaran PJOK online. PJOK online itu sesuai standar enggak? Itu menjadi bagian yang memang bisa dibaca. Model guru ngajar PJOK online seperti apa? Apakah webinar anak-anaknya tidur karena HP-nya dinyalakan, kameranya di-off-kan gitu, sehingga suaranya merdu, terus anak-anak jadi tertidur pulas. Nah, itu kan bisa dideteksi gitu ya. Nah, yang kedua yang menjelaskan fenomena. Jadi peristiwa itu bisa sudah terjadi, tetapi itu bisa dicek mundur. Jadi kalau misalnya kecelakaan lalu lintas itu sudah terjadi, bisa dilihat dari pengereman, termasuk berapa panjang pengereman misalnya, itu peristiwa sudah terjadi, baru dianalisis mundur. Nah, yang berikutnya yang jadi anak-anak yang terutama bisa yang ketiga itu yang korelasional, jadi prediktif gitu. Prediktif gitu. Itu meramalkan peristiwa. Jadi ada kalau ada persamaan regresi linier itu sebetulnya untuk memprediksi. Jadi anak-anak yang jumlah jam belajarnya banyak itu akan memunculkan banyak yang dibaca sehingga itu berkorelasi dengan ketepatan studi misalnya. Nah, sekarang kalau saya membaca memang guru-guru kita, alumni FIK yang khusus 3 prodi, IK, PJKR, ada pendidikan kepelatihan, lulusan 10 tahun terakhir itu sudah kalah dengan lulusan baru. Karena perubahannya luar biasa. Jadi misalnya nulis harus menggunakan Mendeley, skripsi hanya 1 file harus selesai, dan misalnya cari referensi, gunakan Google Scholar, gunakan Simago, Science Direct dan seterusnya, itu angkatan-angkatan lama yang 5-10 tahun yang lalu itu tidak kenal. Tidak kenal. Sehingga siapa pemenangnya yang saat ini. Tetapi kelemahan anak-anak saya yang S1 itu ketika online seperti ini kecermatannya kurang. Jadi copy paste-nya itu masih tinggi. Memindahkan tulisan orang lain ke dalam tulisan di aku itu menjadi persoalan tersendiri. Nah, yang keempat adalah yang sifatnya mengendalikan fenomena, tadi disampaikan eksperimen, pengembangan itu punya target-target yang memang betul-betul harus dikendalikan. Jadi berhasil itu by design, harus dikendalikan. Untuk bisa 8 semester, itu memang setiap semester harus lulus, di semester 6 ke 7 harus sudah seminar, dan seterusnya, itu menjadi bagian penting. Termasuk penugasan-penugasan yang dilakukan. Jadi kalau saya 5 minggu pertama itu harus membaca, kalau S1 minimal setiap minggu tugasnya 5 artikel. 5 artikel. Artinya apa? Itu membiasakan membuat habit baru yang biasanya juara lari 100 meter jadi juara dunia, tetapi membacanya susah, itu menjadi bagian yang memang harus diselaraskan sehingga isinya banyak dan tepat waktu. Nah, tentu meneliti itu dasarnya dari masalah, bukan judul, tetapi masalah. Masalah yang harus muncul dulu sehingga masalah itu harus diselesaikan. Jangan dihindari. Jangan dihindari. Ini yang ikut ini di semester berapa, Bu Titin? Yang S1? Semester 5?
Ada 3, 5, 7.
Ya, 3,
Terus
5,
ada yang
7.
S1. Kalau
Ya.
yang S2 itu ada yang semester 3, yang
Ya.
S3 juga ada.
Ya, jadi yang di S1, jadi saya punya desain, bimbingan saya yang kemarin ketika belum COVID, S1 lulus 7 semester 10 orang.
Wow, that's good.
Iya, jadi setiap Selasa itu saya intervensi. Nah, ini sejak COVID yang lulus 7 semester 2 orang. Padahal setiap Rebuan ini biasanya jam 13, tapi hari ini saya geser karena kalah janji dengan Bu Titin, jadi besok itu setiap minggu wajib ketemu. Tapi tadi pagi-pagi sudah seminar proposal dulu. Jadi anak-anak ada 22 orang yang masuk grup, itu menjadi penting. Jadi para mahasiswa, jadi penelitian apapun itu berangkatnya dari masalah. Masalah, ada tujuan, ada metode, ada hasil, ada simpulan. Nah, metode itu tergantung dari masalahnya. Jadi kalau nah, biasanya di sebuah artikel, jadi sebuah artikel masalah garis miring atau sama dengan tujuan, jadi di abstrak itu isinya 4, masalah, tujuan, metode, hasil, dan simpulan. Gitu. Itu menjadi bagian untuk ngecek mundur, tadi saya sampaikan, jadi kalau literatur review itu sebetulnya prosedur ilmiahnya terjaga itu. Jadi siapapun yang buka akses itu akan bisa dilakukan dengan cara yang sama, hasilnya sama. Jadi masalah itu kesenjangan antara harapan dengan kenyataan. Kesenjangan antara yang ideal dengan situasi yang terjadi. Yang real. Jadi kalau tadi saya buka pendidikan jasmani, konsepnya kalau pembelajaran yang dilakukan melalui aktivitas fisik atau aktivitas jasmani. Nah, ketika online 25 menit, 30 menit, 40 menit, tidak ada aktivitas fisik, maka itu baru pada tataran kognisi. Jadi di teori belajar gerak itu ada kognisi, ada asosiasi, ada otomatisasi. Jika kita online seperti saat ini, maka itu sebetulnya baru membekali pada tataran kognitif. Jadi belum mengajarkan gerak. Nah itulah kalau mau diteliti survei bagi anak-anak S1, karena anak S1 itu tagihannya repositori saja. Tetapi kalau S2 itu sudah pada uji, itu boleh. Jadi di S1 yang repositori itu bisa dilakukan dengan survei. Dan apakah itu bisa dipublikasikan? Bisa, gitu. Tinggal novelty-nya aja nanti yang dibangun di situ. Nah, jadi kalau masalah, tentukan standar yang ada apa, lalu cek di online. Jadi kalau misalnya Bapak Ibu atau para mahasiswa, sebentar, saya buka sekalian ini. Jadi kalau mahasiswa saya geser dulu thumbnailnya biar tidak mengganggu
Apa, San?
sajian.
Iya, bentar ya. Jangan Kak.
Cek, yang tampil apa? Yang tampil di layar monitor?
Tampilan web UNES, Pak.
UNES ya?
Betul, Bro.
Oke, saya geser. Nah, sudah kelihatan ya?
Kelihatan, Prof.
Open Knowledge Map. Ya.
Iya, Prof.
Oke. Jadi saat ini cari referensi itu ternyata sangat gampang. Dan yang tua, Bu Setia, termasuk saya, itu harus mengikuti pola ini. Jadi ketika kita masukkan misalnya yang di dua model aja, satu di sini, maka akan muncul berbagai artikel yang banyak bisa kita gunakan. Dan kita bisa membatasi. Membatasi misalnya kalau kaitannya online 2 tahun terakhir gitu, maka itu akan banyak akses, banyak artikel yang bisa kita baca. Artikel yang kita baca. Ini satu yang menurut saya gampang untuk memetakan. Jadi kalau tadi Pak Azam menyampaikan PubMed itu kalau kaitannya dengan kesehatan itu sudah luar biasa. Jadi di bidang kedokteran itu sudah lebih dulu mengembangkan yang di literatur review. Dan kawan-kawan yang S1 itu sebetulnya yang lain juga bisa misalnya menggunakan Google Scholar ya. Jadi di Google Scholar itu juga bisa kita lakukan baik yang berbahasa Indonesia maupun berbahasa Inggris dengan batasan yang pendek. Jadi misalnya dibatasi tahun tertentu untuk memperoleh referensi yang terbaru. Itu juga bisa dilakukan. Sehingga inilah yang saya sampaikan tadi. Jadi lulusan kita yang 5 tahun terakhir gitu, itu sudah ketinggalan dari sisi akses dibanding dengan yang saat ini. Sehingga ketika nulis guru-guru kita yang lama itu akan ini kalau saya batasi lebih kecil lagi, tinggal langsung muncul 35. Nah, inilah sebenarnya cara-cara yang saat ini bisa dilakukan oleh kawan-kawan, terutama yang sedang menyelesaikan studi, baik S1, S2, atau S3, untuk cari akses yang terkini, jadi kekiniannya tinggi. Nah, ini, jadi tadi saya ulang, jadi masalah kesenjangan antara harapan dengan kenyataan, bandingkan standar yang, jadi kalau misalnya cara menemukan masalah, baca artikel hasil penelitian. Nah, tentu kalau rekomendasi saya, kalau Scopus semua, 1, 2, 3, 4, tapi kalau Sinta hati-hati. Sinta 1 sampai 4 lah. Kenapa? Karena reviewernya, jadi reviewnya kalau Sinta yang 5, 6 atau belum masuk Sinta, itu biasanya proses seleksi naskahnya itu tidak ketat. Sehingga bisa jadi artikelnya, tulis artikelnya tidak standar, masih masuk di jurnal. Bahkan saya menemukan di Sinta 3 saja, itu juga ada yang secara metodologi salah, itu masih masuk. Itu kelemahan yang ada, dan di jurnal secara nasional, jurnal keolahragaan itu lebih dari 74, tetapi yang masuk Sinta 2 itu baru ada 4, Sinta 3 agak banyak, ada 12, jadi termasuk jurnalnya UNES itu banyak yang ada 3 atau 4 itu yang di Sinta 3. Artinya dari sisi pengelolaan itu sudah fokus pada bidang itu, saya kira cukup baik gitu ya. Nah, jadi kunci-kuncinya ketika mau meneliti itu harus menemukan masalah. Jadi kesenjangan antara harapan dengan kenyataan, lalu dimunculkan yang hasil-hasil penelitian sebelumnya dan dibandingkan dengan standarnya. Jadi jika realitas antara teoretik dengan temuan, dengan antara yang ideal dengan fakta itu ada perbedaan, maka itu masalah. Jika menurut Bapak Ibu pembelajaran PJOK online sekarang ada perbedaan antara konsep dengan realitasnya, misalnya harusnya ada aktivitas gerak ternyata tidak dilakukan, maka itu ada masalah. Jadi saya contohkan pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani yang harusnya dilakukan aktivitas fisik, tetapi hanya dilakukan online, itu berarti ada persoalan yang harus diselesaikan. Tentu itu bukan hanya pembelajarannya, termasuk evaluasinya. Evaluasi sikap dan keterampilan itu saat ini sedang sulit. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menghindar, tetapi harus membantu menyelesaikan. Nah, metode itu adalah cara, tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Sony, jadi cara yang ditempuh atau digunakan peneliti untuk dapat mengontrol supaya temuan penelitian itu memang betul-betul mencerminkan situasi yang sebenarnya. Jadi tidak boleh penelitiannya nggak objektif, itu tidak boleh. Nggak boleh. Sehingga ini menjadi bagian penting. Nah, bagian ini kalau di artikel biasanya dituangkan satu rancangannya, rancangan penelitiannya seperti apa. Jadi kecanggihan rancangan itu bukan rumitnya rancangan, tetapi rancangan itu memang betul-betul sesuai dengan masalah yang dihadapi. Jadi bukan berarti kalau rumit itu rancangannya baik ya. Tetapi jika deskripsi yang kita perlukan, survei, mungkin nanti analisisnya hanya kuantitatif persentase, jika itu sudah menjawab masalah atau tujuan penelitian juga nggak apa-apa. Gitu. Nggak apa-apa. Tapi kalau perlu kontrol yang ketat tadi, seperti yang eksperimen, maka itu juga harus dilakukan. Gitu. Makanya kadang-kadang kesulitannya ketika eksperimen menggunakan orang, ngontrolnya untuk hadir terus selama 16 atau 24 kali pertemuan, itu kadang-kadang sangat sulit. Gitu. Sehingga seringkali kalau di Prodi IKOR, itu yang digunakan kalau eksperimen menggunakan tikus putih, ada labnya khusus gitu, karena itu yang bisa dikontrol dengan baik. Nah, yang kedua yang harus muncul itu disebutkan jadi populasi sampel dan teknik sampling. Ini kalau nggak jelas seringkali di-reject. Jadi saya kemarin mereview untuk jurnal Sinta 2, jadi disebutkan misalnya jadi populasi yang digunakan atau sampel yang digunakan ketemu 1891 di misalnya Jawa Tengah gitu. Tetapi tidak ada penjelasan bagaimana teknik pengambilan sampel. Nah, sehingga itu yang tidak jelas. Nanti jangan-jangan dibilang Jawa Tengah hanya di Demak saja. Gitu. Kalau itu terjadi, maka tidak boleh simpulannya Jawa Tengah. Karena ngambilnya tidak representatif, jadi tidak mewakili wilayah yang dikehendaki. Tentu saja kalau Jawa Tengah, misalnya kalau dipetakan berdasarkan lokasi, ada barat, ada timur misalnya, ada selatan, ada tengah misalnya seperti itu. Sehingga itu harus betul-betul terwakili. Jika tidak, itu bisa kesimpulannya bisa salah, artinya menyesatkan orang. Dianggap baik, ternyata hanya daerah tertentu yang terwakili dan tempat lain tidak. Itu pentingnya dimunculkan di situ. Nah, yang keempat, yang ketiga memang instrumen. Jadi instrumen itu validitas menjadi kunci validitasnya. Reliabilitas, praktikability biasanya juga muncul. Jadi kalau instrumen itu rumit juga. Kalau itu pengembangan instrumen, maka juga orang akan menggunakan itu juga berpikir berkali-kali. Jadi kalau misalnya instrumennya tidak valid misalnya, apalagi kesimpulannya akan salah. Jadi kalau mengukur panjang ruang dengan, kalau bahasa Jawa dikilani ya, pakai jari atau pakai tungkai, itu kan tidak valid gitu. Tetapi tetap gunakan meteran yang standar. Nah, yang terakhir tentu analisis data. Jadi tadi sudah panjang lebar disampaikan. Jadi analisis data itu menyesuaikan dengan jenis datanya. Jadi kalau penelitiannya survei, terus mencari kekuatan hubungan, maka analisis datanya korelasional gitu ya. Kalau datanya interval rasio, maka menggunakan produk momen. Tetapi jika uji beda itu bisa ANAVA, bisa ANACOVA, bisa t-test, tergantung dari desain penelitian yang digunakan. Nah, salah satu kekuatan dari artikel ketika publikasi adalah kebenaran di metode. Jadi ini memang harus betul-betul dijaga. Jadi 4 ini yang harus muncul di sebuah artikel. Nah ini tadi, jadi kalau jenis yang lain ada PTK. PTK saya kira saat ini sedang sulit ya, karena kecuali nanti sudah ada yang ini pertemuan terbatas, itu bisa menggunakan blended. Jadi kalau online learning itu, kalau saya tidak cocok untuk PJOK, minimal harus blended, karena ada aktivitas fisik yang harus dilakukan anak-anak di rumah, dan dikontrol dengan dokumen pelaksanaan yang biasa, salah satunya dengan portofolio. Jadi kalau online learning ini yang khususnya di kita, di keolahragaan gitu. Kalau bidang lain mungkin masih bisa. Jadi kalau misalnya yang memanfaatkan teknologi di jurusan-jurusan tertentu, itu mungkin masih bisa dilakukan karena dikontrol oleh sistem. Tapi begitu aktivitas fisik, tidak ada pertemuan tatap muka, adanya tatap maya gitu, itu menjadi persoalan. Nah, ini termasuk yang korelasional. Jika ada ex post facto, datanya sudah ada, sangat memungkinkan ini. Jadi kalau menggunakan literatur review gitu, misalnya prestasi akademik, jadi faktor-faktor yang berhubungan dengan prestasi akademik, nanti variabelnya ada jam belajar, kebugaran jasmani, misalnya yang kaitannya PJOK, motivasi, minat, dan kesempatan baca, misalnya itu variabel terikat, itu masih memungkinkan. Tetapi jika ngambil data di lapangan, harus tes keterampilan misalnya, itu hati-hati betul, karena tes itu harus dilakukan minimal 2 kali untuk cek reliabilitasnya, dan mengumpulkan banyak orang itu menjadi catatan tersendiri saat ini. Ini secara metodologis. Nah, eksperimen apalagi ya? Ini tadi yang disampaikan, apalagi kalau yang S2, S3 biasanya menggunakan pola yang faktorial, itu artinya kelompoknya menjadi banyak, jadi 2 atau lebih gitu. Itu menjadi bagian yang saat ini sedang sulit dilakukan, karena pengontrolan ini menjadi penting. Apalagi kalau sekarang mau masuk di camp gitu, biayanya berapa. Jadi kalau misalnya harus asrama gitu ya, itu menjadi berat. Tapi kalau tadi eksperimennya menggunakan tikus, diasramakan aja di kotak-kotak. Ini kelompok 1, kelompok 2, kelompok 3, itu akan memudahkan. Tapi ketika orang ini menjadi persoalan. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa mencermati ketika para atlet kita di setiap provinsi mau berangkat PON Papua, 1 tahun yang lalu itu ketika COVID masuk di awal 2020, di April 2020, itu sudah menjadi persoalan tersendiri ketika karantina atlet. Itu atlet yang unit cost-nya ada, biayanya ada untuk karantina. Apalagi yang penelitian para mahasiswa dibiayai sendiri karena pengen lulus gitu, kan sangat-sangat berat gitu. Sehingga secara teknis ini menjadi bagian yang harus menjadi pusat perhatian kawan-kawan yang sedang menyelesaikan studi. Karena studi itu diikat oleh waktu. Waktunya terbatas, ada semesternya, begitu lewat mau nggak mau bayar. Nah, sehingga harus diputuskan. Ini, jadi kalau pengembangan juga sama, jadi pengembangan kalau saya ini contoh ya, yang contoh pengembangan menggunakan ADI yang agak pendek, ada 5 tahap: analisis, desain, develop, implementasi, dan evaluasi. Gitu. Nah, ini ada 5 tahap yang harus dilakukan. Gitu. Nah, ketika uji implementasi ini kalau menggunakan orang, sekali lagi ini menjadi persoalan. Kalau menggunakan box and gel ada 10 langkah, itu lebih lama lagi gitu ya. ketika uji kelompok, kelompok kecil maupun uji lapangan itu menjadi persoalan tersendiri. Sehingga yang paling aman ketika menyelesaikan studi itu 2 yang di atas tadi. Jadi 1 yang survei, yang kedua literatur review. Literatur review. Memang itu barang baru kalau di keolahragaan. Walaupun di kedokteran sudah lama. Sehingga secara teknis menurut saya sesuatu yang baru itu cek plagiarisme tentu kecil gitu. Dan itu teruji. Jadi saya sampaikan ke kawan-kawan. Jadi saya cek plagiasi pegang sendiri. Jadi semua bimbingan itu ketika mau ujian artikelnya harus masuk cek plagiasi, saya lakukan sendiri sehingga tipe-tipe itu akan berkurang. Dan minta ketika sudah finishing, jadi artikel yang sebagai persyaratan untuk diuji, maka saya minta dicek dulu di Google Doc. Jadi tidak boleh misalnya tulisan pendidikan jasmani, pendidikan N-nya ditambahi 3, diputihkan, biar kelihatan original, maunya dicek aman, itu saya tidak boleh. Karena apa? Kejujuran menjadi pilar yang penting. Jadi sekali lagi saya sampaikan, ketika di pengembangan hati-hati betul. Jadi ada artikel yang juga saya tolak di salah satu jurnal. Jadi bunyinya jadi pengembangan model ADI, tapi yang dilakukan dibatasi sama analisis, desain, dan develop gitu. Maka artikel itu langsung saya tolak. Artinya ngaku 5 langkah. Jadi kalau ke Jakarta, saya dari Malang, masuk Mojokerto istirahat, terus masuk Sragen istirahat, Semarang istirahat, Cirebon istirahat, terakhir masuk Jakarta. Jika tahapan itu ada 5, saya hanya melakukan 3, itu baru sampai Semarang, tidak boleh ngaku sampai Jakarta. Sehingga secara metodologi itu salah. Itu salah. Nah, karena situasi sedang COVID, tampaknya dipaksakan oleh pembimbing, itu dianggap betul menggunakan ADI, tetapinya itu I dan E-nya dihilangkan, jadi add itu bukan ADI lagi, tapi jadi add gitu. Artinya itu tidak memenuhi persyaratan model pengembangan ADI. Gitu. Nah, ini contoh. Jadi tagihan akademik saat ini baik mahasiswa maupun dosen itu adalah publikasi. Publikasi menjadi jaminan. Jadi kalau orang mengaku hebat tetapi dicek di Google Scholar nggak ada, bahkan verifikasi saja belum, enggak lah gitu. Enggak. Jadi kunci sekarang yang siapapun yang pengen berhasil di akademik, maka ini harus menjadi bagian. Jadi lakukan penelitian apapun dan publish. Tapi syaratnya 2 tadi. Jadi benar dan banter gitu. Benar itu menjadi pilar yang harus dilakukan. Ketika kita menulis artikel tetapi secara metodologi salah dan itu diikuti secara nasional, maka itu namanya dosa berkelanjutan. Nah, itu yang tidak diizinkan. Sehingga benar itu menjadi pilar yang harus dilakukan. Jadi publikasi di jurnal nasional atau di internasional, di nasional terindeks Sinta itu. Jadi kalau S1 itu bisa terakreditasi sudah bagus lah gitu. Sudah bagus. Kalau S2 bisa terindeks Scopus sudah tidak perlu ujian tesis lagi lah. Gitu. Itu artinya sudah teruji gitu. Yang S3 terindeks Sinta, terindeks Scopus 1 tidak perlu terbuka. UNES ya. UNES ya. Karena saya ikut juga gitu. Di BON gitu. Di BON untuk membantu. Tugasnya tinggal berbagi ya. Mestinya ini dosen jadul ini nggak diajak ya karena Bu Titin gitu. Ini sudah jadul paling tua tapi diminta gitu. Karena publikasinya jadi jelek ketika internasional. Levelnya nasional gitu. Yang kedua jadi kebenaran isi dan ketepatan metodologi itu keharusan. Jadi kawan-kawan ketika publikasi itu hati-hati betul yang di sini karena ketika ada yang salah terus nanti diikuti. Jadi kalau misalnya tadi yang saya sebutkan ada menyebutkan 1891 di Jawa Tengah gitu. Tidak ada penjelasan ngambilnya representatif atau tidak. Itu dilepas, maka bisa kalau saya ACC itu bisa lolos gitu. Tetapi kesimpulannya menjadi salah karena tidak ada penjelasan. apakah itu mewakili atau tidak. Nah, yang ini yang tadi saya sebut, jadi Prof. Sony, profesor muda ini, jadi UNJ itu luar biasa saat ini. Kemarin sempat 16, tapi ada salah satu Prof. Hari yang sangat dekat dengan tim itu sudah diminta lebih dulu dan menghadap Sang Khalid. Dan seumur-umur Indonesia baru UNJ yang bisa nembus jumlahnya besar itu. Sehingga kemarin ketika audiensi dengan Pak Menteri, saya usulkan dari sisi manajemen mohon bisa diberikan penghargaan. Karena itu tidak gampang, jadi membangun atmosfer akademik yang bisa memunculkan habit nulis dan luar biasa menurut saya. Jadi novelty itu kebaruan. Jadi kalau anak-anak di S1 literatur review, jadi kalau misalnya ada beberapa temuan, misalnya motivasi, terus kebugaran jasmani atau aktivitas fisik ada hubungannya dengan prestasi PJKR, prestasi Penjas gitu, atau PJOK. Mungkin secara teoritik ada variabel lain yang bisa dimunculkan, sehingga dari yang biasa itu ada novelty, ada hal baru yang ditambahkan, dan itu sudah memunculkan di sini. Jadi kebaruan itu bisa ilmu pengetahuan yang baru, bisa konsep keilmuan yang baru, atau bisa metodologi. Jadi kalau itu mix method tadi, itu secara metodologi itu juga bisa, atau penggunaan teknologi. Dan ini yang harus muncul misalnya di S3. Jadi novelty-nya memang yang S3 itu memang harus tinggi. Sehingga literatur review itu bagi S3 itu bisa digunakan untuk analisis kebutuhan. Jadi untuk membuat roadmap penelitian disertasi itu sejak awal sebenarnya sudah bisa dilakukan dengan literatur review. Dengan literatur review ditemukan tren tertentu. Jadi saat ini yang ukuran saya trending, bukan trending topik ya, trending metodologi, yang tren itu literatur review saat COVID ini. Itu luar biasa, itu luar biasa. Dan di Indonesia mulai muncul, walaupun dari sisi artikel, bahkan saya menemukan dari UNES ada satu penulis, sepertinya dosen muda, karena blind review, jadi saya tidak bisa mendeteksi. Tapi tulisannya sangat-sangat bagus, masuk di jurnal UIN Lampung, gitu ya. Gitu. Sehingga itu menginspirasi yang tua harus belajar. Gitu. Jadi kebo nyusu gudel, nah itu bahasa Inggrisnya ya, kebo nyusu gudel, gitu ya. Jadi bisa teknologi, bisa kebijakan. Jadi kalau di kami di UM sejak COVID salah satu kebijakannya ini didorong. Jadi literatur review S2 boleh, tetapi aksesnya yang ditambah. Jadi kalau di S1 misalnya menggunakan 1 Google Scholar, terus 2 di aksesnya UM, jadi UM langganan ada 11 jurnal, itu sehingga kombinasi bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggrisnya masuklah, gitu ya. Dengan pustakanya minimal 30 yang berbahasa Inggris gitu. Nah, S2 itu ditingkatkan sehingga itu menjadi bagian untuk membacanya anak-anak harus banyak gitu. Sehingga ini yang paling memungkinkan saat ini untuk bisa selesai tepat waktu karena bisa belajar dari rumah, membaca dari rumah, menulis dari rumah, bahkan sampai ujian pun dari rumah. Itu yang menggunakan literatur review, tetapi tetap pakai jas alma mater gitu ya. Gitu. Nah, ini novelty itu menjadi jaminan, jadi kebaruan. Walaupun tadi saya sampaikan kalau di nasional ini masih menjadi persoalan. Jurnal kita banyak, lebih dari 74, tetapi standarisasi artikelnya masih perlu ditingkatkan. Tetapi ini jauh lebih baik dibanding yang era lama, yang cetak. Jadi kalau cetak itu biasanya dicetak sendiri, dibaca sendiri, koreksi sendiri, untuk naik pangkat sendiri. Nah, itu kan tidak dikenal, tetapi jika sudah online, Bapak Ibu bisa cek dari secara online, dari Sinta, dari Garuda, untuk bisa dilakukan bahwa ini standar atau tidak. Sehingga persyaratan persyaratan jurnal itu menjadi penting karena itu kaitannya dengan kualitas tulisan. Jadi proses review, ada masukan atau tidak gitu. Kalau di internasional ada balikan atau tidak, jangan sampai sekali nulis langsung masuk tidak diseleksi. Itu menandakan dari sisi proses review itu kurang. Seperti kalau kita bimbingan, jadi yang Bapak Ibu dosen tentu membaca sekali, 2 kali, 3 kali dan seterusnya. Itu menjadi bagian yang kehalusan tulisan anak-anak kita. Jadi kalau saya mesti saya tandai kirim pertama itu angka 1 _ proposal. Jadi itu masuk pertama. Nanti setelah direview, direvisi 2 _ proposal. 3 _ proposal. Kalau 7 _ proposal, nulisnya kebacut ini nggak gelem moco ini, gitu ya. Jadi artinya harapannya 2-3 kali itu clear. Jadi tidak ada kesalahan teknis, referensinya memadai. Artinya kalau terlalu lama itu sebenarnya dari sisi proses juga tidak baik. Gitu. Artinya anak-anak dari sisi proses itu juga kurang membaca. Nah, struktur artikel yang normal yang banyak dilakukan adalah seperti ini, ada judul, ada nama, ada abstrak, kata kunci. Hampir semua jurnal keolahragaan menggunakan pola ini. Dan tidak banyak atau bahkan belum saya temukan yang tadi, yang perlu dibangun itu, yang tadi. Jadi penelitian-penelitian kualitatif, makanya Prof. Sony itu punya keunggulan tersendiri. Jadi membidik itu menjadi penting. Kawan-kawan semua upayakan punya keunggulan yang berbeda dengan yang lain. Jadi istimewa itu karena berbeda. Kalau sama, Bu Titin nggak perlu ngundang saya, kalau sama podo ayo nggak podo undang. Nah, gitu. Sehingga kawan-kawan kalau pengen menjadi pionir orang pertama, berbedalah dengan yang lain. Perbedaan itu yang bisa memunculkan kelebihan kita. Nah, bahkan umum kalau artikel seperti ini ya, ini jadi di introduction dan diskusi itu yang paling banyak, karena itu yang menjadi esensi utama dalam sebuah tulisan. Jadi di pendahuluan saya coba ini waktunya karena pendek. 3 menit lagi harus selesai. Jadi peluang publikasi itu tentu kualitas penelitian itu menjadi jaminan. Jadi sekarang yang berkembang literatur review itu penelitian pustaka. Jadi kita membaca dokumen online dari artikel-artikel, riset artikel yang dibaca, bukan. Jadi tadi sudah dikuatkan oleh Prof. Ajam. Jadi riset artikel. Jadi penelitian lapangan sebetulnya yang sedang dibaca untuk di collecting. Jadi itu yang saya biasanya juga membagi. Jadi kalau yang secara metodologi harus sama, subjeknya sama. Kenapa? Simpulannya biar homogen gitu ya. Itu ini sudah. Nah, ini juga sudah. Nah, ini yang bagian tadi yang saya sebut panjang, jadi latar belakang itu paling tidak ada 3 hal. Yang pertama kondisi real dari hasil-hasil penelitian sebelumnya itu harus muncul, bisa 5, bisa 7, bisa 10 atau lebih. Jadi kalau nulis artikel di nasional sebaiknya minimal referensinya 20 lah, 80% dari hasil penelitian. Kalau toh ada teori 1-2 itu dirujuk sebagai pembanding di kondisi ideal yang ada di pendahuluan. Nah, jadi syaratnya referensi, relevan, kredibel, up to date. Jadi sudah tidak ada lagi definisi metode menurut Winarno, enggak lah, itu sudah tidak zamannya lagi. Artinya di publikasi yang ada sekarang tagihannya seperti itu. Jadi di pendahuluan ini kuncinya, jadi ada paragraf 1 hasil penelitian sebelumnya, kedua kondisi ideal dari teori sebagai pembanding. Jika hasil penelitian sebelumnya dengan teori ada yang berbeda, maka itu sebenarnya ada masalah. Baru munculkan novelty-nya, kebaruannya apa. Yang membedakan tulisan Anda dengan sebelumnya itu apa. Nah, itu yang jadi kredibel dari sumber rujukan yang relevan itu sesuai variabel penelitian, kredibel itu sumber rujukan dari penulis atau peneliti dalam bidangnya 80%, dan up to date 10 tahun terakhir. Tetapi saya menyarankan anak-anak Ketika terkait online learning, apalagi bunyinya tentang COVID itu ya, 5 tahun terakhir lah, karena COVID itu 2 tahun ini kan gitu. Tapi kalau online learning kan sudah lama itu ada, blended learning juga ada gitu. Sehingga saya batasi 5 tahun terakhir. Nah, metode tadi sudah saya sampaikan, ada 4 pilarnya. Jadi rancangan yang tepat, populasi sampel yang mewakili atau representatif, instrumennya yang valid, dan analisis datanya yang tepat gitu. Hasil, paparan hasil itu jangan copy paste dari analisis. Ketika copy paste, jadi format yang saya tampilkan ini jika dicek plagiarisme, maka yang di tabel regresi statistik ini itu akan muncul merah-merah. Kenapa? Karena sudah banyak digunakan orang. Sehingga ubahlah tabel itu menjadi narasi gitu ya. Narasi. Atau dibuat format yang beda, yang penting menjelaskan jadi regresi gandanya berapa, R kuadratnya berapa, sehingga ketika dilacak dengan Turnitin misalnya, atau software yang lain, maka itu tidak terindikasi plagiarisme. Di jurnal internasional maupun di artikel tesis, disertasi itu tagihannya biasanya 80%. 2 menit lagi Bu Titin, saya tambahan waktu. Jadi di hasil seperti itu, jadi paparan data, itu hasil penelitian. Di jurnal nasional masih ada ditemukan paparan datanya itu data mentah, apalagi nama diteliti misalnya, HIV, AIDS, terus diabetes, maka itu sebenarnya mempublikasikan kelemahan orang, itu yang tidak diizinkan. Jadi hasil analisis data itu harus menjawab masalah atau tujuan penelitian. Sehingga nama responden itu tidak diizinkan untuk dicantumkan. Nah, yang tidak kalah pentingnya yang proporsinya tinggi itu di sini. Jadi pembahasan, diskusi. Diskusi itu membandingkan temuan penelitian kita dengan hasil penelitian sebelumnya. Itu untuk memposisikan apakah selaras atau berbeda. Jika selaras, kenapa bisa sama? Jika berbeda juga argumentasi peneliti harus muncul. Argumentasi penulis harus muncul. Ada 5 hal yang bisa digunakan. Jadi kesamaan boleh, perbedaan boleh, argumentasi juga harus muncul sampai dengan yang terakhir munculnya simpulan. Tentu saja sebuah tulisan apapun itu harus ada simpulan. Simpulan sesuai dengan tujuan penelitian, biasanya ini disajikan dalam bentuk paragraf gitu ya. Dan sifatnya kualitatif sehingga sudah tidak ada lagi angka-angka gitu ya. Nah, saran itu bisa ini saya tulis merah jika ada, didasarkan pada penelitian yang bersifat spesifik gitu ya. Itu bagian akhir. Jadi daftar rujukan itu ketika Bapak Ibu sudah menggunakan manajemen referensi, Mendeley, Zotero, EndNote itu, maka itu secara teknis aman. Hanya seringkali tata tulisnya itu masih perlu diedit. Jadi misalnya judul capital semua atau judul itu dicetak miring semua. Nah itu di softwarenya, misalnya di Mendeley-nya harus diedit menyesuaikan dengan tata cara penulisan yang standar. Saya kira itu pengantarnya untuk diskusi dan mudah-mudahan ada yang nanya. Kalau nggak ditanya kan rugi nih, sudah menyempatkan waktu nggak ditanya. Ya.
Siap Prof, siap. Siap Prof. Bitin tanya Bitin, monggo.
Ya, monggo silahkan langsung nih. Directly, monggo Bapak. Bila ada yang bertanya tadi Bapak Abdul Kamid ya? Ini ada pertanyaan banyak. Pak Khalid, ya. Mohon maaf.
Matur nuwun Bu Titin, Prof Win, sehat-sehat selalu.
Ya.
Ya, saya senang kalau ketemu Prof Win karena beliau adalah promotor saya di Indonesia waktu itu. Jadi saya senang kalau beliau sudah menyampaikan dan masih sehat itu. Ini Prof, saya ini kan sudah beberapa kali melakukan ke jurnal tapi nggak tembus-tembus gitu Prof. Oleh karena itu mohon tunjuknya untuk berikutnya Prof. Karena saya masih lektor mau ke Bu Titin, lektor kepala sudah profesor gitu ya. Mohon pentingnya di Prof. Kita aja Prof. Tenun.
Oke, baik. Jadi Pak Khalid, ketika mau publikasi sekarang yang memungkinkan bisa bekerja dari rumah, itu menggunakan literatur review. Itu yang saran saya pertama. Yang kedua untuk cek tren, itu ya harus banyak membaca memang. Banyak membaca dan harus tahu. Jadi kalau harus tahu. Jadi sekali lagi saya sampaikan, saya kalau ini Bu Titin ini milenial gitu. Kalau saya kolonial ya. Kolonial.
Kami Prof.
Artinya dari sisi usia itu saya sudah tidak muda lagi. Tetapi harus belajar menyesuaikan, adaptasi untuk bisa. Nah ini contohnya tadi kan adaptasi. Saya harus menyesuaikan bagaimana harus melakukan gitu. Sudah kelihatan ini ya?
Sampun Prof.
Nah, jadi kalau misalnya Pak Khalid menginginkan mau meneliti tentang apa? Jadi kalau misalnya ini evaluasi dalam ini bisa kita tulis. Jadi tulis apapun Google akan jawab. Jadi evaluasi pembelajaran
sepak bola.
Coba apa Pak? Evaluasi pembelajaran sepak bola gitu ya?
Gitu.
Ini sepak bola mentereng hari ini.
Ya, sepak bola. Maka search engine itu sudah muncul. Ini ada 4.443. Nah, Mas Khalid itu bisa membatasi kalau di sini menggunakan, jadi setiap akses itu beda-beda ya. Tanda petik, misalnya tanda petik. Batasi sepak bola, khusus sepak bola. Sudah turun 746 dari 4.000. Lalu dibatasi tahunnya misalnya. Jadi tahunnya jangan semualah yang terbaru, misalnya 2017 sampai 2021. Sekarang trennya yang masih menjadi tren apa enggak?
Masih Prof.
Iya. Jadi sebentar. Oh, salah. Saya salah kliknya. Jadi 2017 misalnya di sini sampai 2021. Yang diklik yang di sini kayaknya. Nah. Tinggal 416 kan? Dan di sini nanti tinggal di-download saja. Baru dicari yang relevan. Tadi ada batasan tertentu misalnya. Di sini juga advanced-nya itu ada dibatasi. Misalnya tadi sepak bola anak maunya usia berapa?
Usia dini, usia 12, usia 6 sampai 12, Prof.
Usia
12.
Usia 12
ya.
tahun.
Yutan.
Kalau SSB kan dikatanya sampai situ, Prof. 12.
Iya. Jadi pembatasan itu menjadi penting untuk akses. Oh, ternyata kurang spesifik, Mas Yan. Jadi itu cara-cara yang dilakukan sehingga secara teknis nanti ini tadi kalau menggunakan Prof Azam tadi, nanti itu akan bisa dipilih lagi spesifik menggunakan Mendeley untuk menetapkan apa yang menjadi fokus. Dan itu juga bisa dilakukan misalnya Pak Khalid menggunakan Google Map ini, Google Open Knowledge Map ini. Ini juga bisa dilakukan sehingga menjadi tren apa enggak. Evaluasi, ya tulis ulang. Evaluasi pembelajaran sepak bola. Nah, ditunggu 20 detik, kita akan lihat trennya. Sehingga yang namanya riset untuk publikasi sebetulnya tidak harus dilaporkan fisik. Jadi Pak Khalid tidak perlu membuat laporan penelitian. Yang penting penelitian ini untuk artikel. Dan semua dengan cara yang sama bisa melacak sehingga itu akan clear betul. Nah itu nanti akan dilengkapi oleh pemateri terakhir Dan saya biasanya nungguin juga sampai akhir gitu ya. Tadi masuk jam siang setelah PPG. Jadi mohon maaf saya sampaikan tadi ke Bu Titin, jam 7 sudah seminar, jam 8 masuk buku ajar, terus jam, nah ini Pak Khalid. Jadi kalau ada gambar-gambar ini semua artikel yang bisa dilacak ini. Ini. Nah, jadi tinggal pilih saja nanti temanya jadi apa. Ada passing, kontrol sepak bola, aktivitas dan hasil belajar. Nanti kan yang sesuai ada di kanan. Dan banyak artikel yang memang bisa open access ya. Jadi datanya kita bisa ambil untuk diteliti. Syarat yang lain yang harus dipenuhi harus tandem. Jadi jangan menulis sendiri, sudah nggak usum. Harus tandem. Tandemnya siapa yang muda? Karena kecepatan yang muda itu tinggi. Dan itu di nasional, tim kami di Sport Research Clinic itu sudah running di tahun kedua. Ini ada satu penulis hebat yang menurut saya bisa diselaraskan. Jadi dari 0, 2 tahun bisa publikasi internasionalnya itu 5. Itu menurut saya dosen muda hebat gitu, yang harus saya ikuti track recordnya sambil menyempurnakan di beberapa bagian yang menjadi titik lemah. Dan itu masa depan Indonesia menurut saya. Sehingga Bapak Ibu yang statusnya dosen itu karirnya ada salah satu kuncinya di situ. Jadi kalau kolaborasi misalnya ada Pak Khalid yang terkait sepak bola, nanti datanya ada dari Medan, dari Padang, dari Makassar, dari Papua, dari Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, maka itu sudah bisa dibunyikan nasional dengan orang pertamanya yang menyiapkan itu. Saya kira itu Pak Khalid, Bu. Saya kembalikan ke Bu.
Terima kasih Prof. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof. Interesting banget ya Pak Khalid ya. Ini nanti kebetulan sama topiknya dengan saya karena anak saya juga sedang saya teliti sendiri.
Nah itu bisa instrumennya Bu Titin itu yang di-share. Nah karena di sepak bola Pak Khalid ini jadi pengurus, itu jadi ujung tombaknya bisa. Jadi kalau di prinsip saya sekarang, jadi di Forum Dekan 2018 lalu itu sudah embrio untuk mendorong. Jadi yang perlu diangkat sekarang itu adalah yang dokter, karena dokter tiket profesornya sudah ada. Harus ada penelitian kolaborasi itu. Jadi orang pertama dalam bidangnya itu harus ditaruh di atas. Nah, yang masih magister atau S1 itu support datanya. Karena suatu saat yang sudah profesor, maka naruhnya di paling akhir gitu ya. Jadi kalau kolaborasi dengan Winarno tidak perlu di nomor 1, naik pangkat juga sudah tidak kan. Loh iya, itu prinsip itu. Jadi prinsip hidup itu harus dijaga betul. Sehingga itu yang kami lakukan di nasional seperti itu. Untuk mendongkrak publikasi di kita. Nah, kesulitan kita biasanya yang di nasional itu nulis dalam bentuk bahasa Inggris. Maka yang harus dilakukan, standar artikelnya bahasa Indonesia tidak boleh salah secara isi maupun metodologi. Jika itu sudah ditranslate bahasa Inggris dan ada proofreadingnya. Proofreadernya harus ada. Sehingga itu tetap terjaga dari sisi kebenaran isinya oke, dan metodologinya juga harus benar. Jadi ada satu artikel yang kemarin dari artikel review menurut saya dari sisi prosedur tidak menjelaskan prosedur yang standar. Saya minta di jurnal tertentu ini balikkan dulu, ada catatan ini dia harus mengikuti. Karena saya tidak mau nanti begitu sudah clear diangkat, dianggap benar, diikuti yang lain padahal salah. Itu tidak boleh bagi saya. Jadi lebih bagus memberikan balikan untuk kebenaran dibanding dengan memudahkan orang menjadi tidak standar. Dan ini budaya baru, sekali lagi saya sampaikan ke kawan-kawan yang sedang kuliah, S1, S2, S3. Ini jadi pemenangnya saat ini seperti itu. Pak Khalid dulu ketika S1, S2, S3 nggak dapat ini. Bu Titin juga nggak dapat Mendeley apa itu, Mendeley.
Mendeley Prof.
Mendel mawon kan, Mendeley kan gitu. Apalagi saya yang jadul kan gitu. Jadul. Tetapi saya harus belajar untuk membangun regenerasi hebat masa depan. Karena Indonesia harus tetap bergerak, keolahragaan nasional harus tetap hebat, sehingga akselerasi publikasi. Publikasi itu sebetulnya kan menyampaikan gagasan dari pengalaman. Pengalaman meneliti disampaikan, sehingga biar bisa diikuti, sehingga tidak zamannya lagi sekarang menyimpan di laptop, ditanya, tidak dibagikan. Sama dengan kalau saya nggowes, saya share di Instagram untuk menunjukkan saya masih hidup, masih melakukan aktivitas gitu ya. Itu penanda seperti itu. Kalau di WA Group sekali-sekali muncul gitu. Oh ternyata masih sehat kan. Itu sebenarnya esensinya gitu. Bukan untuk pamer itu, wah dianggap hebat, enggak. Tetapi saat ini tugas saya harus menyelaraskan, membangun prinsip yang benar untuk bisa membangun keolahragaan nasional. Itu tambahan saja itu ya.
Wah semangat nih Prof-nya.
Sangat setuju Prof, sangat setuju. Bukan untuk pamer, untuk menyatakan masih hidup aja Prof.
Iya, menandakan masih hidup. Ya, dijawab kan gitu.
I'm alive ya Prof.
Bitin terus bitin.
Oke, Pak Suwun sangat nih Pak Abdul Kamid. Abdul Kholik. Nyun pangapunten. Oke, karena waktunya sudah hampir habis dan sudah ditunggu dengan speaker selanjutnya. So I would like to give some certificate from our dean. Okay. This. Mana tadi sertifikatnya? So, thank you very much, Professor Dr. M.A. Winarno, MPD, a speaker in the World Class Professor Program 2021, which the program is Guest Lecture Series 1, Research and Design. So, our team say thank you for your presentation today and very excellent for us. Very excellent. And okay. I hope dan saya berharap besok lagi bisa bergabung bersama kami dan bisa memberikan pelajaran yang lebih mahasiswa.
Bu Titin, saran Prof nanti monggo kapan kita bisa komunikasi Bu Titin.
Oh ya siap Prof. Nanti kita buat grup chat ya Prof Win sekalian khusus.
Boleh.
Untuk apa penelitian di Indonesia ya khususnya lebih besar. Matur nuwun sangat Prof Winarno, semoga semakin berkah usia dan ilmunya.
Amin.
Dan semoga semua peserta mendapatkan ilmunya dan mudeng ya. Jelas itu. Prof Win, matur suwun, dan next agenda is our distinguished speaker from Universitas Airlangga. Okay. She's still young. Okay. Still young. And is PhD from Taipei Medical University. And she got so many recognition. This is funding, about 15 funding from government, also from university. And for international publication, for Scopus Index, she have 4 documents and 17 citation. Also, H-index is 3 H-index. And the Google Scholar, she have 7 documents, 28 citation, and 3 H-index. And she's research specialization is about public health, nutrition, sport nutrition, and also communicable disease. Assistant Professor Emiresa Isaura, SPZ, MPH, and PhD. The screen is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Titin, for the time and for the chance to share with you guys. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be a speaker, invited speaker here. I will try to share some. Okay, let me share some material about secondary data. All right. So, okay. I graduated from the PhD program of Nutrition and Health Science in Taipei Medical University, and that is in Taiwan. That's where I met Dr. Titin here, and I would love to share with you about what I used for my dissertation. I used the secondary data here. If you think that, for example, okay, this pandemic condition, I cannot go to the public place to collect the data, or I cannot go to the collecting people in one place. You have that difficulty, you can consider to use the secondary data here. So, okay, this is about me. Okay, I graduated, as mentioned before, I graduated from the school Nutrition and Health Science. Currently, I'm the lecturer at the Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Public Health, Erlangga University, and I also focus in the research group at the Food Safety and Food Security. But it's not only food security. I also work in research about the sport nutrition because I have some background about the sport as well. All right. Next, okay. As mentioned before from the other speakers, I believe that how to do the research, for example, the stage, okay, the first 20%, in my opinion, because I try to share what I already done until now, even until now, I still do the same stage. The first is the preparation. It's about 20% of the whole research. The preparation itself is including the research funding. So you may consider, okay, where I can get the funding, or is it okay to apply for the grant right now or next year, or even next month, something like that. And then you want to make sure about the study design. Okay, I want the study design is probably only observational, or okay, maybe the literature review, for example, and then maybe the other else. And also, if you want to use the data, okay, how to get the data? Is it possible to collect data primarily, like, for example, you come to the athlete, for example, you measure one by one, but you have to remember the health protocol for the pandemic as well. And then if you have to do that, then it means you need more time and probably also more money, because it means it takes more time to finish the data collection. And then the next is the data analysis. Like, okay, I want to prove this hypothesis, for example, the relationship, for example, like trying to prove some methodology, some new technique, or some new cutoff point. You also want to, for example, I want to analyze the data using, for example, you need the sampling technique. Is it randomly, or is it stratified, or something else? You try to make sure this preparation has been done before you go to the data session. Okay, the next is writing. Okay, writing takes about 40% of the research stage. You have to come up with the idea first. The idea can come from everywhere, even from your experience or even from your daily life. Most of my publication, most of my research is come up from the idea that is happened during the daily life. For example, what about the physical activity among people who are rich and people who are not rich, for example? I want to see like how this physical activity affect their health status, for example, affect their blood pressure. I want to see about that. It's because, okay, what I see during daily life, it gives me some idea like why when the theory say if you have like physical activity more than 3 times a day, a week, it means you will be healthy. But why these people do more activity, more physical activity than me, but this person got the, for example, diabetes first. They got the, for example, hypertension. Why? I thought that maybe if they do the physical activity more than me, it will be healthier. That is the question, the gap question. And from that, it means I developed the research question. The research question here, you can write down, just like simply you write down in the notebook or on the piece of paper, and then you write down, okay, why is this happening? You make a question, you try to make some hypothesis. Okay, maybe it's because of this variable, okay. And then the next is the manuscript preparation. Okay, maybe this one should be here. The manuscript preparation, okay. Because the outcome, as mentioned from the Professor Winarno, the outcome lately is research publication. Everything, either is pengabdian masyarakat, or maybe penelitian, or even in the class, penelitian tindakan kelas. By the end, what you need to do is you give them the result as publication or an article. That's how you share the information. Okay, so you have to draft the manuscript. Okay, the manuscript, you just make a draft like point by point. And then you also have to consider the technical writing skill. Okay, if I cannot use the English properly, it's okay, because English is not our first language. At least we have to use the proper Indonesian language. We have to consider, you know, the subject, predicate, object, and K, I think keterangan or something. Yeah. So we have to stick with that. The good sentence, if you translate it into English, it will come up with the good English sentence as well. So I can say something like this because I already prove it. You know, when you try to write something, you write it as simple as one sentence. So just write the S-P-O-K, done. And then if you go to the, for example, you use the Google Translate, you have to use like one sentence every time you try to translate, you cannot use like one paragraph and you copy paste into the Google Translate. The Google Translate will mix the term, the word. They will thinking another meaning. So you have to translate it each sentence. That is including the technical writing skill. The next is about 30% is about publication. Like how do you publish? Like you find the right journal. For example, for the undergraduate student, S1, all of my students right now, if they want to get the diploma, if kalau mereka mau dapat ijazah, they have to publish. They have to get the LOA from the journal. That is the regulation in our department, in our faculty. So you have to publish at least at the SINTA 2 or SINTA 3 for the undergrad student. So all of my students, for example, the one that preparing the scriptsy, I suggest them to already make the draft of the manuscript. Okay, I know that you still preparing your proposal, but it doesn't mean that your publication have to be done after you do the research or after you do the scriptsy. You can do it right now. So you can try to find the right journal. Right journal is usually it's preferable with the open access journal. So the journal that can be easily accessed by anyone that need it. And usually if open access, it means some journal ask the author to pay some money, but also there are many open access journals that free as well. And then you have to consider the ethical matter. Ethical matter is related with, for example, I think Prof Winarno also mentioned, you cannot make the data with the name of the respondent. It's not ethical because it's people's secret. We have to respect their privacy, especially if it's related with the like health status, related with the health diagnosis, something like that, disease. We have to respect it. So if the research related with the human, usually we have to apply to the ethical committee to get the certificate, ethical certificate that we will do the research without harming people. Harming is not only like you make people hurt, but it's also in terms of the respecting people's privacy. And then also you have to consider the funding for article processing costs or article processing fee. So, I mentioned already about the open access. Sometimes you need to pay some money for publication if you got accepted. So you have to pay some money, and I believe it's not cheap, especially if you want to target in the international. It might reach 2 digits of million or maybe 1 or 2 digit million. So you have to prepare really good money for that if you want to go for the open access that internationally recognized. And then after the publication, you have to communicate with the other researcher. Okay, after you finish your research, or during your research, you not only stay and have it for yourself, but you also have to find the collaborator. Okay, I wrote this, I have some idea, I develop this idea into research question, I write down my idea into the manuscript, I try to finish the data collection, I got the data, and then what? Then what next is you can share with the other researcher, you communicate with them, you talk with them. Okay, what do you think about this hypothesis? Is it worthy to do? Is it new? Is it have some novelty, or is it like logically something like that? And then, for example, you finish the publication, it's published, and then if the journal is open access, usually you can directly share the file to your colleagues or your friend, or even you can use your social media to share the information. The social media is not only the social media that's like Facebook or the Instagram or like Twitter or something else like a Line or WhatsApp, but you can also find the social media for researchers such as ResearchGate, LinkedIn, or something like the Publon, something like that. So you can share there, and then you can communicate with the other researcher from the work. And then you can next, maybe if you're lucky, you can find a good collaborator or maybe the good donator for your next research. Okay, this stage is always like cycle, like life cycle. You have to do this all in terms of doing the research. And the next is the research preparation. Okay, research funding. Do I need to make a proposal for having or receiving the grant? Do I need to get some money from the other company, for example, or from my university? Before you applying the grant or you applying for some good money to do research, you need to prepare a proposal. Again, proposal needs some research question. You need some idea. You need to know what you want to do, what you want to prove, what is the theory, what is the concept. You make it like mini proposal that will be good for example, the young researcher. You learn, usually you learn to do like make a proposal, the mini proposal, and then you go with your supervisor or your advisor, and then they will give some suggestion, and then you can apply for the grant from the university or from the big company, like for example, like there is a Indofood or something else. They have a lot of grants. And then research collaboration. It means talk with your colleagues. Colleagues, you can talk with the same lecturer, the same students, or even from the other, for example, from the other faculty or from the other university. You can talk with them. You develop some idea together, and it can make a good collaboration if it's good enough. And then about the data collection. Okay, now about the data collection. Primary data. People think that the research is mainly about the primary data. Okay, primary data is good, but it doesn't mean that if you don't do the primary data, then you cannot do a good research as well. No. Primary data come from the interview, observation, using the collective questionnaire, but the secondary data, it can also be good. For example, we can use the government data, the NGOs data, or the medical records from the hospital or from the like health status record from the school, or maybe from the university, and then also maybe you can develop some survey and or you can access, for example, the survey from the other people, the other researcher. Okay, and then you prepare the study design and data analysis. Okay. Now we focus at the secondary data. Kenta et al. At 2012 mentioned about secondary data are those data that have been made available for use by people other than the original investigator. So, for example, I do the research, I have the data, and then, for example, my student never collect the data with me, but next year or 5 years after I finish my research, my student want to use my data. This data become a secondary data for my student. That's the meaning. And then the Greenwood and Dowsett at 2012 also mentioned about the secondary data analysis involves use of existing data by investigators who were not involved in the original data collection. It's basically the same with the Kenta, but it's mentioned more likely to the analysis perspective. And then, okay, where I can find the data, because mainly I focus related with the health. So I suggest, for example, for related with the physical activity or related with some health status, I can suggest some, for example, data from demographic health survey. They have the latest is DHS 2017, and then there are riset kesehatan dasar. So it I think 2018. I'm not sure if they have the new one. I think the new one is survey konsumsi makanan, SKMI. And then there's another is survei demografi and kesehatan Indonesia from the NGO. There is a Indonesia Family Life Survey by the RAND Corporation in the US. And then you can also use the data survey from local institution, for example, from the Puskesmas. You know, Puskesmas sometimes do the survey. For example, if you aware of the stunting in Indonesia, so there are some province or some city or some district with the stunting locus. So they have the program. It called like program pendampingan stunting. So they do the collecting data from this family that have stunted children. So this data is collected by some health center, Puskesmas, in some, usually some district or some kecamatan. Okay. So you can use that data. That data is also called secondary data. It's easy, it's free, and like you can understand easily because they are in Indonesian language usually. And also you can use the data from hospital, from the medical records, but then you have to apply some proposal and some ethical related issue with the ethical committee from the hospital as well. Next, okay, this how to get the data. Some of the data might be free. Okay, since 2019, Riscus does put this sign. Okay, so Riscus does data is free, but because I tried to collect the Riscus does data at the year 2016, it wasn't free. So maybe I should try again. Okay, and then also this one, Indonesia Family Life Survey, is also free, and also from the DHS program, also free. I also download from here, and here. This one not free for me at that time, but now it's free. Some data requests might need a mini proposal. Okay, this one needs some proposal. This one needs some mini proposal. This one also some mini proposal. So if you want to get the data, you cannot get like easily. Okay, I for example, I create an account and then I ask the data. No, they will have some regulation. For example, you have to mention why do you need the data, like for what. So in terms of answering what the question from them, you have to make the mini proposal. Mini proposal is just like maybe 5 to 8 pages of the proposal related with what do you want to know from the data, what kind of data do you need, like what is the purpose, something like that. So you have to check truly their official website and then communicate with your collaborator. For example, you have the collaborator from international. Okay, I usually collaborate with some international professor. So I will ask them, do you mind if I put your name as a reference? Maybe they want to check whether our research is true. They can contact the person that the name is on the proposal. So you may communicate with your collaborator. And also you can prepare the proposal. It's just a mini proposal. So it won't be hard, I think, I believe. And then what should I do before I receive the data? Okay. For example, you finish your proposal, you finish, you submit it. You're waiting for them to give you the answer and to give you the link to access the data. So during that time, you can read the article that has been published using their data set. For example, let me see. Okay, this, you can see here, there is IFLS papers. It means all of the articles that has been used, the IFLS data that has been used for research, it will be published in this section. So you can read, okay, this data can answer, for example, this research question, the maybe relationship between the X to Y, or to differentiate between this group, to differentiate between maybe that group using the perspective design or cohort, or maybe you can make it like a longitudinal study, you can make it like cross-sectional, or maybe case control. And you can read it from the article that has been published. And then you also need to read the user guidebook. User guidebook will lead you how to use the data. For example, like, okay, the first you have to check blah, blah, blah. Now, that's regulation or that's information is written in the user guidebook. And then the study description. The study description, it will tell you about, okay, well, for example, this questionnaire about physical activity is based on what questionnaire? And then either this one is short form or long form or what? All of the description is usually prepared in the like some study description, like metadata, or for example, if Riskersdas, they publish the Riskersdas dalam angka. So it kind of study description. Okay, the data is representing how much population in Indonesia, something like that. You have to find and study the questionnaire. What are the questionnaires that they used? Like what kind of question? So from that questionnaire, you can understand, okay, I can use this question, this variable to answer my hypothesis, something like that. And then you need to read the documentation related to data set, such as codebook. Codebook is like the book that has information about the answer of the questionnaire. For example, the respondent answer some question in the questionnaire. They have like coding, like 1, it means female, 3, male, 7, it means not applicable, something like that. It's all written in the code book. So you have to find the code book and understand. And then you need to know the data format and structure. Okay, you get the data. And then what next? The data format is in the SPSS data, for example, or at the SAS data, or is it Stata data? And then you don't know about this software, for example, you don't know about Stata, you only know about SPSS, and then it means you have to know how to transfer the data format from the Stata into SPSS or into Excel or some the other round, something like that. The next, all right, I got the data. What's next? And then how to use it. Where is my variables? When you get the data from the secondary data, usually it's not only like 10, 100 people. No, usually more than 100. It can be 1,000, 10,000. The last data that I tried to see from DHS is around 40,000 something. The IFLS is around 60,000 something. So it's not just like easy way to scroll down. If you try to find, you need to check what is it, and then okay, how to use it. And that's why you have to read the questionnaire so you can find where is my variable. All right, and then okay, come to the data management. Data management, okay. The first, you have to create the base data set. You get the big data, a chunk one. For example, if data is like a rice, you get a sack, like 5 kilograms of rice, that is your data. Then you have to know how to identify each variable, each person in this data set, because it's big, it's like 10,000. You cannot find one by one. You have to know the personal ID. So you have to make, usually the data set already come up with the personal ID if it's the well-managed data set. But if not, then you can start to make the personal ID. Personal ID usually a number. So it can differentiate between variable 1 and 2, no, from person 1, 2, 3. So if you try to find, for example, oh, I forgot this body weight, is it right or not? Okay, where is it come from? Oh, this one come from this person. If you want to find this person, usually you try to find, okay, this number in this questionnaire, something like that. And then check the syntax file. Syntax, it's a file that has the, a comment, something like formula. If you want to do, like, for example, at the Excel file, you have the formula. You can put like equal A plus B. This A plus B is called syntax, like comment, what you want to do in using that software. So you have to check the syntax file. And then the second step is create tall, skinny files. Okay, Wilms in 2011, in his book, he mentioned about tall, skinny files. Tall, skinny files, for example, we have a chunk like 5 kg of rice, and you have to create not 5 kg, but you make it skinny. Like, okay, I only take, for example, I only want to get the data, the small data set from this big data set. I want to make this small data set related with my research. So you have to focus, usually you will focus on the, okay, by the age, you have the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So you can use that to create the small data set. And then after you get the data set, you can create or manipulate the particular variable. For example, you change the variable name from the XYI into, okay, this one is age, and then you change this one into body height or BMI or FEV1, something like that. You can change it, and then you also can change the missing value code. For example, you don't have the code for gender. The gender is in the raw data set is coding by 1 and 3. So if you want to change the coding, this is called the manipulation. You change into 1 and 0. That's called manipulation. But you have to be careful when you're doing the manipulation, especially related with the missing value. It can be ruin your analysis. I will tell you later about this missing value. And then next, you create the usable data set. Okay, you got the teeny, not teeny, the tall, skinny, and then from tall, skinny, for example, this data is all about adults, 18 years to 64 years, all about adult. But then you have to focus again in your study design. What do you want from this adult? Oh, I only want a person that don't have the, for example, don't have the history of cancer. So you have to cleaning some variable, some data, some, for example, some person in this small data set that has the history of cancer. So you have to cleaning, and also you can decoding, for example, okay, from if at the manipulation we can change like from 1, 3 at the gender, you can change into 1 and 0. Decoding again, you can change, for example, the age. The age 18 years to 64, you can decode, you can make a range like 18 to 25, coding as 1, 26 to 30, code as 2, something like that. Okay, and then next is merging data. Okay, usually some data set is divided into several files because it's too big. It's too big. They can separate the data by the type. For example, household data, 1 set. Community data, 1 cell. Health status data, 1 set. So each data usually have the personal ID variable. This personal ID variable that can link between these three. So you have to be careful when you merge the data, unless you know already how to merge it, then it will be good. So you have to be careful, and you have to read the information about the personal ID variable there. And then sometimes it can use, like, the survey is not only 1 year. For example, I use the data from year 2000, 2007, and 2014. It means each year they have 3 sets. So I will do like step by step. I will use, for example, okay, the data set 2014 first. I create all of the small data set 2014 related with this into one, and then the next, and then the next. And after I finish, I make sure all the data set each year is ready. I merge by the case. For example, I only want to know the food consumption. So I merge that variable together, 3 data sets. You can do that as well. Okay, yeah, make sure you have the personal identification variable in each set and each file. Okay, and then merge data set, decide which one is the main data set. For example, myself, I will use the 2014 as the main data set. So it means at the merging data session, you can see you want to merge X to Y or Y to X. Usually they will ask something like that. Which one is your main data? You should decide. And then you select the appropriate style. Is it append, go on the bottom, or merge it? Append, it means, you know, the data will be longer. For example, I append data from 2014, 7, and 2000. So for example, they have 300, they have 300, and they have 300. It means my data after merging will be 900 if I use append. But if I use merge by certain variables, 300, 300, 300. By the end, the data, it's still 300, but the information inside is a combination between these 3. So you have to be careful selecting the merging style. Okay. Next is the most common error. For example, miscode the data. You coding female 1, you coding female 0, and then you forget at the other data set, you coding the female, the other number, and then when you merge it, it will ruin the result. So you have to make sure If you easily to forget, then it's better to write down everything what you do in your data. For example, in my experience, I always do, okay, I made the coding for women is 0, for men is 1. So every time I want to check the coding, I have to check my note. Oh, female is 0. Okay, I make sure the female data has the coding 0, something like that. And mismatch. Yeah, because of for example, BMI. This BMI has 900 body weight data, but the body height data is only, for example, 850. So another 50 will be like outliers, BMI. So you have to be careful. If you merge it with the other, which is perfectly have the same number of the BMI, then it will ruin your statistical analysis. And then missing data codes. If you have like some data that has no answer, either you delete it or you change the code. It's up to you, but you have to be careful. And then there are also filter question. Okay, filter question here. Yeah, I give you some example. I want to see the physical activity, but only for the vigorous type. So the filter question, I have to check the vigorous. But you have to be careful. Usually in the questionnaire, before they mention about the number of the frequency or the number of the duration, they will ask, are you doing this type of physical activity? Yes, no. Before you come to the number, make sure there are no questions, something like that. If there is question like, are you doing the vigorous physical activity? Yes, no. Of course, you have to make sure all of your data is answering yes. If not, then it means you will not having any data related with the frequency and duration. So you have to check the filter question at the questionnaire. And also the age of respondent. Okay, it's a big survey. It's a lot of numbers. It's a big data set. So there will be human error. For example, the enumerator is tired. So they keying the number accidentally wrong. The age, for example, the age of adult. He want to type 51, but instead he typed 15. But the data represent a person with age 51. So you have to check again. So you have to be careful. For example, as you also want to see the outlier, the age outlier. For example, 100 something. Of course, you don't want to include those kind of data because it will have some special condition that we cannot generate with the other adult. And then also the anthropometric measurement, in particular for health-related research. It's really important. Anthropometric measurement, the body weight, the body height, age, gender, and then also, for example, waist circumference, hip circumference, the middle upper arm circumference. You have to check. I found some, I think it's some error, you know, adult with the body height is only like 100. Either this person is stunted or creatine, or this is error in the keying data. So rather than I stress up myself, I usually not using that data. I will delete that particular number. So to make sure that my data is like can be generated for my specific, for example, the participant, or in terms to generate with the other people. Okay, be aware of the short form. Short form. Some large survey usually come up with the use of short form questionnaire. Short form is a short version from the original questionnaire. So you have to check the reliability and check the validity. I can give you some example in the International Physical Activity Questionnaire, IPAC. They have the IPAC in 21 question or 16 question, but they also have the 3 questions. So you have to make sure you understand when you try to analyze and interpret the data, you have to check whether this short form reliable and valid. For example, the IPAC, the short form, it only, for example, the long form is, for example, 16 questions. So it means all of the information related to physical activity will be covered by the 16 questions. And then your data set only use the 3 questions in the questionnaire. Okay, 3 questions, make sure this 3 questions is not the big bias from the long form. So that's why you have to check the reliability. Check the reliability. I think you have to do some statistical analysis, or you can easily find another article that has been done with the reliability test and validity test. Usually there are some article, original article, research article that come up with the validity of some form or reliability of some form. You can use that and cite in your research. Okay, how about the data analysis issue? A possible correction for finite population. Another issue, random versus systematic samples, and then stratified samples. And what about the sample weights? What about the cluster sample? So this is the issue usually you find at the big data from the secondary data analysis. Okay, finite population correction. So here you can see the first is 36 data for amnesty survey. We have the 36 respondents. So we have the household ID. This is personal ID, subject ID. This is household, and this is household size, survey response, another survey response. But at the right side, we have the another data set, but with 26 additional fictional respondents from household with 2 or more people. Okay. All right. So what is the finite? When you see wage and unwaged mean, it will be different. 36%, 62% in 36 cluster, So there will be a difference in the standard error. So that's why you have to check if your population is it right or not. Because if your population using the random sample or the stratified sample, it means you have to make sure you select the correct population for your research. To avoid making the finite population correction, the analyst either specifies in the software that the sampling was done with replacement or refrains from specifying the population total size. Okay. Okay, and then what is it? Data analysis using statistical software. Okay, the first, usually you will do the descriptive statistic or table 1. You will say, okay, variable A, for example, the age, mean, standard deviation, or mean and standard error, and then the number with the percentage, and then, for example, the number and then percentage and then p-value, something like that. And you're using the cross tabulation chi-square, t-test, and then you may also see the correlation. The next table, you can make the table about the correlation. Pearson correlation, Spearman, if your data is not normally distributed, especially for the outcome, you can check the Spearman correlation. If the data normally distribute, you can use the Pearson correlation. And then after that, after you find, oh, variable X with variable Y is related. And then the next, you go with the regression analysis, either the linear model or the logistic model. It depends on your outcome variable type, whether is it categorical or continuous data, is it numerical or nominal, something like that. So you have to choose the model of the regression based on your outcome. And then you can also do another multivariate models. You put some adjustment, you do another analysis, maybe like based on the some weight variable or some other confounding, something like that. And the next, you have to deal with the missing data. I mentioned earlier about the missing data. It's tricky because if your data is small, although it's still big, like 1,000, for example, but 1,000 is not that big if you want to talk about, for example, a city or a university. 1,000 is not big. So if you have some missing data and you don't understand, usually the easy way is just delete the data that's not complete. So it will be like only 100 sample. It's small. If you don't understand your data, the missing data, you decide to delete it, it will become small. So when you generate the result, you have to tell to the reader that this data must be like cautiously generalized. But if you deal with the missing data and you understand, and then also you can prevent the missing data to take a lot of your sample, and then you can diagnose it and treating, and then the next is reporting the treatment methods and potential implication of missing data. I think you will be safe with your big data. Okay, we can start with the understanding the missing data. What is the effect? Missing data can affect the scientific inference. For example, you have the number, for example, from 0 to 100. However, some data is missing, especially for the like from 90, 91 until 98 is missing. So directly there is one or two data, two people in two cell say 100. So your like average, the mean and standard deviation will be different from the complete data. So usually the outlier, or after you check the missing data and if you find the outlier and you cannot fulfill this missing data to make it not outlier, then I think it's safer to delete it. And then another effect is it can alter our design and taint our data, so that both no longer represent our true intention. It will like shifting our data into, for example, BMI, body mass index. Body mass index have the U curve. The low number, the low value is bad, but the big value also bad. So if the missing data is, for example, in the middle, then your intention to prove, for example, you want to prove that BMI, the higher BMI, it will affect the duration of doing some physical activity. It will become like positive when it should be negative, like shifting what our intention to do. So you have to be careful. And then it also affects the external validity or causal generalization. Okay, the validity, external validity will be ruined, and the causal generalization, that's what I meant. You want to see A to B, but the results mention the other way around, or mention there is no relationship. It's just because of you have too many missing data. And it also affects statistical conclusion validity. Okay, you choose the wrong sample, and then you continue with the data analysis. Still, the result will be wrong. So to make sure your research is valid, it's true, it's right, then you have to follow all of the steps, including the statistical process. You use the statistical analysis. Okay, there's a language of missing data. It can be called MCAR, missing completely at random, or missing at random, MAR. And another is missing not at random. So at this MCAR and MAR, the easy way is deleted, but for MNAR, you can use another command at the statistical analysis, statistical software that can make like a ghost number that will not affect your like result. For example, the mean and standard deviation from 100 people, but unfortunately your data missing 10 people. So this missing data is, for example, is MNAR. the name, the data missing is MNAR. So this software can make like a gross number, like some value that fulfill those missing part, which by the end, the mean and the standard deviation or standard error will be the same as the 100. They have that kind of feature, so you can check it. Okay, prevention and diagnosis of missing data. The raw data manipulation, it will lead the missing data in some situation. For example, variable transformation and data reduction. You calculate the BMI. You have body weight and you have body height. You want to make the BMI number, so you have to multiply the body height. Body height you change into meter, and then from meter you multiply with another body height, and then later you subtract, take the body weight and you subtract with the body height at the meter square. However, if you unfortunately put the wrong formula, it will change into missing data or data reduction. So it can make your, for example, data reduction. You have the waist circumference, pengukuran lingkar perut, hanya untuk responden usia 40 tahun ke atas. Tetapi data yang kalian pakai untuk analisis adalah data 18 tahun hingga 64. Otomatis ada di saat kalian membuat misalnya kategori abdominal obesity yang berdasarkan dari data lingkar perut, ada sebagian data, terutama yang usianya di bawah 40 tahun, dia akan dikenal sebagai missing data. Nah, missing data ini kalau diisi 0, maka mean and standard deviation-nya akan berubah. Karena mean and standard deviation berdasarkan dari jumlah populasi. Tetapi kalau data tersebut tetap diisi dengan titik yang dibaca sebagai kosong, maka tidak dibaca sebagai partisipan, terutama untuk variabel itu, maka mean dan standard deviation-nya benar-benar sesuai menunjukkan dari populasi 40 tahun ke atas tersebut. Nah, itu kaitannya dengan variable transformation and data reduction with the missing data situation. Okay, data reduction, okay, it will become missing data. And the other is categories of diagnosis, amount, level, pattern, and mechanism. Level. For example, we calculate the METs, metabolic equivalent task for physical activity. You want to make a level high, medium, low. Unfortunately, you didn't put the formula in the right way. So you put, for example, above 1,500 is considered high. Less than 1,500, it means 1499. It will include the medium, but you didn't put the more than 1,500 equal. You don't put the big greater than equal. So misalnya ada 1.500 itu adalah tinggi, 1499 sampai 1000 itu adalah medium. Nah, pada saat memasukkan rumus, di saat memasukkan 1.500 ke atas, ini lupa memberikan tanda sama dengan. Jadi hanya tanda lebih besar dari 1.500, lalu di bawah 1.500. Berarti orang-orang atau partisipan yang datanya itu adalah 1.500, dia tidak terbaca. Dia terbacanya sebagai missing, karena dia tidak punya level di variabel level. Nah, itu yang harus hati-hati. Nah, terutama untuk data-data yang dikategorikan. Amount. If the missing data is only one cell for every 1,000 sample, just do nothing. One cell, just delete it. But for example, if the data missing is more than 20%, you consider to check. Is it still represent the population or not? If not, then maybe you can change the inclusion criteria or consider with the using the missing value with the ghost value. If it's only like less than 20% of your data is missing, then just delete it. Do nothing, just delete it. It's safer. And then the level. There is a level, is it item, individual question, or scale, a combination of item like BMI, or construct. Construct is like level, like after you make BMI, you make another variable called health state, like nutrition status, like overweight, normal weight, and then underweight. So it's like construct. So you like after item, you make scale and then construct. So you have to be careful with the missing data. And also maybe person, an individual respondent, or group. Usually person and group is because of 3 data sets. Year 2000, 2007, 2014, and then this person, they joined the survey, the first and the third. They missed the second survey. So now, in the analysis, you have to mention how many people finished 3 surveys, how many people finished only 1 survey, how many people finished 2 surveys. You have to mention that in your reporting or in the discussion of your research or in your publication. Okay, how do I treat this missing data? You delete. Deletion have 2, complete case, list-wise deletion, or pairwise deletion, available case. You delete all. This case, for example, I delete, okay, BMI, I delete it. I use only body weight and body count. You completely delete the case. Or pairwise deletion. Okay, which one I can delete? Only this part. So maybe I'm not using the underweight, but I only use normal and overweight, something like that. Weighting methods. These methods requires application of probabilities that relate to the sampling method, design, or both. So you can weight it. For example, weighting methods is okay. There is a missing data from 10,000. There is a missing data. So in the analysis, you cannot just directly analyze this 10,000 with the missing data inside, but you have to wait. So you have to make an adjustment based on, for example, probability sampling, or maybe another variable as a weighting variable, something like that. And then you also use adjusting methods and imputing methods. It's all provided by the statistical software. Okay, how do I report my missing data? After we finish all of the data, we make analysis. We know that we have some missing data. You have to report it. And the editor, the reviewer, must know that your data is not like purely complete data. Because we are a researcher, we have to be honest. We have to present the true phenomenon from our sample. We cannot only pick the cherry top of the cake. We have to serve the reader a full cake. So you cannot just like, oh, okay, I don't need to say that my data is have some missing, just to make it like big, look big. No, you cannot say, you cannot do that. It's not a good researcher. You have to be shameful with this kind of attitude. So you have to report it. Whatever the data, is it bad or is it good, you have to report it. It's an honest. So in terms of reporting, you have to, you can use the brief checklist. For example, the description is like, clearly specify the source of your data, including internet location and then manuscript reference if applicable. So where did you get the data? Where is it the data storage? And then identify variables selected for your analysis and the reasons why they were selected. Okay. I select only moderate and vigorous physical activity. I don't choose the walking or sitting type of physical activity. Why? Because you have to mention logically that, okay, my research is focused on this kind of type of physical activity. That's why we only include blah, blah, blah. So you have to mention it, the logical reasons, and put the citation where the other article or the other researcher also support the same decision as yours. Describe variable transformation and computation step. Okay, this thing, the number 3, it's something like, you know, when you write an article or publication, when you write the method section, material and methods, if the other person, the other researcher read your article, read your publication, this person has to be he or she can copy your analysis by following your step. That is the key. So it means you have to write the transformation and computation clearly, step by step. You cannot hiding some steps to make them, oh, I don't want this researcher copy my method. No, you have to be honest and state it clearly. Usually the reviewer will ask you, like, how did you do this? Like, how did you select your data? They will ask you. So you have to explain it step by step so the other people can copy what you have done. That's the key of the research publication. And then provide details about how you prevented missing values in the transformation and computation of new variables. Yeah, you have to mention, okay, I usually mention if I have some missing data, I will mention that, no, I only include the complete data set from this questionnaire to minimize the bias, statistical bias. Or if you want to use the ghost value, you have to mention it. I prevent the missing value using the MCAR or MNAR type or styles or something like that. You have to mention it. You provide the details. So next is briefly describe. Oops, where is it? My point. Okay. Briefly describe the nature and extent of missing data. That is missing data diagnostic. So yeah, you can mention why the BMI or why the, for example, peak flow meter variable is missing. You can mention, oh, okay, because of the some respondent rejecting the process, or because of some respondent is below the age regulation. You have to mention it, why it happened. And then provide the necessary detail for handling the missing data, how diagnostics inform choice of treatment. So you provide some detail. Okay, I did this for my missing data. Usually you can put the analysis of that at the supplementary files. So you maybe, if you put it at the main text, it will not enough. So you can put it as the supplementary file regarding about the detail. And then describe any results of the treatment methods. So the results, what is it? After you do the diagnostic, is it changed or not? You have to describe it. And then explain the impact of the missing data on the result. Okay, I have some experience with this. I decide to delete a lot of samples because of they don't have information about blood pressure. You know, the systolic and diastolic blood pressure. If one is missing, only, for example, only systolic or only diastolic, you cannot decide whether this person have hypertension or not. You have to have both score, either systolic, diastolic. You have to have this both score. So at that time, I delayed if the respondent only have one type. I explained, I have to delete like 10% of my data, and the reviewer asked me like, are you sure that this data represent your whole population? Because at that time I say, I talk about Indonesia, like a whole Indonesia, like all Indonesia population. But my data has like reduction, like 10% reduction. So I have to explain, okay, before I delete, this is the analysis. This is the result. This is the mean and the standard error. This is the standard deviation. This is the mean, minimum, and this is the maximum. And after I delete it, this is the result. If it's not changed different, then you will be good. The reviewer will be satisfied with your answer. But if this changed a lot, like significantly changed, they will ask you to reanalyze, usually something like that. Okay, and then the last is describe the limitation of the results based upon the missing data. Yeah, that's what I meant. So if you have some missing data, you have to report it, you have to diagnose, and then after that, at the discussion part, of course, you have to mention the limitation of your research. Every research, everyone is not perfect. So you have to find your own limitation. Every research is not perfect. So you will always find a limitation. If you don't have limitation, then you are the one put the question mark here. Are you okay? Are you sure that you don't have any limitation? Because that's impossible. So everyone have to find their own limitation. You have to check. Okay, I have some limitation with this data. I have the missing data. I do, for example, I prevent, and then I did the treatment, and then after the analysis, the result is something like this. So we acknowledge our limitation. However, we only not acknowledge, but we have to prove that we have the effort to deal with it. So usually I will say like this, okay, the limitation is, for example, the data is self-reported. Because the self-reported, that the statistical analysis may be underestimate or overestimate. So I will try to find another journal or another article to support my argument that even though or although my data is specifically for this sample, but with this number or with this, for example, with the other variable, it's already enough to prove that there is a relationship. So yeah, in terms of you describe the limitation, you also have to find some support that for you to prove that what you have done is right one. Okay. Yeah, that is the brief checklist for reporting the result with missing data. Okay. All right. We come up with the last part. I try to summarize all of the material today. So the secondary data is also a good data source. So for everyone, maybe if you don't have money or you don't have time, you don't have resources to do the primary or to collect the primary data, don't worry. You can do the literature review, you can do the secondary data. It's free and it's easy. I've done it a lot. Publication using secondary data is good and it's possible to submit into even the highest rank of the journal. You want to reach for the Q1 journal, international one, you can do that with the secondary data. You want to finish your scriptsy, you want to finish your thesis, you want to finish your dissertation using the secondary data, is possible. It's okay. So it doesn't mean that using secondary data, it means your research is worse than the other with the primary data. No. So you have to acknowledge that if you have the good design, you can take care of your data, then you can publish your data with secondary data in the good journal or with the good result for your dissertation or for your thesis or for your script. Because yeah, it's from my experience. And then to get the secondary data, we need to go to truly go surf into the official website and follow the guideline and regulation. And then the secondary data utilization needs to follow several important issues. Okay, I mentioned earlier already issue in each step related with the data management and dealing with the missing data. Yeah. All right. So yeah, this is some list of my publication. Oh, okay. This. All right. Okay. This is some list of my publication using secondary data. I have still in the process for another publication, like some like 4 or 5 that ongoing process with also still using the secondary data. So all of this using secondary data, and I can submit into Q1 journal and Q2 journal. So you don't have to worry if you don't have time or you don't have a good money to collect your own data. You can still use the secondary data and publish in the good journal. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thank you for your attention. I will give the time and the screen to Dr. Titin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emireza Isaura. Very interesting topic. And this is new for us, maybe for the sports science. Usually we use primary data, and now we have option how to use secondary data. And maybe in here have any question? Okay, Mohammed Abdullah. Okay, you can ask directly, and please on your camera.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for this presentation. And just I have one question about how can sorry.
Yes,
how we can ensure about the standard of the every step of the to get the publish or to get through the our research.
What do you mean? You want to publish and then you want to make sure that all of the steps that you have been done is the right one. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like if they have like standard to ensure the quality of all the steps to get the publish or to get on journal be done like this.
Okay, I will try to answer. I'm not sure if with the question, but I will try to answer. Okay, if you want to make sure what you have done with the data management or with the step by step, you want to make sure I'm doing right. If you have a friend that understands with the statistical analysis, you can ask them for a help. For example, I use the Stata. So at that time, the first time I did my research, I'm not sure if I do this right. So I will ask my supervisor or my another friend that understands statistics. I will tell them, hey, I have this data. I want to prove the relationship, for example, the relationship from X to Y. I got this result. Is it right? And then you give the data to your friend, and he or she will analyze by himself or by herself. And then if the data is have the same result as yours, then it means you are doing right. So of course it means you collaborate with another researcher. That is the function of another researcher. You can communicate whether what you have done is right, so you can check. I think that is the one way to check if you are doing right. But there also another way. If you are, for example, if you are very good in two statistical software, you may check with another. But I think one statistical enough for you if you are confident, and you can ask your friend to check for you. Am I answering your question? I hope.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Okay.
Right.
And then let's have one more question from Luciana. And
right.
Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, please. I think it's Miss Luciana.
Okay. Hello.
Wait. Okay. Terima kasih Mbak Titin. Can I speak with bahasa in bahasa?
Ya, Mbak, silakan.
Terima kasih kepada narasumber Ibu. Mohon maaf, saya tadi lupa. Dari kurikulum vitae yang Ibu sajikan tadi di depan, saya sangat tertarik dengan adanya tadi nutrisi ya, Ibu.
Ya, gizi ya.
Berada di bidang nutrisi juga. Pertanyaan saya yang pertama adalah, bolehkah saya memiliki email Ibu? Karena terkait dengan saya juga sedang melakukan riset tentang nutrisi untuk elit atlet di PSIS. Jadi kami kerjakan tidak hanya tentang nutrisi saja. Jadi kemarin kalau tidak salah saya juga mengikuti seminar di ini juga ya, terkait dengan kolaborasi riset yang dikaji dari berbagai bidang, termasuk dari bidang dari segi psikologi, nutrisi, biomekanik dan lain sebagainya. Nah, saya mau minta bantuan kepada Ibu terkait dengan Q1 ataupun Q2. Bantu kami agar riset ini masuk di Q1 atau Q2, itu saja.
Ya.
Please.
Satu, saya meminta your email, please. Terus yang kedua, help us about the submit in the Scopus in Q1 lah, boleh, atau Q2 boleh lah. Itu aja, Mbak. Oke. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih dengan
ada brokernya nih, Mbak.
Bu Luciana ya. Bu Luciana atau
ya, kakak kelas saya kalau nggak salah ya. Bu Luciana ya. From UNES, right?
Oke. Ya, oke, tadi saya juga sudah share di awal terkait dengan email. Silakan apabila ada yang membutuhkan atau untuk berdiskusi apapun tentang research, tentang topik research yang sama dengan saya welcome. Saya dengan senang hati akan share pengalaman dan mungkin metode. Jadi kita bisa belajar bersama, dan untuk terkait dengan data untuk sampai ke publikasi, nanti kita bisa sesuaikan topik apa yang cocok untuk dinaikkan ke, misalnya kita mau mentarget Q1 atau Q2. Nah, kita bisa memilih topiknya. Misalnya jurnalnya apa, lalu scope dari jurnal tersebut apa. Kalau biasanya kita mau mentarget Q1 atau Q2, yang paling mudah adalah mencari special issue di jurnal tersebut. Oke, special issue-nya tentang misalnya PSIS itu sepak bola kan ya? Ya, PSIS. Misalnya, football or soccer, ini melihat misalnya atlet setelah PON, bagaimana misalnya gizinya atau bagaimana terkait injury, terkait apa, psikisnya. Nah, kita lihat, oh di jurnal tersebut lagi butuh misalnya, oh kami buka special issue tentang depresi. Ya, kita bisa sesuaikan. Kita bisa sesuaikan sehingga kita bisa masuk special issue tersebut. Dan itu salah satu cara yang sampai saat ini masih manjur untuk digunakan kalau kita mentarget yang Q1 atau Q2. Yang paling mudah adalah cari special issue-nya, sesuaikan dengan variabel kita, lalu kita selesaikan manuskrip sesuai dengan template dan sesuai dengan isu tersebut. Ya, seperti nanti kita bisa diskusikan itu lebih lanjut. Okay.
Iya. Nanti mungkin saya chat ini dulu di pribadi, di private, minta email Ibu ya.
Iya.
Brokernya saya, Mbak.
Bisa koneksi dengan Bu Titin juga. Enggak.
Just kidding. Jadi selamat ketemu kembali Mbak Luciana ya. Bu Luciana ya.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Kayaknya topiknya bagus sekali nih, Bu Emil ya. So, any else question? I think Prof. Vinarno want asking something because it's very interesting. Oh yeah, Moin. Okay, please welcome.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I want to say hello with Ibu Raisa.
Oh yeah, hello. Hello, and
so,
I cannot see your face.
Yeah, because here my signal is not little bit not well if I'm going to open my.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm also in Surabaya, Bu.
All right.
And I'm interesting if sometime I will going to the discuss with you maybe because recently I'm also learning in UNER, especially in the biomedic.
Okay.
But for me, I'm not from UNER University, but I'm just learning in the laboratorium.
All right.
And I hope something I getting your email address maybe.
Wow.
Yeah. I think I will show you again.
Yeah, already.
Email.
Yeah.
So again, I think it is so many questions about your email address also
to
private. Oh, that's good. Emil Raisa.
Yes,
I will.
Okay.
Emil Raisa.
Okay, I'm not touch you. Okay, I got it.
All right.
Okay, I already writing in the chat box, so all of you can see the chat box and copy paste. Okay.
Okay, I hope it's enough to check. The email is below. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Any else question?
Any other question?
This is need ERP. I mean, ethical clearance. Like we need commission ethic. RIB.
IRB for what?
Review from ethical committee.
Do you mean that the research, if you want to do the secondary data,
yes,
you need the IRB?
Yes.
I don't think so, but because of the secondary data is already have IRB. For example, RISCUS is already have IRB. IFLS, DHS, and the other already have IRB. But for example, like hospital data or Puskesmas data, they don't have the IRB. So usually the researcher have to apply first before they use it. But I think using secondary data will not be a problem for ethical clearance. It's not that hard as the intervention research. I think that's okay.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So more easy for us, right? But will be have problem with the big data.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. This is have a question from Rizky Mulyawan, I think from UNJ, right? Yeah.
Hello, Ibu Sri. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can clear, but a little bit not clear.
Okay.
Put the
Yeah, because I stay beside the big street. I'm sorry, maybe. Okay, wait. I'm interested with your area or topics. So I already did the research about sport beverage, especially in milk. I concern about. Oh, sorry, can you hear my voice?
You are focused on research on what?
Milk.
Milk.
Yeah, milk. Yeah, milk. I already try to publish about how milk or cow milk give an effect toward lactate. So
Toward lung uptake.
lactate.
Oh, lactate.
Lactate,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
lactate.
Okay. Lactate.
Lactate.
Okay.
And then is
But lactate,
yeah,
right? You
it's
use blood
still
lactate?
sorry, Miss.
Did you mean it's blood
Titin?
lactate or lactic acid? Blood lactate, right?
Lactate. I actually published this article in Q3. Sorry, Q4, and then I just waiting for publish my article. But I did my further research. I actually sent my first preliminary research, and then Bu Titin also answer my questionnaire. I asked, I want to know more about what is actually active people consume beverage, what kind of beverage, milk or electrolyte, fluid, or only mineral water. So my question is, because my background is come from sports science student, not purely from nutrition student. So my question is it appropriate or is it proper for me as a sports science student to get into nutrition area? And then another question is, we need to learn more about nutrition deeper than what we know, but the access to learn is so, yeah, we have a lack of access lah. We have lack of access, but I see the opportunity to publish about nutrition in sport. So how to penetrate our pace into nutrition of sport, because when we see the research in nutrition, maybe for me or for Indonesian is too high technology, but on the other hand we don't have any like instrument or yeah, tools to get the data properly. So I need your suggestion about this kind of nutrition area, how to improve our change to get published in nutrition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rizky. I will try to answer. So related with the nutrition, if you are not working or you never be a nutrition student, it's okay. The same way, I never learn about the sports science, but maybe some people have the experience in the sports science. Maybe your colleagues, for example, you have a friend which is a nutrition expert. So you can ask this person as your co-author, your collaborator, to make your discussion part or to make your writing more focused on the nutrition perspective.
So sorry, I interrupt you, Doctor. Prof, sorry. Because I see the gap. I see the gap between nutrition and sport. We who become from sport science student, we knew about the sport, but we don't know more about the nutrition. Similar with nutrition student, they knew more about nutrition, but they don't know the specific things about sport like anaerobic, aerobic, and etc. So I see the gap more in that area maybe.
Just need
So
collaboration, I think. Yeah, no
yeah,
problem.
yeah.
Don't worry.
I need a
Just
suggestion.
collaboration. Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Titin already mentioned a collaboration will be good because it means you have another people to answer what you cannot answer. I do the research about asthma. I'm a nutritionist. I learn about nutrition. I focus on the nutrition from my undergraduate until my doctorate. But what I publish is not only nutrition. I touch about the sport, about physical activity, about the, how the lung capacity related with the physical activity. I publish with the related with the medicine science, like how to take care of hypertension, how to take care of the cardiovascular disease. Of course, I have to consult what I write, what I have done with this expert, which is my colleague. I have one professor is a doctor. I have one professor is medical doctor. So I will try to send my manuscript and ask them to review which part that I have limitation in the discussion. They will give you some suggestion. Or maybe Rizky, you can give this explanation using this journal. They will give you suggestion. I believe that a collaboration will help you with this gap.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you.
I think don't worry if you're not, it's not your expertise, because I think the good research is not just only one person that expert in there, but from many collaborate in there, many person that expertise in there. I think it's like that. Okay, so any else question? Oh, Prof. Vinarno in here, still in here. And okay, so any else question?
Saya ngikuti saja, saya ngikuti pikirannya yang muda-muda ini.
Terima kasih, Prof. Salam kenal.
Satu, kalau untuk ini cenderung pada literatur review ya?
Saya tidak literatur review, Prof. Saya menggunakan data sekunder.
Oke. Ya, cukup itu.
Oke, Prof.
Okay, in here also have a Coordinator Program of Physical Education, Dr. Setio Rahayu. Do you have any
Selamat sore,
question?
Dokter.
She is my
Selamat sore, Ibu.
supervisor when I was studying bachelor degree. Okay. Belum di-mute, Bu?
Unmute.
Okay, thank you, Bu Titin. Yeah, enough for me. And amazing presentation, yeah.
Thank you.
Very clear and very nice presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Setia.
Thank you. I think it's very good for us. So on pandemic, maybe we'll have collaboration together between physical education, sport science, and then sport nutrition. Also, the others, maybe we can have collaboration research and publication. Okay, and now we go into the last session is Nali. Okay, so I would like to give, hey, where are you? Okay. And Dr. Emiraisa Isaura, thank you very much for your excellent presentation today in the World Class Professor Program 2021 in guest lecture program series 1 about research design. And this is get greeting from my dean of Faculty of Sports Science, Professor Tandio Rahayu. He said, thank you very much and hope we'll have collaboration together about publication, also research together. And don't forget, maybe I think we need to do that like a workshop, a practice directly, because it's just only here without nothing to do, maybe just will be just go on. But when we do, when we did that you said, maybe we can understand more.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Titin, Dr. Setia, and please send the best greeting for Prof. Tandio Rahayu. And thank you for the invitation. I've been honored with this chance to share with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also would like to thank you for all participants who are still in here from 9 AM to 5 PM. Yay, give a clap for you. Wow, great. This is have 36 people. Profit. So 36 people still in here. So I think we'll have a good chance. Maybe in here we'll make some group research, and maybe we need some more positive activities, something for next agenda.
Bu Titin加油！
谢谢你啊！
加油！
我听说你说中文。
我不好中文，一点一点。
但是我听说你说中文这么好呢。
我的中文不好。
我不好。
我的意思是 Dr. Nining saja Bu.
Okay, so you are also from Taiwan, Taipei?
No. I'm studying in Shanghai, Bu.
Oh, Shanghai. Oh,
yeah, but for right now, I'm collaborating with UNER in the biomedic.
In UNER, I also alumni UNER.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I'm alumni UNESA, Bu.
Okay. And thank you very much, all of you. The certificate will directly send to your email. So please make sure that you correct writing your full name, also your email. So I hope for 36 people in here will have positive knowledge, positive result after this. And I hope we'll have publication in high ranking journal in Q1, Q2, it's okay. Or maybe Q3 or Q4, it's no problem. But I hope all of you will be the best thing in your life. And thank you very much, Dr. Emil Raisa Isaura. It's
Thank
my
you, Dr.
bestie
Titin.
when I was in Taiwan. so we love eating ice cream in Taiwan together, 1, 4, 3. So can we take a picture together for the last? And please turn on your camera because
sure.
I cannot see your face. Just to make sure all of you is the one of person who still in here. Wow, manusia kuat.
Siap.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, please.
Still here.
E.R. Sanchez. E.R. Sanchez Buncis.
Tunggal kali 3.
Okay. One more. Okay, that's good. E.R. San and Dr. Emir.
Yes.
In here have people that want to have your presentation. Would you share to us?
Share what? Email or what?
Yeah. By email, or maybe you can send to me and I will put in the group chat or in here directly, no problem.
All right. What do you need? Sorry.
The presentation.
Oh, okay. The file. I
Yes.
will. Okay, I will send you the presentation. Okay, let me. Okay. Wait.
Okay. So, Dr. Raisa have a Q1 and Q2 journal, very good journal for only 2 years.
I'm trying.
Yeah, try the best. And I have a more struggle because I need more than 2 years. Just got 2. You 2, 1, just only 1.
I'm trying to push myself to publish even more.
Okay, and here also still have from Pakistan, Dr. Raisa, Professor Faisal Fazas.
All right. Hello, Professor Faisal.
So thank you. Okay, so can we close? Or
yeah, I will.
Any else question or if you have any question, you can write in the chat group or email just directly to Dr. Raisa.
I think the information about the special issue journal is more important now. Maybe Dr. Lausa can give us information about the special issue journal.
Okay, the special issue usually mentioned in their website. So you have to regularly check their website, the journal website. Usually, for example, PLOS ONE, they have the special issue in, I think 1 month they have like more than 4 special issues. So you have to check regularly. You check the the deadline for that special issue. So you make sure your manuscript is not more than their deadline. So I think the type is depend on the journal that you targeting. They have their own special issue. Okay. Dr. Titin, I sent you the file. Did you get it?
Okay. To my.
I think I sent you to the to your WhatsApp. I'm not sure. Okay, I think you
Okay, yes,
can.
I got it. Okay, so I will share in here. Is it okay?
Yeah. I make it a PDF already, so you may share it.
Yes, good. So, Dr. Hartono, usually for the good journal, they have special issue every month, right? And sometimes if you are ever published in there, they will send to you.
Yeah.
Maybe the topic that you are interested from them, and they will email to you.
Yep.
Yeah. So don't worry.
Good information.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Henry Asmara. So thank you also for all participants. So let's how to say close this program. We say Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And
thank you, Bu Sri.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. From 9 a.m. to 5:30 almost. Well, that's good. And I hope all of you will get the best of your life.
All right.
Okay, so just thank you.
Terima kasih semuanya. Izin les.
Thank you all the speakers.
Yeah.
Bu Sri, thank you.
Yeah. So don't waiting for our next agenda. We still have 8 agenda. Ada 8 lagi agenda. Silahkan bisa ikut kembali.
Siap, saya tunggu Bu Titin, saya tunggu data informasinya.
Okay, thank you. I will close. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.